001 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 001. I traveled through time and became Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar scene in front of him in a daze, feeling a little dreamy. Real. He was just reading a fan fiction and cursing as usual, but how come he was struck by a lightning and passed through? I've been in a daze for 5 years. Naruto sighed. Only after receiving the memories did I realize that I had been reborn, but because the memories of my previous life were too vast, I had been confused for 5 years. 5 years is neither long nor short. It is now the 53rd year of Konoha. The plot has not yet unfolded, but he knows that if he follows his own mentality, the future plot will fall apart. It's not a big deal. Everyone has their own ideas. On the contrary, being able to travel through time and become Naruto is a good start. As for those who are unfriendly to you, let him die. He is not the Naruto in the original work. In his opinion, he was really fooled. He really didn't understand why there was such an idea of protecting Konoha. Is it just a few friends here? Naruto suddenly thought of Audiobook and Ultraman Tiga. Perhaps, this is obsession. Don't understand, but respect. But I won't forgive them. Naruto strolled along, scoffing in his heart, forgiving them for being the original Naruto, not him. He suffered so much for no reason and did nothing, but life still didn't let him go. Fate favors the miserable, doesn't it? Get out. He just does it himself. Be a little selfish and live a wonderful life. In a world like this with the supernatural, if I'm a little more selfish and powerful, who would dare to give me the cold shoulder? My own talent is not bad, on the contrary it is very strong. It was just suppressed because of the 9-tailed fox. If I can solve this problem as soon as possible, then perhaps I can quickly turn my talent into strength. We have to think of a way. Just when Naruto returned home, he accidentally saw himself in the mirror. On the forehead, a faint lightning mark flickered. Focus carefully. Brush. In a trance, Naruto came to a strange place. This is a small space. The space was completely dark, with only the area about 2 meters from where he was standing brightly lit. With your feet on the ground, there is a spiritual spring gushing out in the middle, and a piece of black soil around it. Naruto's mouth dropped open. Fuck, I've only seen a lot of female-oriented spaces, but this is the first time I've been able to obtain one myself. Naruto was too weak to complain, but he was very happy in his heart. No matter where the space is, having your own space is definitely a good thing. This way you can do a lot of things yourself. Speaking of spiritual spring water, there is no doubt that it is definitely a good thing. He squatted down, cupped a puddle of water in his hands, took a sip carefully, and his eyes lit up. Delicious. The sweetness is refreshing, and one sip is more comfortable than drinking a sip of ice water in the hot summer. Flowing into the throat, you can feel a warm feeling nourishing your body. Good stuff. Drinking more might improve your physical condition. Looking at the small piece of black land around him, the genes in Naruto's bones began to stir. Planting vegetables. Planting vegetables. Be self-sufficient and have enough food and clothing. Naruto excitedly left the space. Looked in the mirror, and seemed to be thinking about something. This space is interesting, it is actually just an entry of ideology. The better. I am too sensitive and am under surveillance 24 hours a day. In such a situation, if the body can freely enter and exit the space, the danger will increase exponentially. It's good like this now. Recovering his thoughts, Naruto began to rummage through the boxes and found some seeds. Naruto kept these seeds specifically to plant because he couldn't buy vegetables before. He even subconsciously found some props that could hold soil from the garbage dump, and brought soil from outside to plant his own crops. Pity. It is not easy to grow vegetables without this knowledge. Farming is also a science. Naruto had planted it when he was a child in his previous life, but when he grew up he moved to the city, and as time passed he almost didn't recognize many things. The memory has long begun to blur. How can he remember some unpopular things? It's a bit difficult to get him to do it now. But it's not a big problem. After all, there are spiritual springs and black soil in this space, and any seeds scattered there will make them grow. If it is convenient in the future, I will go and learn it myself, and then I can eat the food produced by the space. It's all right now. After Naruto scattered the seeds on the black soil and watered it with spiritual spring water, he ignored it. But it left the space. When you are hungry, use space water to cook. In an instant, the fragrance filled the air. The ninja who was secretly watching twitched his nose and looked unhappy. It's really uncomfortable to be bitten by mosquitoes here and have to endure the delicious smell of food. There's a shadow clone watching me, so I have to go eat. The ninja who was secretly following looked at Naruto and found that he was eating happily, so he left with peace of mind. Cool. After eating and drinking, Naruto picked up a small stool and sat in the corridor to enjoy the cool air. Before I knew it, I had been studying for most of the day. Naruto leaned on the railing, looking at the fireworks on the streets of Konoha village, his expression dazed. It feels a little unreal. How could I have traveled through time for no reason? My phone, my computer, my torrents. Well. A long and leisurely sigh, full of inexpressible sadness. I need to plan my future life. First of all, since we're here for the Hokage, we have to see Hinata. This girl embodies the types that most men like. She must have a good figure, be gentle and kind, and be loyal and adorable. Who doesn't like a girl like this? In his previous life, he often fantasized about traveling through time and having a love affair with Hinata. Now that my dream has come true, how could I not go? Secondly, what Team 7, what ninja squad? Go away. He had no interest in playing ninja games with these people. Anime is indeed exciting. But behind this passion lies such a terrifying darkness. The adult world is either black or white, there are not so many twists and turns. All you need to do is be strong enough to keep your beautiful fantasy. Maybe in a few years, someone will write a book about me, and it will be a passionate chapter. And that Haruno Sakura, die for me. Cao Dans. Naruto is in trouble, Sasuke is fine. Putting myself in Sasuke's perspective, this girl is so affectionate. Put yourself in Naruto's perspective. If Naruto hadn't been a bit of a bootlicker in the early days, an ordinary person would have slapped him in the face. Give you face? Roll. Why chase after Haruno Sakura? Why not follow Hinata from childhood to marriage? Time is merciless, so cherish every moment. Stretching, Naruto let a smile play on his face. It's decided. I'll go for a walk tomorrow and create an encounter with Hinata. Opportunities come to those who are prepared. Post views, 181. 002 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 002. The next day. Naruto got up early and had nothing to do, so he brushed his teeth and washed his face with space water, and then watered the flowers and vegetables. Finally, he had a delicious breakfast and walked out leisurely. There was no entertainment to pass the time now, so all he could think of was going out for a walk. Get familiar with everything in Konoha village as soon as possible, and then make plans for your future. Look, this damn thing is out again. Really? Why aren't you at home? Yet, why doesn't he just die? Whispers continued to be heard, and Naruto's body instinctively responded to these disgusted emotions. As the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he already has extremely strong perception abilities, and with the support of the Uzumaki clan, this perception ability has been enhanced to a terrifying level. Can you sense a subtle look from an ordinary person? Naruto can do it. Therefore, he had a deep impression that the past 5 years were extremely frustrating. Sometimes, looks can kill. The fact that Naruto was not tortured to death only shows that he is worthy of being the protagonist. I will never forgive you. Naruto had a cold face and exuded a dark aura, and he chose to walk on the small path. Bump. At a corner, they bumped into each other without noticing someone passing by coincidence. Ouch! A low cry, the sound was clear and pleasant. Maybe it was because of Naruto being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, or because of the physique of the Uzumaki clan, or maybe it was because he drank the spiritual spring water. More likely it's all three. He was in very good health, but he just took a step back because he was not paying attention and was bumped. Looking down, I saw a tiny person sitting on the ground with tears in his eyes. A pair of white eyes looked at him aggrievedly. Naruto's heart softened. It's Hinata. Don't get me wrong, it's just a small one now, there's no way it can be that beastly. Holding out his hand, Naruto smiled brightly, are you okay? I'll help you up. Oh. Hinata lowered her head, her face slightly red, and stretched out her hand to place it on Naruto's hand. Naruto pulled her up lightly. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. No. Hinata quickly waved her hands, I have my own problems too. Naruto was silent for a moment, then said goodbye to Hinata and left. Things need to develop slowly, there is no need to pursue speed too mu. In front of your future wife, you create your own impression. Just modify your nature a little bit and influence it subtly. Being too deliberate is not good for the future. Smiled. Naruto suddenly felt that he needed to accumulate strength quickly. After all, the future is unpredictable and time waits for no one. He knew the general framework. The terrifying sacred tree and the infinite Tsukuyomi were not something that ordinary people could resist. He doesn't care about other people, but as long as he survives in this world, there will always be 1 or 2 people who care about him. Those are the people you want to protect. These people walking before me, are not worthy. Pooh! Naruto sneered and stalked off. He needed a channel to practice ninjutsu. Maybe, I can practice taijutsu. Sitting on the Hokage rock, staring blankly at the ground below, Naruto suddenly realized that he was still young and had no way to practice ninjutsu. After much thought, the only way is to exercise the body. Physical skills are also very powerful in the ninja worldview, and can show extraordinary power when combined with ninjutsu or some weapons. The representative of them is the 8 gates of ninjutsu. Hey? 8 gates of ninjutsu? Naruto thought thoughtfully. I don't know if the spiritual spring water in the space can offset the harm of the 8 gates. If possible, this is a good choice. Write this down. Naruto secretly memorized it in his mind and then began to plan. There's not much I can do right now, but some basic exercises are still possible. Running, pull UPS, push UPS. There are also some exercise movements that can be arranged. This kind of intense training is very harmful to the body, but he has the spiritual spring water, plus the physique of the Uzumaki clan and the terrifying recovery ability brought by his identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. When I think about it this way, this body training is really suitable for me. Naruto smiled. Just as I was about to stand up and start following my plan, I heard a roar. Asshole, how dare you sit on top of the Hokage rock, you bastard! He turned his head and saw a cold gaze, disgusted and invading, falling on Naruto. Naruto sneered, why, you won't let people sit on it? Others can sit on it, why can't I? This stone belongs to your family? Why do you care so much? Ebisu pushed his glasses up, surprised that Naruto would talk back, but what followed was even more disgust, and his cold gaze fell on Naruto, as if to pierce through him. Others may be able to do it, but you definitely can't, because you are. Ebisu paused, then changed his tone, anyway, you absolutely cannot. Get off right here. Hey! I have such a bad temper. Naruto rolled up his sleeves, pointed at Ebisu and cursed, you yuan percent y percent. Tell me, why can't I sit down? Am I not a member of Konoha village? Am I born to be despised, abused, and hated by you? Come on, if you don't tell me what to do today, I'll never let you go. You still want to get over me? Who do you think you are? I'm not someone else. If you don't explain it to me clearly, I'll go straight to the old man from the third generation. I think he's more fair than you. Naruto folded his arms and sneered. Since you won't let me live easily, then no one else should live easily. Come on, let me kill you. I have the 9 tails Jinchuriki protecting me, so why would I be afraid of you? Then it will be you who will be sacrificed. Ebisu was speechless. If you really want to argue, you will definitely be doomed. Although these people are not very clear about it, the identity of the Jinchuriki is actually not a big secret. You can understand it with a little deduction. Therefore, Naruto has a special status in Konoha village. It is okay for him to talk nonsense normally, but if he really reports the matter to the third Hokage, they will be the ones who suffer. Humph, disgusting, garbage. Ebisu cursed inwardly and left immediately. Damn, you're running so fast. Are you bullying me because I'm 5 years old and haven't learned ninjutsu yet? Seeing this scene, Naruto's face changed and he was very unhappy, but then he changed his mind and came up with an idea. Hey! With a strange laugh, Naruto dusted himself off and headed straight for the Hokage's office. Now that I know I have a talisman, I should make use of it now. When the time is the simplest. You must know how to pick up the most powerful weapon in your body and use it. Bang! 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 Third generation old man, I'm here to see you. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was drawing, rubbed his temples and said helplessly, come in, the door is not locked. Crunch! Naruto pushed the door open and walked in, smiling and raising his hand towards the third Hokage. Well, Hokage-sama, I want to complain. Post views, 119. 003 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 003. Complain. Looking at Naruto, who looked a little different today, Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for a moment. When did Naruto become so brave? She actually came directly to him to complain. He suddenly became interested, put down the brush in his hand with a smile, picked up the pipe on the table, lit a little tobacco for himself, sat lazily on the chair, and then looked at Naruto and said, come on, tell me, who did this to you? Ebisu. Naruto spoke, shockingly. Ahem, who are you talking about? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was smoking, choked a few times and looked at Naruto in confusion. He had never expected that the person Naruto would complain to would be Ebisu. What did Ebisu do again? Etc. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Naruto seriously, his brows slightly furrowed. How did you know Ebisu? Did anyone tell you? Third generation old man, you underestimate me too. Besides, he always tells everyone he meets that I am the elite teacher Ebisu. Who doesn't know him? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Okay, so what did he do? He despises me. He must think I'm not a part of the Hidden Leaf Village. Well, why do you feel that way? He wouldn't let me sit on the rock above the Hokage rock, and he called me a demon fox, trash, and, anyway, it was unpleasant to hear. By the way, old man Sandame, what is a demon fox? Naruto looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with curiosity with innocent eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face suddenly darkened, and then he smiled and said to Naruto, the demon fox is a very powerful fox, he is praising you. Anyway, a 5-year-old child, and Naruto, who has a deep admiration for him, naturally has a filter, and Naruto basically listens to and believes everything he says. Oh, so that's how it is, but I still feel like he's scolding me. Don't worry, I'll stand up for you. Alright, third generation grandpa. Naruto left happily. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked coldly at the ANBU ninja who had just appeared quietly hiding on the windowsill, and asked in a deep voice, "Is what Naruto said true?" "It's pretty much the same." "Okay, he's promising. I won't say anything about the usual nonsense. He is indeed an elite teacher in theory, but now he is bullying Naruto. Go, call him over to me." Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed in anger. The atmosphere in Konoha village has been really bad recently and needs to be rectified. Naruto's identity must never be made public, otherwise if Naruto goes berserk, they will not be able to prevent the terrible consequences. Hokage-sama. Ebisu, who had just returned home not long ago, wondered why the old man of the third generation came to see him, but he still came to the Hokage's office obediently. As soon as he came in, he saw a pipe flying towards him and hitting him on the head. Clang! The pipe fell to the ground, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's roaring voice followed, "Ebisu, are you itching for trouble?" Sarutobi Hiruzen is actually a very stable person. Having been in the position of Hokage for many years, he must be very cunning, but he has always been cautious with Naruto. After all, this Uzumaki Naruto is related to the Land of Fire, Konoha village, and even the fate of the entire ninja world. He couldn't help but be careful. "I've repeatedly warned you that you can talk behind my back, but never speak openly about it. What do you think my words are? Shit? Throwing them straight into the toilet? You're disgusted by even smelling them, right? I don't have any." Ebisu felt that he was really wronged. He did curse Naruto, but hadn't everyone cursed him like that before? They'd said even worse things, so why were they picking on me now? "You won't cry until you see the coffin. Did you curse Naruto the demon fox? Unfair. What an injustice. Would Naruto lie to me? Besides, the ninja who was following me also told me. The evidence is solid." Puff. Ebisu almost vomited blood. What a rip-off. Humph, teacher? Elite teacher? You're teaching students? From today on, you're just an ordinary chunin. Cancel your next Jonin exam. Go back to school and teach honestly. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his sleeves, said something coldly, walked past Ebisu, and pushed the door open. Bang! The sound of the door slamming shut was like an arrow piercing Ebisu's heart. Ah! Ebisu roared in his heart, "Uzumaki Naruto, I will never be on good terms with you." Phew, that feels great. Naruto stretched lazily with a smile on his face. It turns out that letting yourself go is such a refreshing thing. Hey, now I wonder if you dare to try to trick me again. Instead of letting you bastards gossip behind my back, I'd rather kill you first. As for Ebisu's ending, he didn't know, but he thought he would be scolded for sure. Okay, let's start exercising. After finding a secluded place, Naruto began to train himself. He needs to become stronger in a short period of time. In the supernatural world, all power must belong to oneself, and the rest are trivial matters. Sit UPS, pull UPS, running, and skipping rope are all included. The main theme is a youth that is free and unrestrained. Ebisu, it's over. Kakashi hid in the shadows, scratching his head as he watched Naruto constantly abuse himself. This Naruto is really amazing. This time Ebisu has hit a wall. It's your own fault. Might Guy looked at Naruto with shining eyes, then looked away with some regret, sighing, what a good seedling, it's a pity that his identity is too sensitive. There will be opportunities later. I've been waiting for this opportunity. Uzumaki Naruto has a special physique. I have a feeling that he will definitely be able to carry forward the 8 gates. Let's wait and see. Now the most important thing is to complete the mission. Hey, Might Guy, how long have you been with me? I won't fight with you. He, Kakashi, wait for me to come back and we'll have another duel between men. Giving a thumbs up, Might Guy strode away. This guy. Kakashi chuckled, squinted his eyes, and lazily took out a copy of Intimacy Paradise from his ninja tool bag. He put force on his toes, jumped up, landed on a tree branch, found a comfortable position, and began his leisurely reading time. Night. Naruto took a shower, drank a few sips of space water, and revived with full health. I'm cleaning the room now. Throw away what should be thrown away, and put away what should be put away. Those expired things must be thrown away, and he must change into new clothes. The clothes he is wearing are already so old that they are in a mess, and he will not let himself be wronged. Naruto is rich, and the third generation brings some money every month, so there is no problem with basic security. But what do you expect a 5-year-old who is hated by others to do? This resulted in many of Naruto's things becoming expired, and many of them being used over and over again, which was pitiful. He looks energetic on the outside, but is actually traumatized on the inside. Post views, 105. 004 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 004. Buckle. 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 Just as Naruto was cleaning up, there was a knock on the door. When he walked over and opened the door, he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen holding a basket of fruit, a pipe in his mouth, looking at him with a smile. Behind him, in the dim light, mosquitoes were flying around, forming a strange black circle. Naruto's mouth twitched, and with a playful smile, he took the fruit from Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand without any hesitation and made way for him. Welcome, please come in. That posture and those movements were no different from the beauties soliciting customers in hotels. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Where did you learn this trick? In the bathhouse, I see they all do this. Naruto said innocently, when they do this, the customers are very happy to go in. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened. What's going on? I didn't notice it before, but today I feel that Naruto's learning ability is constantly improving, and he is learning some weird things. Thinking that Naruto might meet the Nine Tails in the future, he directly tore open the seal and said with a smile, welcome, please come in. Konoha village was shattered in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. With a start, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned dark. He barely suppressed his unhappiness, forced a smile and walked in. As soon as he entered, he was surprised to find that the house was much cleaner and more spacious today. Only then did he notice the garbage bag behind the door. He looked at Naruto in amazement, as if he were looking at a rare animal. It's rare that you can clean it up so cleanly. Call. Finally, there's something good. I don't know where you learned it, but I have to give it a thumbs up. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a long sigh, sat down with Naruto, explained to Naruto how he had dealt with Ebisu, and then started his usual brainwashing campaign about the will of fire. Finally, when they were about to leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his beard and asked with a smile, Naruto, what is your dream? My dream is to become Hokage. Naruto's eyes sparkled, he waved his fists, and said viciously, then let that barbecue restaurant work for me and make barbecue for me. Huh? Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hands hastily, this won't do. The Hokage is supposed to protect the villagers. How could you do this? Then why don't they sell me barbecue? Naruto wondered, isn't it that if you are good, I am good and everyone is good, and if you are bad, I am bad and everyone is bad? And they won't barbecue for me now, but when you went there, Grandpa Sandame, they were very welcoming. Naruto pinched his fingers and said, so I came to the conclusion that as long as I carry out the will of fire and become Hokage, I can go eat barbecue. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a long time. He stood up and left silently. He is numb. Need some quiet time. After walking out of the room, he turned his head to look at Naruto who was diligently clearing the table and tidying up the room. After a moment of silence, he said lightly, you, come out. Hokage-sama. The Anbu ninja appeared quietly, lowered his head, and followed Sarutobi Hiruzen's footsteps. What did Naruto do today? Abnormal, very abnormal. He needs to figure out what went wrong. After coming down from Hokage Rock, I went to a bookstore and secretly read a book, but was kicked out by the bookstore owner. Then I went to the bathhouse and tried to go in, but was scolded and almost beaten up. Finally, I went to a barbecue restaurant and felt my stomach wanting to go in and eat barbecue, but in the end, I didn't get to eat. Finally, I went home in disgrace. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. The case is solved. Doesn't Naruto usually encounter these kinds of things? But why doesn't he feel anything? He's always been carefree, but why is it not the same today? Ebisu, it's all you. Sarutobi Hiruzen gnashed his teeth inwardly and said coldly, go, deduct your salary. Bathhouse? Rectification. Barbecue restaurant, good luck in closing down. In one night, there were some subtle changes in Konoha village. Those who were well informed broke out in a cold sweat and thought to themselves, Uzumaki Naruto, so terrifying. In less than a day, Ebisu was brought down, the bathhouse that was making a fortune was renovated, and the barbecue restaurant that was doing a booming business was closed down. Look, our Uchiha clan is not well liked. Although you are on good terms with Kushina, my decision will not be wrong. Look, this is retribution. Uchiha Fugaku pointed at the information in his hand, a rare smile on his majestic face. Don't get close, don't curse, ignore it, nothing will happen. Yes, yes, you are awesome. Uchiha Mikoto rolled her eyes at Uchiha Fugaku and said worriedly, that child is so pitiful. There are only a few people in the whole village who are sincere. We can't even protect ourselves. We can't do anything about Uzumaki Naruto, and we can't touch him. Let's just keep things the same. We can take over this barbecue restaurant. Well, don't stop Uzumaki Naruto from eating next time. Chudaidingzuo commanded with confidence. He had long had his eyes on this barbecue restaurant. His family were foodies, and they could be found in many restaurants in Konoha village. The barbecue restaurant will naturally not let it go. Not only will the business be booming, but the tribesmen can also save a lot of money by eating there. It's like killing two birds with one stone. How great! Hey, what white and tender, juicy cabbage! At this time, Naruto, who was completely unaware of the situation, seemed to be sleeping, but in fact he had entered the space and was smiling from ear to ear as he looked at the various vegetables that had grown. This place is so strong that it only took one day for the crops to grow and ripen and be eaten. Starting tomorrow, he will have an endless supply of good food. This is a great joy, but unfortunately, he cannot share it with others, which makes him a little depressed. No, we have to take advantage of it. Speaking of which, can this space grow? How can it grow? He still has a lot of things to plant. Rice, wheat, gans, tomatoes, etc. He also wants to plant some fruit trees. For example, apples, pomegranates, oranges, etc. are all his favorite fruits. The fruits grown here must be fragrant and sweet. And eating it yourself can continuously improve your physical condition. Over time, he no longer knew how powerful he would become in the future. Maybe it has something to do with my strength. This goes back to square one, refining chakra and practicing ninjutsu. Oh, I'm so irritable. Scratching his head, he packed up the ripe vegetables and placed them aside. As soon as he thought about it, he left the space. Naruto lay on the bed with shining eyes and full of energy, unable to sleep at all. There was another person who couldn't sleep like him, and that was Sarutobi Hiruzen. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. After the demon fox was revealed, Naruto almost became a different person. Not only did the indoctrination of the will of fire over the years become a bubble, but Naruto was also led astray a little. It has to be corrected. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered deeply and finally sighed. No clue. Post views, 96. 005 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 005. The next day, Sarutobi Hiruzen came to the Hokage's office with dark circles under his eyes. As soon as he entered, he saw Danzo with bandages all over his body appear in front of him. "You so early? You made such a big fuss yesterday, I came to take a look today." Danzo leaned on his cane, shook his head and laughed. "I already know the general situation, what's going on with Naruto. I went to talk to him last night. He's been brooding over the demon fox. Luckily, we completely blocked the term demon fox, otherwise he might know his identity by now." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, walked to the table, pulled out a chair and sat down, saying helplessly, "Don't look at him as he's only 5 years old. He's not stupid at all. He's very sensitive. He must have noticed something. Most of my previous efforts have been wasted." Danzo's face darkened. He was one of the people who knew Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan. He had agreed with this strategy at first. It was about to succeed, but it was ruined by Ebisu halfway, which made him somewhat annoyed. Why do they do this? Of course, it is for the greatness of Konoha village. If Naruto can protect Konoha village in the future, it will be because he is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and releasing the Nine Tails at the critical moment will be a powerful weapon. This cannot be taken lightly. Now all we have to do is get Naruto to stop jumping around so Mew. Danzo pondered and kept saying, "Since it has happened, we must find a way to save it. Well, why not send him to school? Isn't his dream to become Hokage? Being Hokage isn't easy, so this can help distract him a little." "You have a point." Sarutobi Hiruzen thought thoughtfully, "Throw him into school. That way he won't run around and won't often run into those ignorant people. But we still need someone to be a teacher. Let Irika come. He just passed his teaching certificate exam, so he's a newbie. It's a good opportunity for him to practice." Sarutobi Hiruzen, smoking his pipe, nodded repeatedly, "That's a good idea, and to avoid being out of place, we'll need to bring a few more people in. Let's call it preschool." Sarutobi Hiruzen made the decision, pull in all the children who are about Naruto's age. It just so happens that this age group has a good ability to absorb knowledge. Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at each other and chuckled. "Hey? School?" Naruto was dumbfounded. Shouldn't the age for school to start be 7? Why is it moved to 5? Hey! This seems to be a good idea, Naruto thought to himself and asked curiously, "Can I practice ninjutsu?" "Certainly." Sarutobi Hiruzen curled his lips and said, "Going to school? Besides some theoretical knowledge, they teach ninjutsu. Anyway, those children have already started learning at home, so they can be taught in school as well. This can also serve as a transition, and perhaps the frequency of genin appearing in the future will increase. The most important thing is to make this little guy in front of you not be so jumpy. It would be best to continue to instill the will of fire and let it be used for their Konoha village. I will definitely report on time," Naruto promised. "It would be a waste not to go. I was just worried about having no place to practice ninjutsu. Isn't this a benefit that comes right to my door? Go, you must go." Seeing the excited Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. "Look, it's stable now. As long as Naruto went to school, it was better to be there than outside. As for those people outside, he would also warn them to prevent something like Ebisu from happening again. The word demon fox is a taboo in Konoha village and must never be mentioned. Okay, then you get ready, and I'll pick you up when the time comes." "Need not." Naruto refused, "I can go by myself. I'm not a child anymore." Okay, you're not a child anymore." Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed his laughter and left in a happy mood. "Done. It's just a kid, take it easy, don't be too simple. You guys are really amazing for coming up with this idea of going to school." Uchiha Fugaku chuckled when he received the news, called Sasuke over, and said seriously, "You will go to school in a few days, and you can learn something at the same time." The other families were also stunned when they received the news, but finally sent their children of school age over. For them, a year earlier or later makes no difference. It's nothing more than learning ninjutsu. This strategy is indeed a good thing for ordinary people. Many people heard the news and started to sign up enthusiastically. On the first day of school, there were not many people, but there was a huge flow of people. When Naruto arrived, the whole place was cleared. Naruto sneered and walked arrogantly into the school step by step. As for those cold looks, Naruto said that he was used to it and felt nothing inside. He came here to learn ninjutsu. Once he learned ninjutsu, these people would be nothing to him. It is clear at a glance which is more important. In the classroom, Naruto looked around. People kept coming in, little kids carrying school bags, some in groups, some alone. Naruto smiled and sat next to Hinata. "Hinata. Isn't this the Uzumaki Naruto who bumped into him last time? His chest is so hard. My forehead hurts a little when I think about it now. Wow, it looks great. Hiss, so exquisite." Just when Naruto wanted to say something to Hinata, he heard a low exclamation. He turned his head and saw Sasuke walking in with a smile on his face. "My brother is here to take me to school today. That's great. I'm already looking forward to him picking me up after school in the evening." Sasuke pondered silently in his heart. He was very sunny and cheerful at the moment, especially when it came to matters concerning Uchiha Itachi. He simply ignored the exclamations from the people around him, looked around, and found an empty seat to sit down. "Hey, why don't you exclaim? I think he looks good." Hinata looked puzzled. "Why would I scream? And, you don't want to get so close to me." Hinata was not used to someone being so close to her, her face flushed, and she nudged Naruto with her finger. It turns out that being a fangirl has no age limit. Looking at Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka who had not yet started to confront each other, Naruto curled his lips, feeling very bored. "Sasuke is indeed good looking, but I am not bad either. Is it because I am a fox demon that I have a natural filter? Damn. Boring. But it doesn't matter, these people have nothing to do with me." He still likes Hinata. She looks cute when she's shy, and she's as soft as a bun. It's just that this girl doesn't seem to know how to dress herself up. She only wears 1 or 2 sets of clothes all day long, which has concealed her edge in the early stage. It seems so in the later period. If some of her features weren't so amazing, who would have noticed her? Cough cough. Those who understand will understand. With a dry cough, Naruto sat upright, looking straight ahead. Iruka walked in with a book in his arms. Post views, 90. 006 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 006. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Looking at the young students in front of him, Iruka thought of what the Hokage said to him when he came to him. The will of fire? It seems that this age is indeed suitable for instilling this concept. But he really couldn't treat Naruto as an ordinary student. Looking at Naruto who was sitting upright, Iruka was silent for a moment, began to distribute books, and then started the class. They are all only 5 years old, and there is nothing good for him to do. However, since everyone knew they were going to become ninjas, they didn't make a fuss like the other kids did. People here generally mature early. Naruto was not surprised. What he was looking forward to most now was Iruka teaching them the 3-body technique and the method of chakra refinement. Time flies, and a week has passed in the blink of an eye. After some initial adjustments, Iruka finally began to teach the refining method. This is definitely good news for those who have not yet started practicing. Naruto is a genius himself, and with the thinking of an adult, he quickly learned how to refine chakra. Sitting in the seat, a thought came to his mind, and the chakra in his body surged and almost gushed out. Hiss, is this my chakra? Naruto took a deep breath. Isn't this power too powerful? Is this the advantage of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Naruto thought of the original Naruto's free raise Nen and other abilities, and he couldn't help but smile. From now on, I will definitely be a mobile turret. The wizard is invincible. No. I want to practice both body and technique. Call. 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 Although Naruto's movement was small, Hinata had already opened her eyes. When she saw Naruto's small movement, she subconsciously opened her Byakugan. At that moment, she saw the chakra surging in Naruto's body and was stunned. If other people's chakra is just a strand of hair, then Naruto's chakra is a stream of water gushing out of a thick water pipe. There is no comparison. Amazing! Hinata whispered softly, how come you are so powerful? It's okay, I don't know. Well. Hinata was envious. Her chakra is not weak, but the gap is a bit big compared to Naruto. Moreover, she doesn't like fighting, but she is the first heir to the Hyuga family patriarch, and the pressure is huge. She tried very hard to do it, but she just didn't have the heart to do it. In her mind, it would be better to study something else with this time. Unfortunately, growing up in the Hyuga family meant that I was destined to be separated from some things. She couldn't be happy. Be happy, I'll take you flying in the future. Thank you. Hinata laid on the table, chuckling softly. Naruto looked at Sasuke and the others again, his heart remaining calm. Now that you are here, you must do everything to the best of your ability and get rid of the title of the last one. And that Haruno Sakura, she looks so annoying. Why did she sit in front of me? This wide forehead is so dazzling. He glanced at her with disdain. Comparing her with Hinata, they were like heaven and earth. Alas, there comes a day when I hate someone so much. Naruto muttered. What's going on? At the moment when Naruto was refining chakra, the Nine Tails suddenly opened its eyes in the sealed space and looked at everything around it in surprise and doubt. Why does this sealed space feel like it's changing? The most important thing is that the influence of his chakra on Naruto began to gradually weaken. Was it an illusion? And vaguely, it felt that it could call out to Uzumaki Naruto. Are you kidding me, Ninja World? Kyuubi was dumbfounded. Naruto should only be 5 years old now, right? This shouldn't be the case, right? Is there something wrong? But this is also good. Joey said with a fierce look on his face, 5-year-old children are easy to deceive. Let's try to bring him in at night. At midnight, everything was quiet and the full moon was in the sky. Naruto felt something calling him in a daze. Tick. 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 There is the sound of dripping water. What's going on? Naruto suddenly opened his eyes and was surprised to find that he had come to a sealed space. So early. Well, go and take a look. Anyway, the nine-tailed fox is sealed now and can't pose any threat to me. Now that you are here, make the most of it. Now that you are here, go and see this Tsundere half nine tails. Snap. Snap. Stepping on the water, Naruto bypassed the maze passage of the sealed space, and the scene in front of him suddenly became clear, and a huge space appeared in front of him. In front of us, a huge cage stood quietly. The inside of the cage was so dark that we couldn't see our hands in front of us. Swish! Suddenly, a pair of eyes as big as copper bells suddenly opened, staring straight at Uzumaki Naruto, and a muffled and ferocious voice roared around, Are you not afraid of me? Kyuubi, Kurama. Nine-tailed fox. Thriller. Fear. Shock. All kinds of emotions surged in his heart, and Kyuubi's voice became shrill, How do you know my real name, little brat? He was sure that no one knew his real name except the Six-Path Sage and a few of his kind. How did this little kid in front of him know it? Naruto looked at the Nine Tails with an expression of disbelief and said mysteriously, Because I am from the future. Fart. Kuwabai opened his mouth and said, "You are from the future, and I am from the past." Naruto said calmly, "Not only do I know your name is Kurama, I also know the real names of your brothers and sisters, I also know the Sage of Six Paths, and I also know the existence of the Otsutsuki. Nine-tailed fox." Silence. These are the secrets buried in his heart. How did Naruto know them? It seems that this is the only explanation. You said you were from the future. Well, let me ask you, how is my future self doing? Dissipated. Naruto's voice was heavy, his acting skills soaring, his face filled with sadness, his voice choked with sobs. "We used heavy ion mode to protect the village, to protect what we care about, and you dissipated." Heavy ion mode? Kuwabai's ferocious mouth couldn't help but twit. Was he crazy? He actually hurt himself just to protect something? Moreover, this little guy actually knows about heavy ion mode. Could it be that he really came from the future? This is too unbelievable. It didn't want to believe it, but it seemed that what this guy said made sense. The Nine Tails was a little stunned by Naruto's series of words, and its originally fierce expression softened. He now desperately wanted to know what exactly happened in the future if what Naruto said was true. Wouldn't it be better for you to do evil things for no reason? Why do you have to suffer to protect others? This is not like your style. Naruto was in a good mood. We have to give this guy a hard time right from the start. Gradually gain his recognition? Sorry, he is not the Naruto in the original work and he can't talk nonsense. There is a high probability that it cannot be done. It would be better to use thunder and lightning right from the start, delivering a fatal blow. Post views, 87. 007 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 007. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Let me tell you about the future direction of the ninja world if nothing changes. Naruto began to elaborate. First, in about 2 years, the Uchiha clan will be wiped out, leaving only 3 or 4 left alive. Etc. Kuwabai interrupted Naruto, his eyes flashing with excitement. You said the Uchiha clan would be exterminated? Who did it? On the surface, it was Uchiha Itachi who did it, but in secret, there was the involvement of the Akatsuki organization. Akatsuki, what kind of force is this? The power created by Jiraiya's 3 apprentices was later intercepted and exploited by others, and grew into a behemoth in the future. Even Jiraiya died at their hands. Tears in my eyes. The dragon swims in the Angelica Sea, the sea comes to me without welcoming me. Jiraiya may have many flaws, but his personal charm is unquestionable. When Naruto was sitting on the stool with the popsicle in his hand, Naruto admitted that Jiraiya had won. No one could look at the broken Naruto indifferently. Looking back on Naruto's life, there were really few people who were good to him. Jiraiya is one of them. However, such a person died in the boundless ocean for the sake of information. This is a person who connects the past and the future. How many people hope that Jiraiya is still the same Jiraiya? Free and easy. Pity. There are no ifs in the future. No. Now that he is here, the future should change. Kuwabai remained silent for a long time. This is a true ninja, worthy of admiration. Keep talking. Kuwabai came to his senses, and unknowingly, the hostility in his body dissipated a lot. Regardless of whether Naruto was reborn or not, everything he said made sense and didn't seem made up. We should know whether it is true or not in 2 years. Adding to that the celebrity's adult-like way of speaking, Kuwabai already believed it 50%. The most visible leader of the Akatsuki organization is Nagato, who possesses the Rinnegan. Some say he's a ninja from the Uzumaki clan, others say he's not. There's no way to know for sure. He is also a tragic person. Behind the scenes, Zetsu and Uchiha Obito control everything. Each of them was trying to rescue his mother. One is to be able to stay with the person you love forever. So they created the infinite Tsukuyomi, which led to the Fourth Shinobi World War. Finally, the sacred tree descended, etc. The arrival of the sacred tree, doesn't that mean? The Nine Tails suddenly looked up at Naruto, and Naruto nodded seriously, yes, their target is you-tailed beasts. Depend on. Why is it so difficult to deal with the tailed beasts? Everyone wants to give it a try. And there's also the shadow of Uchiha Madara in this. Uchiha Madara? Kyubai's expression became even uglier. How come this guy isn't dead yet? In short, the future is scary and dangerous. This is the first hurdle. We haven't even used the heavy particle mode yet. Until later, the Otsutsuki arrived. Nine-tailed fox. Otsutsuki. What's wrong with this world? Why does it feel like this is nothing like the world I know? So, you mean we become partners in the future and protect this world? That's hilarious. The nine-tailed fox sneered, it's fine for me, the nine-tailed fox, to become your partner, but I want you to protect the world? It would be merciful of me not to destroy the world. Who knows what fate is? Naruto spread his hands. The nine-tailed fox shook its tail and asked calmly, so, if you were truly reborn, what would you do? Continue to protect me. He thought Naruto would nod, but he was surprised to see Naruto shook his head decisively, cursing, I am protecting Jill. Now that I have a second chance, I finally understand. It's okay to be a hero, but I absolutely have to be a hero in the hearts of those who care about me. The rest of you, what do you have to do with me? In this life, I just want to live a good life, becoming stronger and protecting those I care about. Those people in Konoha village are not within my protection range. Well said. Kyuubi praised, that's how it should be. Then, Kyuubi, let's work together. Ah, don't even think about fooling me so easily. Who do you think you are? Kyuubi squinted his eyes with a look of sarcasm on his face. Technically speaking, I am the son of the Sage of Six Paths. Huh? Kyuubi was confused. You are so many generations apart, what are you thinking about, still having a son? Chakra reincarnation, they are all related to each other to some extent. Kyuubi was silent. What you said seems to make some sense. Naruto looked at the Nine Tails with a smile, well, he gave himself the identity when he went out. The half-truth and half-false deception is more deeply rooted in people's minds. And this time I was reborn, I brought back some good things. Ming raised his hand, and under the curious gaze of Nine-tailed Fox, a juicy cabbage appeared in his hand. He handed it over, and Kyuubi took it curiously. The sealed space does not prohibit this, and I don't know the principle behind it. I sniffed it and felt a fragrance, then subconsciously took a bite. Suddenly his eyes lit up, it tastes great. What kind of cabbage is this? I planted it. Jiwei curled his lips. Why did this man's face look so calculating? It was disgusting to look at him. But what he said made a lot of sense. After thinking for a moment, Kyuubi lowered his head and stared straight at Naruto, what are you going to do? If I have the strength, I want to ensure the safety of the Uchiha at the most critical moment, and then subdue them. Adding icing on the cake is useless, but sending charcoal in the snow is the best gift. They can also be my team. Naruto was small, with his hands behind his back but with an amazing confidence. This confidence comes from the control over future trends and more from the system space. That powerful spiritual spring water has a very great effect. He has the confidence. Even without the nine-tailed fox, he could still do everything he wanted, but the timeline would be extended. If the timeline is extended, there will be many variables. This is not what he wants to see. So, Kyuubi pulling him into the sealed space was exactly what he wanted. Looking at the confident Naruto, Kyuubi vaguely saw the man who would protect the world alone in the future. I raised my hands high and protected this world. There seemed to be a voice coming from the darkness. Tisk. Kuwabai was shocked. You are really confident. Don't you know that I hate Uchiha the most? How about this, if you can grow to a level that satisfies me within 2 years, cooperation is not impossible. Kuwabai already believed it to the 7th level. That story didn't seem made up. And Naruto was too confident. No matter how confident a 5-year-old child is, it is impossible for him to have this kind of confidence when growing up in an environment like Konoha village. Jinchuriki is a taboo in every existence. It is almost impossible to have a good life. Except for his first wife, who was also his first Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mito. So, I really will be protecting the world in the future. Embarrassing foot picking. Now he feels so ashamed when he thinks about what he will do in the future. Will he also protect the world? A truly funny and embarrassing experience. Post views, 86. 008 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 008. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. 2 years. Naruto sneered, either agree to cooperate with me now, or don't even think about leaving in the future. Nine-tailed fox. Hey, your true colors are showing. Didn't you say we'd be partners from now on? How can you be partners like this, little brat? The nine-tailed fox roared, its ferocious mouth corners and the flame-like chakra made its hair stand on end, looking very scary. He stared at Naruto fiercely with his eyes, as if he was ready to fight him if they had a disagreement. Naruto folded his arms and said calmly, on the road to invincibility, there is no need for timid companions. Nine-tailed fox. Caoi. Despised. It's really frustrating. The nine tails glared at Naruto fiercely, but he could only stare blankly. This seal blocked all his movements. After a long time, Kuwabai withdrew his fierce gaze and lay helplessly on the ground. It seems that it has no way to deal with Naruto now. The juicy cabbage told him that if he didn't agree, there might really be nothing he could do in the future. Having lived for so many years, Joey has seen all kinds of good things. With the energy contained in this cabbage, plus Naruto's Uzumaki physique, as long as he works a little harder, he will be a powerful ninja in the future. And they are from the Uzumaki clan. Naturally restrain yourself. If you don't agree now, your future will be ruined. It is not afraid of death, but after being locked up for nearly 100 years, what if an Otsutsuki comes and drains its chakra? He didn't dare to bet whether Naruto really came from the future. Because what this guy said makes sense. Suddenly, Kuwabai realizes. This guy had this plan in mind ever since he was pulled into this sealed space. Hiss. It's terrifying when you think about it. This kind of thought and calculation is so scary. The nine-tailed fox looked at Naruto with a strange look in its eyes. Hey, I have a bad temper. Even if I agree to it, do you dare to break the seal? I don't dare now, but I think this day will come soon. Naruto spoke truthfully. Kuwabai was depressed. So annoying. Couldn't this guy just tell a lie to deceive him? Don't you know that sometimes the truth hurts more? If you don't let me out, I can't tell you anything. Who said that? Naruto chuckled and said, you can teach me ninjutsu. Don't tell me you've lived all these years and never seen a human ninjutsu. Good fellow, you're making fun of me. Kuwabai exclaimed, your plan is too deep, aren't you targeting me? Naruto spread his hands, looking innocent, who told you to drag me in? If not you, who should I jerk off? No, you're exposed. The nine-tailed fox raised his head coldly, if you really came from the future, how could you not know ninjutsu? Oops, I've been discovered. Naruto shrugged, looking nonchalant. Seeing this scene, Joey almost vomited blood. What the hell? Etc. If he didn't come from the future, those feelings that felt real couldn't possibly be made up by Naruto, right? What a joke. How could a 5-year-old come up with this? And how could he know so much? Predict the future? For some reason, this thought flashed through Kyubai's mind. There are thousands of ninjutsu and ninjas have many abilities, so predicting the future doesn't seem to be something difficult to accept. On the contrary. Because of this, Kyubai became even more depressed. He was actually fooled by a little devil. My reputation has been ruined. Kyubai sighed to the sky. This little devil is too evil, I can't stand him, I can't stand him. Think about it carefully. No matter what the outcome is, cooperation leads to win-win results, while failure to cooperate means death. He was well aware of the Otsutsuki's power, which was far beyond the reach of ordinary ninjas. Even if Naruto had that magical thing, it would be difficult to resist. Now it seems that I have no choice but to cooperate for my own sake. This made him even more depressed. Working with an enemy's child, a 5-year-old at that. The most important thing is that this child is a monster. He even thought that in the future this guy would sell himself out and he would have to count the money for him. So terrifying. Okay, let's cooperate. The nine-tailed fox is also a very decisive tailed beast. After careful consideration, it will not do any harm to itself anyway. The stronger Naruto is, the greater his desires become. If he tries to commit suicide, he might be able to get himself out early. Even if not, I'll just stay here for a few more decades. And what if what Naruto said was true? In short, you won't suffer any loss. To be on the safe side, we should cooperate for win-win results. I promise. The nine-tailed fox slowly stood up, staring at Naruto with its bell-sized eyes, and said in a muffled voice, I know a lot of ninjutsu. Although they are of little use to me, they are very important to you. Over the years, Kyubai has seen countless ninjutsu, and he has even seen many ninjutsu created by the second-generation Senju Tobirama. This is his current trump card. Naruto smiled brightly, it's been a pleasure working with you. I'm sure you won't be disappointed. That's better. So, do you know the three-body technique? Meeting. Next, the Nine Tails told Naruto how to practice the three-body technique. What is Naruto? Genius. In addition, the nine-tailed fox does not cause trouble, and the vegetables are juicy and the spiritual spring in the space is also delicious. The accumulation of various benefits has led to Naruto's talent being taken to a higher level. As soon as the nine-tailed fox said it, Naruto understood it immediately. In my previous life, I was just one of the ordinary people, working like a slave. Now, I have become a genius. The encounters in life are truly beyond words. Leaping up from the bottom, there is only a thin barrier between the two worlds. I have mastered the most basic three-body technique. After returning, Naruto lay on the edge of the bed, looking at the scenery outside, and smiled. I am one step closer to my freedom, how can I not be happy? Let's go to the space and take a look. Naruto came to the space and was suddenly surprised to find that the space had become a little bigger. Is it because of my practice? So this space changes with the changes in my strength. Naruto's eyes flickered, and in an instant he thought of various future uses. Perhaps you can create this place as a world that belongs to you alone. But the space is still very small now, so it is not necessary. Maybe if Kyubai comes out I can leave him here and let him farm for me. It would be a shame not to use such a big body to farm. Naruto chuckled. The nine-tailed fox in the sealed space suddenly shuddered. Opened his eyes and looked around suspiciously, muttering in his heart. Strange, why do I have a bad feeling? That little guy must be plotting against me behind my back. The nine tails locked onto Naruto in an instant. There's been no one else besides him lately. Post views, 78. 009 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 009. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. In the next few days, Naruto trained like crazy, both openly and secretly during the day. Openly, just run outside, squat up and down, and perform for others to see. I secretly drew the curtains and did some small exercises in silence. When you are thirsty, drink the space spiritual water. When you are hungry, fry some vegetables. Life is very fulfilling and promising. This kind of practice is much more powerful and crazy than others. But the path of cultivation is not achieved overnight, but a steady process of becoming stronger. This is especially true for ninjas. Unless you cheat like the Uchiha clan. Compared to this, Naruto's foundation has improved a lot, and he is very satisfied. There is still plenty of time, take your time and don't rush. The key is perseverance. Time flies. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, Naruto persevered. Although there seemed to be no change, Naruto's energy and spirit were quietly condensing. If a person concentrates on doing something, his mental outlook will always change. Especially Naruto, Space Spiritual Spring, training these. After persisting for a month, Naruto's eyesight became much sharper. Looks a bit out of place in the crowd. Isn't today the day Iruka teaches the three-body technique? Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the Hokage's office and saw the playground of the ninja school through the crystal ball. Although it is called a preschool class, it is actually not much different from normal school. I just studied 2 years longer than others. He also knew that Naruto often skipped classes, and even if he didn't, he would sleep there. Over time, the title of the last one in the class has become popular. But Naruto didn't react at all. This kind of test actually doesn't have much effect. Danzo leaned on his cane and said calmly, the heirs of those ninja families must know the three-body technique. If you want to see it, just look at those ordinary people. And Uzumaki Naruto. Well, you're right. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, I mainly want to see what Naruto's talent is. Naruto has been exercising this month, persisting and never stopping. With this kind of perseverance, if he had a better talent in ninjutsu, he would have truly taken off. At that time, a powerful Jinchuriki's protection of the village will become even more powerful. Sarutobi Hiruzen was looking forward to it. He was not afraid that Naruto would go astray, as he had seen it over the years and had even guided him in many ways. If Ebisu hadn't done that last time, Naruto would still be playing carefree now. I'm looking forward to it too. Danzo came behind Sarutobi Hiruzen and saw the scene inside the crystal ball. At this moment, in the playground of the ninja school, Iruka stood on the platform, quietly looking at the little kids in front of him, and said with a gentle expression, a month has passed. I believe you have already started to refine your chakra. It's just right. Today I will teach you the basic three-body technique. Some of you believe you have learned it, but do not be proud. Make yourself stronger. First, it's the clone technique. Then there's the transformation technique. Then there's the substitution technique. Iruka practiced them one by one, and then asked the people present to learn from each other and verify each other's skills. This is a very basic ninjutsu. As long as you can extract chakra, you can basically learn it. Sasuke and the others were distracted, and Naruto was a little bit too, he had learned it a long time ago. Hey, what are you going to do? Kyubai's voice came through. For some unknown reason, perhaps it was due to the spiritual spring water in the space, they were able to communicate with each other recently. How? Naruto's lips curled up when he heard this, of course it's a show of strength in front of others. What's the meaning? Joey was stunned. Is it necessary to be so high profile? You know what's the most frustrating thing? Naruto said, it's that we live better. Especially someone like me, a Jinchuriki, who they hate. Naruto's voice was as cold as the biting wind, the better my life is, the worse it will be for them. I just want to see them feeling miserable but unable to do anything to me. Kyuubi shuddered, his desire for revenge was really strong. This is just the appetizer. Naruto grinned, in the future, I still have many tricks waiting for them. In my previous life, I was mediocre. In this life, as a genius like me, of course I want to strike hard. Whitewashing is 3 points weaker, and blackening is 3 points stronger. Act recklessly and take pleasure in revenge. They have traveled through time and space, and their identities and abilities are so formidable, so why should they be so timid? When you are strong enough, you can go on stage and show off your muscles. This is the true nature of a man. The Nine Tails looked at Naruto, and in a trance it seemed as if he saw that godlike man. Senju Hashirama. No. It is the sage of 6 paths. How can a little kid like him be so confident? Nine Tails pouted sourly. If possible, it also wants to show its power in front of others, so that those ninjas who fear and always want to use him can see who is the boss. Pity. I am in a terrible state now. Alas, it's all tears if I say to Mew. The Nine Tails closed its eyes, not wanting to pay attention to the high-spirited Uzumaki Naruto in front of it. There's another very important point. Naruto pointed at the little kids beside him and smiled mysteriously. I want to surround the adults from the children. These kids are all potential stocks. Even though some of them cannot get along with me, most of them are not that hostile to me because of family reasons. Second, because of the anime filter, he really can't hate some people. In that case, let's win him over and conquer him. Naruto opened his arms and smiled into the wind. Give me a few hundred ninjas, and I'll change the sun and the moon into a new world. Arrogant. Arrogant. Kyuubi was silent. I have to admit that such high-spirited celebrities really have a unique charm. Naruto, I see you seem to be enjoying it. Come and see if you have learned it. Iruka's voice drifted over, and Naruto's smile disappeared, and he walked onto the training ground without hesitation. He glanced around and saw the broad forehead, then he looked away with disgust, and finally his eyes fell on Hinata. He grinned and said silently, "Watch me." Transformation technique. The next moment, a vivid Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared on the stage, with his hands behind his back, and he coughed lightly. Hey, students, hello. Next, I will tell you about the will of fire. The will of fire is... Iruka's face was filled with black lines. And he quickly interrupted it, all right, next clone jutsu. Naruto smacked his lips regretfully and transformed back into himself, then with a thought, a clone appeared beside him. Iruka looked at Naruto in surprise. This little guy has such a strong talent. There are people who can learn something just by watching it once, but it is rare to find one as vivid as Naruto. This is a genius. Unfortunately, he is a Jinchuriki. As for the substitution technique, Naruto naturally passed the test easily. Hara no Sakura. So awesome. Hateful. We are all ordinary people, why haven't I fully mastered it yet? I glanced at Sasuke secretly and found that Sasuke was secretly looking at Naruto. He glared at Naruto fiercely, gnashing his teeth. Post views, 72. 010 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 010. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Damn it, why would Sasuke pay attention to Naruto? What's so good about Naruto? Sakura's little face was full of confusion. Isn't Naruto just a beard? Humph. Yamanaka Ino also saw Sasuke's gaze and stared at Naruto again and again with some curiosity. Naruto was not moved at all, standing next to Hinata and looking proud. Well, I'm awesome, right? Sharp. Hinata clapped quietly. In her heart, Naruto is indeed powerful. When she first learned the three-body technique, she had to study it several times before she could fully master it. Her father said that there were no more than 10 ninjas in the entire Konoha village who could be recognized at a glance. Now there is another Naruto. So awesome. Joey curled his lips and said, 5-year-old brat, trying to imitate a peacock spreading its tail. Roll. Tisk, I'm not even looking at it yet. Kuabai closed his eyes, too lazy to look, it was too eye-catching. This Uzumaki Naruto is so talented. Danzo looked away in astonishment, why didn't I see it before? Now you see it, to be honest I was surprised too. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Naruto who was talking to Hinata in surprise, his eyes flashing. When did Naruto and Hinata become so close? Looks like we need to let the Anbu investigate. By the way, it seems that Naruto hasn't changed Mew as long as you don't mention the demon fox in front of him, he is still very stable. You're right. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Danzo nodded affirmatively, I can see that too, he's still smiling every day. Alas, children are so easily satisfied. I will go see him again tonight. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and said righteously, by the way, ask him something. Danzo glanced at Hinata and nodded casually. He doesn't bother to care about such things. Now he is planning to figure out how to bring down the Uchiha clan, and other things will be dealt with later. The current Uchiha threat is still too great, and most importantly, he also wants those eyes. Oh! There is also a still water. This guy's eyes are a time bomb and need to be cleaned out. But it's not the right time yet, he needs an opportunity. Danzo's eyes flickered, full of calculation. After sitting at the root for so many years, he had long forgotten his original intention. People will change. So does Sarutobi Hiruzen. At least he agreed in this matter. Although the second generation did not like the Uchiha people at the beginning, he only pushed them out of the center of power in Konoha village. Alas, these are troubled times. Uchiha Fugaku is having a headache now. Real. A troublesome child, a Sasuke with average talent, and a powerful clan member who always shouts for the family and the village to live in peace. This team is so difficult to lead. Uchiha Fugaku's mouth was bitter. If the family could unite a little, maybe they could turn the tide, but now. I really want to quit. However, he knew that the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. If only there were an opportunity. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly thought of Naruto, and then of Namikaze Minato. If the fourth generation were still in power, the current situation would not have occurred after an peaceful transition. Oh, Naruto, Minato, what a pity. Hinata. Father. As soon as Hinata returned home, she was stopped by Hyuga Hayashi. Hinata looked over in surprise. Hinata Hayashi put his hands in his sleeves, his expression dignified, are you close to Uzumaki Naruto? It's okay, it's my desk mate. I see you guys are having a great time chatting. Hinata Hayashi thought about it, but in the end didn't say anything. Just let it be, as long as you know that it happened. If we intervene now, complications are inevitable. The third generation is now investigating, so it's best not to take any action. As for Naruto, Hinata Hayashi had no ill feelings. The higher UPS all know what's going on with the Jinchuriki, and they might not be happy about it, but this is the strategy formulated by the third Hokage, and Danzo is behind it. They were helpless in the face of this situation. Practice well. Since you and Naruto are good friends, you can go and ask for advice if you have time. Ah, good. Hinata, confused, nodded subconsciously. But the thought of asking Naruto for advice made him feel dizzy. You've had a good time today, isn't it nice? Cool. Naruto walked on the road with a faint smile on his face. This is just the beginning. There will be more surprises waiting for them in the future. You humans are so complicated. You want to take advantage, but you also want to be on guard. You're both right and wrong. It's disgusting. Don't lump everyone together. Cut. Naruto was silent. It's really hard to answer this question. As long as they are highly intelligent creatures, their minds are complicated. It's just that the hearts of humans as a group are more complicated. By the way, do you still have that thing? Give me some more. Chinese cabbage. Can't you do something different? It's just cabbage all day long. Jiwei frowned, do something special. Carrot. That's fine. Qiubai curled up the corners of his mouth and smiled. Etc. I'm laughing my ass off. The smile on Qiubai's face suddenly disappeared. He had no friendship with Naruto now. Just partners. That's right, partners, nothing else. Naruto scoffed inwardly. You arrogant fox, you eat my food and drink my drinks. I wonder how you can argue with me in the future. Come into my bowl obediently. Once he can withstand Nine Tails mode, he will have to find a way to get Sage mode. This is Naruto's growth path. There is nothing wrong with it, and it's also handsome. All he has to do is extend this path of growth. For example, the aspect of physical skills. He does the same now. There's one more thing to note. After returning home, Naruto suddenly thought of someone, whose death was indeed a great loss. What is it? Uchiha Shisui. The one known as Shisui of Instant Body? What happened to him? Uchiha Shisui is also a very famous person, and he is a faction on this side of the village. He shouldn't have any major problems. According to Qiubai's thinking, if such people were used properly, the Uchiha clan would not be able to cause any trouble at all. These days he also learned about the information of some current ninjas in Konoha village. Shisui is the kind of person who loves his village very much, and he also loves his family very much. His greatest hope is for peaceful coexistence between the two. He also has a good friend and a good brother, Uchiha Itachi, who does exactly the same thing as him. I bet Uchiha Fugaku must be having a headache right now. It gives me a headache too. It's 1955 now. I don't remember exactly. But it should be this year. Shisui will be murdered by Danzo. What? After hearing what Naruto said, the Nine Tails was confused. Is this a self-severed arm? Brain dead? Post views, 71. 011 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 011. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Qiubai was confused. He never imagined that someone would do such a strange thing. Shisui is so strong, Danzo must have been able to defeat him by sneaking up on him, but I can't understand why he would do that. What's the big deal? If he kills Shisui, the eye will be his. Besides, he definitely doesn't believe that Shisui will really turn against the village. Killing him will remove an unstable factor, which is great. Qiubai was silent. So, you want to save Uchiha Shisui? I think it's difficult. He is very strong, and you don't have much time to save him. Naruto sighed. This is just a bit troublesome, and if possible, he really wants to save it. By the way, find a way to recruit Uchiha Shisui. There are indeed many strong Uchiha people, but Shisui is unique among them. With his help, everything I want to do in the future will be much smoother. In the final analysis, it's still a lack of strength. Naruto frowned. Is there any way to quickly improve my strength? Even if it's only for a short time. It really exists. Qiubai was startled when he heard this, then his eyes lit up, he swept his tail on the ground, and held his head high. I have a good idea. How do you say that? 8 gates ninjutsu, plus my chakra for you to use. Naruto thought quietly after hearing this, the 8 gates can indeed greatly enhance strength. Combined with the Nine Tails chakra mode, it can indeed burst out with powerful power in a short period of time. Well, the question is, can you control this sudden power? Qiubai pinched his claws and said, one more thing, these probably won't be able to stop Shisui. No need to block it, just give him a chance. Plant a seed of doubt in their hearts. Naruto smiled coldly. He didn't believe that a ninja like Uchiha Shisui who could fight his way out of a sea of corpses and blood was really so stupid. Just give it a seed and it will take root and sprout. So, I have to master it as soon as possible. As for the fact that I ascended to heaven before I mastered Shisui, I can only say that I tried my best. It's the time and the fate. Doing some small things while protecting himself is already his limit. Etc. Naruto suddenly narrowed his eyes and thought of a good idea. Maybe I can write a note and put it in Sasuke's pocket. Ah, this method. Kyuubi was stunned. But if you think about it carefully, this is a compromise. If it succeeds, it will be a good thing, but if it fails, it won't be a big loss. The font issue needs to be fixed. Naruto touched his chin, his eyes wandering and then fixed on the 9 tails. Joey's fur instantly exploded. What do you want to do? He. Naruto rubbed his hands. I'll leave this matter to you. I say, you write. I won't. Joey decisively refused. I will never write even if you kill me. I'm not used to writing your human writing. It's so ugly, but I won't make a fool of myself. There is a continuous supply of vegetables every day. Naruto's voice was full of temptation, and the 9 tails expression was struggling. Normally, Naruto was in limited supply, but now it was in constant supply. The temptation is too strong. Only after eating this thing will you know how good Naruto's food is. He felt stronger after eating a little. This is incredible. He is the 9-tailed fox, and he was born with this strength. It will take a long time for him to become stronger. But now, he sees hope of becoming stronger. I wrote. In the end, Kyuubi couldn't resist the temptation and succumbed. It's just writing a few words, you can do it with ease. Half an hour later, Kyuubi looked at the words he had written and began to doubt his life. Naruto stood by with his arms folded, sneering. I just don't believe it. I can't even write a few words properly. Kyuubi gritted his teeth and waved his claws. Bring me paper and pen. Buddhas fight for a breath of incense, and people fight for a breath of air. How can I, the great 9-tailed fox, fall down here? It is absolutely impossible. I don't want to be a master of calligraphy, but I want to be a tailed beast that can write normally. Do it for me. Naruto. What an amazing fighting spirit. Put down the paper and pen and retreat quietly. Sometimes you need to study more about sealing techniques. The sealing techniques in this ninja world are the most powerful. Real. He still couldn't figure out the principle behind it, but it allowed him to enter freely and even send things in. But the 9-tailed fox just couldn't get out. The sealing ability is too strong. If it can be researched and developed, it would be terrifying. It feels like there's one more research direction. Naruto thought thoughtfully. The most important thing now is my own strength. Age does limit him greatly. Just plant it obediently. Eating more will make you stronger. Shaking his head and putting aside some unrealistic thoughts in his mind, Naruto began his daily training without fail. As for Joey, he is so obsessed with writing that he starts to have a problem with it. To this end, Naruto also found a calligraphy description and threw it in. Ahahaha. About 3 days later, the 9-tailed fox's loud laughter broke through the entire sealed space and fell into Naruto's ears. From now on, I am a tailed beast that can write. When I meet the one-tailed Shikaku, I will definitely ridicule him severely. Naruto was speechless. Look at the words written by Joey again. Well, it's barely readable. Okay, leave the rest of this matter to me. Naruto calmly took it away, and saw the 9-tailed fox continuing to lie there and write like the wind. 6. Naruto silently gave him a thumbs up and could only express his admiration. La la la. After school, Sasuke held Uchiha Itachi's hand, smiled like a fool, and skipped all the way. He is happy at this moment. Looking at Naruto and Sasuke, it was truly a life of hardship. If possible, who doesn't want to live a happy and carefree life? Most people don't like fighting and killing, it can only be said that they are forced to do so by life. Hey? Why is there a note in my pocket? When they were almost home, Sasuke reached into his pocket and wanted to eat a candy in it. When he touched it, he didn't take out any candy, but a crumpled piece of paper. Uchiha Itachi didn't care at first. It's just a piece of paper, no big deal. But the moment Sasuke unfolded the note, Itachi's face changed slightly, and he quickly raised his hand and grabbed it. Sasuke. He looked at his hands, then at his brother, his face completely bewildered. What is this doing? Itachi coughed dryly, a gentle smile on his face, and changed the subject lightly. After dinner, I'll go practice kunai throwing with you. Really? Okay. Sasuke's eyes lit up and he put the note out of his mind. Note? What is that thing? Can I have a brother to practice with me? Itachi breathed a sigh of relief, then his expression hardened. The contents of the note came to mind. Post views, 71. 012 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 012. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Be careful Danzo, take the eyes and betray us. The handwriting of Jizeo is better than his, but these words can be vaguely seen. Uchiha Itachi's expression changed. He didn't know who put it in Sasuke's pocket, but the contents made him terrified. I need to discuss this with brother Shisui. Itachi suppressed the shock in his heart, ate dinner first, then accompanied Sasuke in training for a while, and then went straight to Uchiha Shisui's house. Itachi, why are you here today? Shisui was a little surprised. Itachi didn't come here often, and every time he came to see him, the time was very fixed. Now that he suddenly came here in the middle of the night, it seemed that something had happened that even Itachi couldn't grasp. Uchiha Itachi handed over a note with a serious expression. Shisui took it and looked at it, his expression changing slightly. Whose? I don't know, I found it in Sasuke's pocket. I remember you were the one who went to pick up Sasuke. Shisui thought for a moment and said, then he must have been let in at school. That means only those who entered the school today have this condition. Who could it be? The two looked at each other in silence. There are so many people coming and going in the school, it is impossible for Sasuke to stay in the classroom alone. In this way, there is no way to lock it. Moreover, the handwriting is so illegible that the person who put it there would not be stupid enough to expose himself. Is it an attempt to sow discord, or is it true? Brother Shisui, you have to be careful. Shisui gave a wry smile. Have to. No matter which situation it is, the people behind it have already got the results they wanted. For now, he did feel a little apprehensive. Even if it's very little, it still exists. Hateful. Shisui punched the door frame. Hate the person behind this, hate Danzo. Whether it's true or not, we can never go back to the way it was before. They are not stupid and have all the necessary discernment. As far as this is concerned, Shisui vaguely feels that what is said on the note is true. Nothing else. Because he had vaguely felt this trend before. It was just a natural filter that prevented him from thinking in that direction. Now this note makes it clear directly. How can the family and the village coexist with such intrigue? Shisui roared inwardly. Uchiha Itachi sighed. Both of them felt a sense of weakness. At this time, unless someone appears who can suppress everything, there is really no solution. However, such a person only appears once in a century. How could there be such a person? And it has to happen to be in Konoha village. Even though both of them are geniuses, they couldn't help but feel despair at this moment. No matter what, since the person behind this has taken action, there will definitely be further actions. After a pause, Shisui looked at Itachi, but Danzo has to be on guard too. I'll have to be more careful next time. Yeah, I understand. Go back and leave me alone. Tisk, it looks like it was successful. That's good too. It buys me some more time. Naruto walked to the ramen shop as if nothing had happened and ordered a bowl of ramen. Changpyu is a beautiful and kind person, and the uncle who hits her with his hands is also a good person. At that time, the Ichiraku ramen restaurant was still very small, with only a few seats, and was often full. But as long as Naruto comes, he can basically clear the area. Naruto still felt a little embarrassed about this, as he was delaying other people's business. I don't really care about hand typing. Not much to lose. Uncle Handbeat, don't you have any plans to expand? I've thought about it, but firstly, I don't have the money, and secondly, we're not well known, so expanding would be a bit of a waste. Hey, when I grow up and become Hokage, I will definitely grant you a big store. Naruto grinned, his smile wide. The nine-tailed fox still couldn't stand Naruto's hypocrisy. He was really the example of someone who said one thing to one person and another thing to another person. Ha ha ha, that's great. I'll wait for the day when you become Hokage. Hit your hands and laugh. Naruto smiled but said nothing. He believed that time would not pass too long. I have to say that handmade ramen is a must-try. No matter where you are in Naruto, you will feel sorry for your trip if you don't try a bowl of ramen. Uncle, I believe your store will be very popular in the future. I'll give you my good wishes. Naruto glanced at the Uchiha gate in the distance again and left leisurely. All that is left is to wait and become stronger. Naruto walked with a firm step. All the disguises are not our intention, Konoha village, just wait. Not long after Naruto returned home, Sarutobi Hiruzen came to visit again. Naruto was speechless. The number of times the third generation had aged had increased a lot recently. Little Naruto, Grandpa is here to see you again. Naruto smiled brightly, thank you, Grandpa Sandame, for coming to see me. I'm very happy. Facing Naruto's little adult look, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed what he thought was a kind smile. Look, I brought you a fish today, let you see my cooking skills. Naruto. Nine-tailed fox. I am here to brainwash you again. How annoying. Why didn't I realize this old man was so good at pretending before? He's a ninja hero, how did he become like this? Can a high position really change a person so drastically? Perhaps. Kyuubi asked in a low voice, hey, will you become like this in the future? Who knows? Naruto rubbed his chin, a dragon slayer eventually becomes a dragon himself. I don't even have confidence in myself. After all, those who can sit in high positions are all strong people, and how many of them are exempt from this? So what makes you different from others? Just because you are the protagonist? Naruto had an idea and slapped his thigh. Yes, I am the protagonist, I am not afraid of anything. Be sure to keep your original intention. Hey? What is my original intention? Naruto fell into deep thought. Crazy. The nine-tailed fox stared at Naruto's current dilemma in amazement, and silently took out a piece of paper and started practicing calligraphy. Slip away, slip away. Your mastery of chakra has improved by leaps and bounds. These vegetables and water you've grown are truly a blessing. Inside the sealed space, the nine-tailed fox looked at Naruto with emotion, who had already mastered the chakra. It hasn't been long since Naruto came to this point. If he and Naruto could really do what he said, they would be able to kill people indiscriminately. Unfortunately, no. They haven't reached that level of mutual trust yet. Now the Nine-Tails doesn't even believe in Naruto. How can he become the perfect Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? This scene can only be imagined now. It also didn't believe that Naruto would trust it without any precautions. They are both the same. But the talent Naruto showed was already amazing enough. With your current abilities you should be able to practice that jutsu. The Nine-Tails looked at Naruto sternly. What jutsu? Could it be Flying Thunder God? Or some other amazing ninjutsu? Kyuubi spoke slowly, enunciating each word. Post views, 67. 013 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 013. Raise Nan. It's actually this ninjutsu. Naruto frowned. This is indeed Naruto's signature ninjutsu. It was born in the hands of Minato Namikaze and developed by Naruto. All kinds of balls, extremely strong. Sometimes, when people become strong, they can really have one trick up their sleeve and dominate the world. That's what Naruto is like. Is it because he won't be able to learn other ninjutsu in the future? No, it's just because this one ninjutsu is enough for Naruto to conquer the world. But then again, ninjutsu still needs diversity. At least this way you won't be targeted. What's so good about Raise Nan? It's because he is an unmarked ninjutsu, so he can do it smoothly. However, in this world, there are still some geniuses who can perform ninjutsu to the point of fluency. There are also the so-called bloodline limits, bloodline nets and other evil-like ninjas. If the celebrity did not have the status of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he would probably be no different from these people. You really need to learn this. Naruto vaguely remembered how to practice. With the help of the Nine Tails, Naruto learned it after just a few experiments. Looking at the Raise Nan spinning in Naruto's hand, the Nine Tails' jaw almost dropped. He stared at the scene in amazement, his face full of disbelief. How can it be so fast? Kyuubi was confused. He knew that Naruto was very powerful and talented, but you didn't have to be so exaggerated. It only took 2 or 3 attempts to succeed. Looking at the Raise Nan spinning in Naruto's palm, the Nine Tails shuddered. Such a monster, coupled with those resources, if it complements his identity as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki in the future. Maybe it is really possible to be invincible. I recognize you. Jouei was silent for a long time before he slowly said, you can indeed improve your strength in a short period of time. And even though Naruto has so many little thoughts hidden in the dark, it has already begun to mourn for those who have bullied him, as well as Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. Good guy, I've been fooled all over. Now, except for him, the Nine Tails, no one knows what is going on in Naruto's mind. Hey, this is getting interesting. Kyuubi was in high spirits. He also hated Konoha village and really wanted to see that scene happen. Now that he had learned the 3-body technique, Naruto decisively skipped class. He is a good boy and also reminisces about his school life. But if you really go to school, can you stay there? Obviously, no. That was what happened to Naruto, so he skipped classes. Iruka looked at the empty seat, veins popping out on his forehead. Asshole, this guy skipped class so soon, you guys can have fun by yourselves, I'll go catch him back. Sasuke is still the best. Sakura looked at Sasuke with a smile, and curled her lips at the thought of Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto is a bad boy. No. Hinata behind him felt uncomfortable and whispered in defense, he has already learned the 3-body technique. Then he skipped class too. Seeing Hinata defending Naruto made Sakura even more upset. The nickname Broad Forehead was given by Naruto, and she has no good feelings towards Naruto. Besides, those people outside don't like her. Combined with these 2 factors, Sakura dislikes Naruto even more. Hinata. Tilting her head, Hinata looked at Sakura strangely. Don't attack if you don't like it. It is true that Naruto got the wide forehead, but isn't that the truth? There's nothing wrong with you opening your mouth to attack Naruto for skipping classes or something, but who are you showing this look of disgust to? Hinata looked at Sakura and then at Sasuke, and she understood. It was done for Sasuke to see. Why? Is it because Sasuke and Naruto don't get along with each other? Childish. Hinata weakly uttered 2 words in her heart. I want to skip class too. I want to lie down and rest. Shikamaru lay on the table, looking helpless, going to school is so boring. Shikamaru crunched his snacks and nodded continuously upon hearing this. Yamanaka Ino, who was standing by, looked helpless. Chuji, Don't just nod at everything Shikamaru says. You should have your own opinion. Whatever Shikamaru says is right, crunch, I'll just listen to him, crunch. Yamanaka Ino. I am really impressed. Why does it feel like there are so few normal people in this class? Forget it, let's just look at Suzuki. At least he's more pleasing to the eyes. Where did Naruto go? Irika looked around the streets, homes, and other places where Naruto often appeared, but he couldn't see him. Finally, he found Sarutobi Hiruzen. What did you say, skipping class? The hanging pipe almost fell to the ground, and Sarutobi Hiruzen grabbed it in his hand. What's going on? Maybe after learning the three-body technique, you feel like there's nothing left to learn. Irika wasn't entirely sure after hearing that. Anyway, the celebrity didn't go to class today. Wait a minute, I'll use the crystal ball to show you, and you can go look for it yourself. By the way, what's that ANBU ninja doing there? Why didn't he report back such important information? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. This was not a big problem. Where's Danzo? He said he was going to treat Uchiha Shisui to a meal and to talk about the problems between the Uchiha and the village. It's time to take action. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly realized that Danzo seemed to have been preparing for today for a long time, striving to make sure that nothing could go wrong. Under the control of Tuan himself, there was absolutely no possibility for Uchiha Shisui to survive. In this way, the Uchiha clan fell into decline. You must know that the current Uchiha Shisui is the powerful leader of the Uchiha clan. Anyone who can make such a big name in the ninja world is definitely not a simple person. That's good, at least this clears up one unstable factor. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. The conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village has existed since the first generation. Until the death of the first generation and the succession of the second generation, the Uchiha clan was placed on the margins. Just because the second generation can suppress something doesn't mean they can do so for a long time. So, trade-offs must be made. For the sake of the village, I'm sorry to have wronged you. Looking leisurely at the Uchiha clan's territory, this ancient family will eventually die out in his and Danzo's hands. By the way, let's find Naruto first. Where did this guy go? Sarutobi Hiruzen used the telescope technique and kept searching, and was surprised to find that Naruto was at home. Because he saw the ninja who was staring at Naruto on the tree trunk next to Naruto's house. Then why didn't Irika find it? Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, feeling that something was strange, and his heart moved, but he couldn't leave the faith. He planned to go and see what was going on. At the same time, at the Uchiha house, Shisui remained silent. Just now, he received an invitation from Danzo to have dinner at the root. Good job! Uchiha Shisui was so angry that he almost laughed. Inviting guests to dinner is not at home, not outside, but at the root. He might not have felt anything before, but now? Sorry, I'm on guard. In other words, I am half awakened. Post views, 63. 014 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 014. It's going to rain. The sky was gloomy, and lightning flashed across the sky from time to time. The feeling of low pressure makes people feel suffocated. On the ground, ants were moving frantically, and he even saw some birds flying very low in the distance. All these signs indicate that heavy rain is about to come. Naruto stood at the windowsill. A strong wind had begun to blow outside, bringing endless coolness. It's a dark and windy night, a murderous night. What a beautiful day! If I remember correctly, Uchiha Shisui was killed in such weather. Will it be today? It's actually very easy to identify. Naruto's location was a bit remote, and he lived on the second floor. In this era when houses were generally not very tall, he could see very far. In addition, the root base was under the tree hole, so he could easily see who entered the roots. This geographical location is truly unique. What are you going to do? Naruto chuckled, making trouble. Hey, don't commit suicide. Nine Tails broke out in a cold sweat. Your current strength cannot activate the Nine Tails mode. Even if you can, do you think Konoha village is your home? Don't worry, I know my limits. Naruto smiled confidently. The source of his confidence is the Raise Nan. I don't know why, maybe it's because he drinks spiritual spring water frequently. It seems that the attributes in his body are constantly being replenished. The Raise Nan created by combining the lightning attribute chakra with the wind attribute chakra can be thrown out. This is not the most amazing thing. The most amazing thing is that it can become invisible. He didn't know how this worked, but it was very powerful, and he was especially good at sneak attacks. Who in the current Konoha village could have imagined that it would be him who would take action? Who could have imagined that there was such a disgusting Raise Nan? The effect will definitely be good if it is unexpected. This is the intelligence gap. An intelligence error can determine the victory of a battle. What's more, now? Danzo's chances were already very slim. He was now very curious whether Shisui would still be fooled after his reminder. If that's the case, then there's really no need to help, just let it fend for itself. Because it's worthless. In Naruto's view, being kind to the enemy is being cruel to oneself. Logically speaking, Uchiha Shisui, a ninja who has experienced great battles, should understand this principle. In the past, he could say that he was doing it for the sake of existence, but now he can't continue to deceive himself like this. Time passed minute by minute, and suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the tree hole. It was Uchiha Shisui. After thinking for a moment, Uchiha Shisui walked in. Here it comes, it started. Nine-tailed fox lay limply on the ground. What does it have to do with you? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Well, this guy is really getting carried away. Does he really think Konoha village is as simple as it seems? If it were that simple, I wouldn't have been sealed here for so many years. Forget it, it's just a matter of time anyway. Kyuubi ignored it. He actually wanted to see what Naruto had the confidence to do this before he took action and was caught. You're here, come, sit down. Shisui sat down respectfully, frowning at the large table of food in front of him. The ninja version of the hungmen banquet. I wonder what the elder wants to discuss with me? It can't be just for a meal, right? There is indeed one thing, which is about the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan. Danzo said with a smile, come, let's talk while we eat. I have a good plan. Shisui narrowed his eyes and pretended to eat. He wanted to see what kind of plan Danzo had. They chatted for a long time, and Shisui was very patient. Seeing the time passing by minute, Danzo sneered inwardly. He is indeed a fool, he can pull this off by himself. Yes, he poisoned it. Otherwise, they might be able to stop Shisui, but it would definitely come at a huge cost. The root was a force he had built up bit by bit, and he couldn't allow the root to suffer too serious a loss. Poisoning is undoubtedly the best option. After eating and drinking, Shisui looked at Danzo again. Elder, can you tell me now? Of course, the solution is actually very simple. That is for your Uchiha clan to disappear from the village, especially you. What? Shisui's pupils suddenly shrank, and he stood up suddenly, looking at Danzo in shock. He knew that the captain was going to attack him, but he never expected Danzo to be so cruel. Wrong. How could Danzo be so brave by himself? At this moment, Shisui felt cold all over. He had a hunch that the third generation was not so innocent in this. So. Uchiha Shisui laughed bitterly, you have never thought of accepting us Uchiha. Who knows? You should go to the Pure Land and think about it. Danzo shouted, do it. Shisui, just surrender. You've been poisoned. You can't escape. Snort. Uchiha Shisui snorted coldly, someone came to remind me not long ago that you had bad intentions. Fortunately, I kept an eye on you. Now it seems to be true. Sorry, I'm not poisoned. Boom. Uchiha Shisui opened fire at full power, directly activated the Mangeki, and began to break through the siege of the root ninjas. At this moment, Shisui returns to the ninja world with his instantaneous body. Chase him. Seeing the fat meat he had just got fly away, Danzo was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He has been wary of that other god for a long time. I thought I could take it by surprise today, but I didn't expect to be tricked. But so what? Danzo looked coldly at Shisui, who flashed away. He has a lot of talented people under his command, and with me included, how could he let you run away? While chasing, Danzo calmly thought about what Shisui had just said. Someone tipped off the information. Who was it? The first thing Danzo thought of was Sarutobi Hiruzen. It seemed that he was the only one among these people who knew his plan. And there is that overly clever Narashikaku, maybe he can guess. Could it be Narashikaku? The third Hokage guy is unlikely. It seems that the Nara clan also needs to observe secretly. As he was thinking, Danzo and the others had already rushed out of the tree hole one after another. In the pitch-black environment, in this dark night with heavy rain, human figures flashed one after another. It appeared. Naruto, who was hiding by the window, grinned. Danzo, let me give you a big gift. Naruto raised his hands, formed two Raise-Nan, and swung them violently. Under the shocked gaze of the Nine Tails, the Raise-Nan spun, was thrown out, and disappeared silently into the darkness. Invisible Raise-Nan, no, can this Raise-Nan still be thrown out? Seeing this scene, Kyuubi exclaimed that it was unbelievable. He had never seen Minato Namikaze use this ability. So this was developed by Naruto? How many people can block this invisible Raise-Nan? Depend on. Horrible. Then the Nine Tails finally understood where Naruto's confidence came from. In such an environment, Naruto had been hiding here for so long, and according to his perception, the ninja in the dark had already hidden himself. Are you kidding? Even a ninja wouldn't dare to hide on a tree trunk in this kind of weather. The right time, right place, and right people are all in place. So Naruto took decisive action. Post views, 55. 015 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 015. The first move is a king bomb. Danzo was chasing Shisui when he suddenly felt that danger was approaching. He subconsciously raised his hand and used the kunao to block. At this moment, his rich experience from years of fighting prevented him from being too embarrassed. Boom! The Raise-Nan flashed and landed on Danzo, blooming into a wind and thunder flower. Danzo was caught off guard and took several steps back due to the impact. The rest of the people were not so lucky. Under the explosion of another Raise-Nan, the most unlucky one was sent flying and lost consciousness on the spot. The others were also startled and lost their composure. In just a moment, Shisui had already run away and no one knew where he was. Ah! Danzo roared inwardly, his anger reaching its peak. Why? Who is it? What is that? Questions came to his mind one after another, casting a dark cloud over Danzo's heart. Ha ha ha, that's so funny. Kyuubi slapped the puddle and nearly died of laughter. Looking at Danzo's expression, he would never have guessed that it was Naruto who took action. Naruto is a very mean guy. This move directly disrupted all of Danzo's rhythm. I wonder what the Uchiha's next move will be. Kyuubi was looking forward to it. What he is most looking forward to is a dog-eat-dog fight between the two. Naruto shrugged. He didn't think there would be a fight between the two, but it was impossible to go back to the way things were. The cracks have been sown, and all that remains is to wait for them to blossom and bear fruit. This will also buy you some time. When he becomes strong enough, he will go and reconquer the Uchiha clan. Naruto knows very well that ambition is not limited by age, and when one's strength reaches a certain level, he can easily defeat everything. Those people can only bow their heads and worship. Besides, he is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the son of the fourth Hokage, so he naturally has a sense of so-called political correctness. Is he rebelling? No. He is a man who purges the court of evildoers and upholds justice in Konoha village. The current Konoha village is already decayed. Wouldn't it be great if we could go to Orochimaru to publicize it and come up with a plan to destroy Konoha ourselves? Do you really think that everyone in the village is satisfied with what these people are doing now? Think about the old Konoha village. Even if there were no first generation and second generation, there would be no such powerful ninjas as Shisui who can move instantly and Hatake Sakumo. There are also Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, the legendary three ninjas. The next successors include the evil Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi. Not to mention Uchiha Itachi's indelible stain of killing his own people. If Danzo and others hadn't taken some action, would he have reached this point? If it hadn't come to this, with his talent he would still be a powerful ninja even without opening the Mangekyo. There are also protagonists like Uzumaki, Naruto and Sasuke. The lineup is gorgeous. With such a lineup, when the Nine Tails comes out, will Minato lose his life because of sealing the Nine Tails? Not to mention this, Naruto even felt that Uchiha Obito would not dare to come in. As long as no one comes in, Uzumaki Kushina will be safe. These are two powerful fighting forces. But look at what they did. Hatake Sakumo died. The three ninjas left, and Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina also went to the Pure Land. In the end, Uchiha Shisui was no exception and was tricked to death. The remaining 2 or 3 cats and dogs did not gain some confidence until Kakashi and Might Guy's generation grew up. But at that time they were only jonin. If Naruto hadn't forced Konoha village to donate blood, Konoha village would have collapsed long ago. That's it. What's the point of protecting a village like this? It's rubbish. It's better to tear it down and start over, and build the Konoha village of your dreams. One wrong move and the whole game is lost, a total collapse. This is the Konoha village that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo worked so hard to build. It is simply ridiculous. Even more ridiculous is Hisashi Hinata. Even though they didn't lose, a member of the Hyuga clan had to lose his life. He is also the patriarch's younger brother. Don't they think that Hinata Hayashi doesn't hate him in his heart? Sometimes I really don't know what's going on in these people's brains. Sometimes I even feel like this is a female-oriented world. Naruto said leisurely. Kuwabai was silent. He also felt that these people had problems with their brains, otherwise they wouldn't be able to do so many outrageous things. The will of fire is bullshit, Konoha village is not worthy of it. Naruto smirked coldly. Next it was time for him to watch the show. Call. The wind blew violently, and Zishui staggered into the clan leader's house. Uchiha Fugaku, who was reading a newspaper, suddenly stood up and looked at the disheveled Shisui in astonishment, and asked in surprise. What's wrong with you? Ahem, I was hunted down by that old thief Danzo. Luckily, someone secretly helped me. Who? Uchiha Shisui shook his head, then recalled the fleeting glimpse he had just had with a look of surprise and doubt. It's a bit like the Raise Nan described in ninjutsu. Raise Nan. Uchiha Fugaku narrowed his eyes and was shocked. As for the Raise Nan, it seems that Jiraiya is the only one in the world who can use it. Could it be Jiraiya? It should be impossible. The person behind this seems to be a mystery. Cough. Shisui coughed, took the tea handed to him by Uchiha Mikoto and took a sip. He felt the warmth flowing through his body and then breathed a sigh of relief. After pondering for a moment, Uchiha Shisui glanced at Uchiha Itachi, who had just come in with a gloomy expression, and shook his head helplessly. It seems that the person behind the scenes was right. But when I was playing cozy with Danzo just now, I also brought out the person behind this. Well done. Although the enemy of my enemy is my friend. But they could never trust the person hiding behind the scenes. Their identities are sensitive now and they can't make any big moves, so Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo can only find them out. Give up. After letting Shisui calm down for a moment, Uchiha Fugaku asked calmly. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itaka looked embarrassed. They really didn't expect that their sincere love for Konoha village would result in such a result. My heart is completely dead. You have to understand that it's never the Leaf Village that changes, it's the people. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. No matter how much time passes, Konoha village will never return to what you originally wanted. He will only be a memory to us. Times are changing. And the village we had before can no longer be restored. In the future, the villages we see now will also not be able to return. Walking over and patting the two on the shoulders, Uchiha Fugaku said seriously, look forward, make your life better, and make your family live a better life. As long as we are here, the village will still be here, because they are in our hearts. Uchiha Shisui was silent. Why didn't you say this before? Would you listen if I told you before? Uchiha Fugaku smiled and said, people can't teach people, but things can teach people once they are taught. Just in time, your return gives me the confidence to face Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. The game has just begun. Uchiha Fugaku is full of vigor and vitality. Post views, 56. 016 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 016. Uchiha Fugaku was in high spirits. In the past, the family was in disarray, so he naturally had no power to do anything, but now that Uchiha Shisui has returned to his family, he can fight against some people in the village. Do you really think that his Uchiha clan is vegetarian? Now you try it. Uchiha Fugaku felt so happy that all the depression he had accumulated over the years was swept away. He wanted to see the gloomy face of the leader right now. Oh! And there's Sarutobi Hiruzen. I believe their expressions must be very interesting now. What a shame, I can't see it. Uchiha Fugaku chuckled. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itaka were silent after seeing this scene. How long has it been since the patriarch laughed so easily? Are we really bastards? The two couldn't help but reflect on themselves. It seems that it is indeed a bit like that. The family is theirs, and they prosper and suffer together. But existence is not theirs alone. There are also the Hyuga clan, the Inoshikacho clan, and the millions of villagers. I understand. Shisui clapped his hands and said in surprise under Uchiha Fugaku's horrified gaze, I understand, clan leader. Hey, what do you know? Uchiha Fugaku was very afraid that Shisui would say something earth-shattering again. We need to bring in some allies to protect Konoha village and put pressure on Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. The first choice is the Hyuga clan. Call. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief, and then thought that this was a good idea. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The incident involving Hinata Hisashi was a breakthrough. You can give it a try. You're right, but for now we still have to pretend to be nice to each other. It's good for you, it's good for me, and it's good for everyone. There will be a lot of secret games going on. This is a Game of Thrones, but also a war without the gleam of swords and the smoke of gunpowder. Before the winner is decided, none of them will take action to disrupt the current hostile situation. It depends on their methods. It seems that the Uchiha clan is still at a disadvantage, but so what? It's better than having no solution at all before. Failed. Sarutobi Hiruzen hung his pipe and sighed helplessly, you are too impatient. Danzo's face turned pale and he said bitterly, it's not that I'm impatient, it's that someone is interfering. Who? Danzo took a deep breath, suppressed the rage in his heart, and said coldly, when I took action, Shisui told me that someone had tipped me off. When I was chasing Shisui, someone threw a few jutsu behind my back, which allowed Shisui to escape. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked and could no longer remain calm. There was actually someone behind this, and it wasn't Danzo's mistake. Sarutobi Hiruzen first thought of the Nara clan, and then thought of the Hyuga clan. I'm not saying that ninjutsu is a bit like the Raise Nan, but this Raise Nan can make you invisible. After all, Danzo is a man who has experienced a lot of things. Things have already happened, and there is no point in being angry. After calming himself down, he stood outside the window with his cane, watching the violent storm outside, and calmly analyzed. Whether it's the Raise Nan or not, there is indeed a third force behind our KONOHA village. We can't let them get away with it. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked up to Danzo and nodded. That's true. If they fight the Uchiha clan to the death, they will eventually be taken advantage of by this secret force. What is the goal of this force? Naruto. Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at each other and thought of the same thing almost at the same time. The position of Hokage is very valuable. He is almost considered a high-ranking official in the Fire Nation and has great power. The allure of this location can be imagined. Looks like we need to clean up. Let's join forces. Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking a pipe, his voice was cold and full of murderous intent. The next day, the Root and the Anbu joined forces and began to clean up everything, determined to find out who was behind this. Pity. It is impossible to find Naruto with only one ninjutsu attack. They can only do useless work. This is the problem of lack of intelligence. Naruto was also happy to relax, since he couldn't be blamed anyway. He was under surveillance all day and night and had no time to commit crimes. By the way, it can also cause cracks in the originally united KONOHA village. What's going on? In Akimichi Choza, Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi sat together. Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi both looked at Nara Shikaku. Among the three of them, Nara Shikaku is the absolute wise man. They are also staunch Hokage faction. But now, such an important task was not passed by them, which made them feel a little panic. It's not a good thing if your superiors don't assign you any tasks. This means you have lost their trust. But the two of them thought, it seemed like they didn't do anything. Nara Shikaku smiled bitterly. As a wise man, he would intentionally or unintentionally analyze some things in the village and take actions to collect intelligence. Then draw inferences from this information. This time he knew something, and it was because of this that he felt chilled. He used to think that they were the Hokage faction and would never reach the level of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha had a lot of problems, but they didn't have any of that here. Now it seems that they were tricked. What horrified him was that he had no idea who was behind this. Good guy. He reviewed the situation briefly and was shocked to find that the person behind this was so calculating that he was rarely seen in the world. First of all, the conflict between Shisui and Danzo brought the strength of the Uchiha clan closer to that of the village. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitate to act rashly. Because they couldn't allow their village to become absolutely weak in order to eliminate the Uchiha clan. That will only benefit others. In this way, even if the Uchiha has doubts in his heart, he will still accept this favor. It weakened the village, strengthened the Uchiha, and also earned a favor. Win-num. What happens next? This incident will definitely make Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo furious. If you don't know who it is, the more powerful you are, the more suspicious you will be. In this case, wouldn't his Nara clan be the first to bear the brunt? There's no way, who makes their reputation as wise men so famous? If I don't doubt you, who will you doubt? As everyone knows, pig, deer and butterfly are of the same family, and the three families cannot trust each other too. A rift once again appeared in KONOHA village. Nara Shikamaru kept analyzing. And the Hyuga clan, they were originally hiding and didn't dare to move, but now the situation is. They certainly wouldn't mind moving around a bit. Don't think the Hyuga clan is too weak. As a result, it seemed that Konoha village was on the verge of collapse from this moment on. So terrifying. Narashikaku took a deep breath after his analysis. Post views, 53. 017 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 017. Master. The more Narashikaku analyzed, the more shocked he became. After this series of events, Konoha village seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The calculations of the person behind this are so powerful that it is terrifying. The potato chips in Akimichi Chosa's hand no longer tasted good, and he stared at Narashikaku in amazement. Yamanaka Inoichi on the side also looked at Narashikaku silently. Well, isn't that a bit alarmist? Even you have been included in the plan. Narashikaku nodded heavily, only strong, not weak. Hiss. The two of them gasped. The people behind this are so powerful, and they are still in the open. Isn't it true that they are being plotted against and killed? Ryuju, it's up to you. Yamanaka Inoichi held Narashikaku's hand and shook it. You know these people from the third generation. If they show any signs of trouble, we'll be in danger. I'll do my best. Facing the gazes of his two old friends Zi, Narashikaku felt a headache and a huge pressure. Call. After seeing off the two old friends, Narashikaku let out a long breath, his eyes bright and his mood excited. If I felt a little stressed just now, now I feel like every cell in my body is trembling with joy. He, Narashikaku, finally met an opponent worthy of his full effort. Let's have a war without the smoke of gunpowder. APU. Naruto sneezed, confused. I have always been in good physical condition, so why would I sneeze for no reason? Who's talking about me? Naruto muttered, then almost laughed at his own words. Because of my identity, I talk about myself so much every day that I can't even count them all. What's wrong with your raise nan? Hey, kid, tell me. The voice of the Nine Tails has been roaring in Naruto's ears all night. It was really curious why Uzumaki Naruto's raise nan was different from others. He had seen Minato Namikaze's raise nan, which couldn't be thrown out at all, and couldn't make him invisible. So what was so special about Naruto? Who can block the invisible raise nan for the first time? The Nine Tails became more and more curious about Naruto, and the little brat in front of him gave him more and more surprises. Just say that he wouldn't be too surprised if he created a kaleidoscope in the future. I don't know. Naruto spread his hands, a smile playing on his lips. He just likes to see the look on Kyubai's face as if he wants to know but can't do anything about it. That jumping look is so funny. Is this still the Tsundere nine-tailed fox? He is completely a resentful fox who cannot get what he wants. Nine-tailed fox? Damn! This little human devil is so abominable. I have never seen such a hateful human being. At this moment, the nine-tailed fox's resentment towards Naruto directly surpassed Uchiha Madara and firmly ranked first. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. It's just a change in chakra properties. Nothing surprising. Naruto is cooking. He has done everything he should do now, and the rest depends on the performance of these people. Let the kunao fly for a while longer. He knew that it would be impossible to determine the winner among these people in a short period of time. When fighting, they also need to take into account the people in other villages. If things go wrong, the Fourth Shinobi World War will break out prematurely. By then, this is the end of their land of fire. Konoha village. No one wants to encounter this. So Naruto was sure that they would be restrained. Then again, even if that wasn't the case, it wouldn't be a problem if they just went on a killing spree. He is fearless. Give me some. The nine-tailed fox also understood after hearing this. Indeed, perhaps only this explanation could explain why Naruto's raise nan was like this. Thinking of this, Kyuubi felt relieved and began to envy Naruto's cooking. It had the honor of having tasted Naruto's stir-fry, which tasted amazing. Naruto smiled. How does that saying come about? Besides the three common things, cooking skills are also the key to a woman's heart. He felt that this also applied to Kyuubi. After all, who can refuse the spiritual spring water in the space? That's a really good thing. Come, eat. Let's eat together. Naruto and Kyuubi ate one outside and the other in the sealed space. The two of them had a great time chatting. But for others it's not so wonderful. The news about Konoha village spread quickly. Hidden Cloud Village. The fourth Raikage AI frowned as he looked at the information in his hand, and put it down after a long time. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen is known as a ninja hero, he has indeed been getting worse and worse in recent years. He would never have made such a decision in the past. All I can say is that as people get older, their ideas change. Plus, that Uchiha was indeed powerful, which put pressure on him. Tisk, this is really interesting. I won't move, just let you fight each other. AI put the information away and felt happy. The leaders of the other countries and the village had almost surprisingly consistent ideas. That means just watching the fun. This kind of opportunity is rare. It's interesting that this old guy from the third generation would do such a thing. Teacher, you are corrupt after all. Otogakur. Orochimaru squinted his eyes and looked at the information in his hand. He was silent for a long time before he got up and went to his bedroom. He really didn't understand the third Hokage. It would have been fine if he hadn't been given the position of Hokage, but he wasn't even allowed to do research. Why? When he was in Konoha village, he was actually quite restrained. He also always felt that a village or a country needed this kind of research spirit if it wanted to progress. But why don't they understand? Orochimaru sighed. He already had an idea in his mind, which was the Konoha collapse plan. He already had a vague idea in his mind for this plan. But to complete this idea, a lot of preparation is needed. I didn't expect that before I even made a move, someone would stab the Konoha village in the back. This knife was so accurate and fierce. I don't know who it is, but I'd really like to meet him. Everyone felt that there must be a master behind this. Naruto felt that if he knew what these people were thinking he would definitely complain. He really didn't think that much at the time. This is all due to the right time, right place, and right people, and God is on my side. Who could have thought that the third generation would be so high? Once the stupid move was made, it would not be so easy to go back to the past. Headache. The Hokage's office was filled with the smell of cigarette smoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen was puffing out smoke, his face full of worry. More than half a month has passed, and they still have no clue. This shouldn't be the case. They have turned Konoha village upside down, but have not gained anything. Old man, are we going in the wrong direction? Danzo's face was gloomy as he thought carefully about the intense search in the past few days. With this kind of strength, even someone hiding in the dark should show some signs. But they didn't find anything at all. We did find a few undercover agents hiding in the dark. But what's the use? The two looked at each other, their lips bitter. Post views, 52. 018 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 018. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The old man Sandai and that pervert Danzo must be feeling really bad right now. Naruto was leaning leisurely against a large rock, with a fishing rod beside him. He is very laid back now. In addition to daily exercise, I also go fishing every day. Only by fishing can you know the joy of fishing. Even though he didn't gain much after the novice protection period, he still enjoyed it. Another very good thing about him is that perhaps it is the pressure from the nine-tailed fox, mosquitoes, and the like dare not get close to him. This is very comfortable. I remember that in my previous life, my friend took me fishing late at night. That day was really hard to describe. When I came back, my whole body was covered with bruises. You're too leisurely. Have you finished learning ninjutsu? We can take our time on this. I'm thinking about something else. Naruto pulled the fishing rod, holding a piece of grass in his mouth, and said with a smile, "We can start the second plan now." "What's the plan?" Kyuubi was stunned. Naruto has been so leisurely these days that it feels like Naruto is relaxed. Now I hear that there is actually a second step plan. It takes 10 years to grow a tree, and 100 years to cultivate a person. I need my own team. Naruto looked towards the Uchiha clan's territory. This was the first step he had taken, and the next step was to wait. It's time to start the second step. Fighting alone in such a supernatural world is possible, but it will be tiring. Even if you are invincible in the world, the life of a lone ranger may be good, but it is definitely not great. Only those who reach the top are qualified to enjoy the resources of the world. For example, the emperors in ancient times. Naruto's ambition has long begun to expand as his abilities have grown. He thought this was a good thing. After all, those who had the ability to survive and do nothing were a minority. Naruto felt that he was not among them. He also likes to show off his prowess in front of people, and he also likes to be respected by everyone. Therefore, in order to live a more comfortable life in the future, he needs to cultivate his own people. Hinata, Shikamaru and others were all in his thoughts. As the 12 guardians of Konoha, these people are very talented. Each of them has his own unique features. If they combine it with their own spiritual spring water, their future achievements will be able to reach a higher level. Who do you want to train? Kyuubi raised his head, a little confused. You don't even have anyone of your own now, and you are just a child yourself. Hinata. Laugh. Kyuubi scoffed at Naruto's words. Are you kidding me? Who is Hinata? He had already figured out from his recent conversations with Naruto that he was the one who was attracted to him because of his beauty. At such a young age, he is so capable. It's amazing. He is even more powerful than Jiraiya. That's not the point. The point is that Hinata has no desire to fight at all, her mind is not on it at all. No matter how much you train such a person, it will be difficult for him to become a talent. What are you thinking? Love brain? It doesn't look like it. Kyuubi was suspicious. Sometimes he still couldn't keep up with Naruto's train of thought. I have an idea I want to test. Naruto didn't care. He had already had an idea in his mind that he wanted to experiment with it. Hinata is the Byakugan princess, so you can see how high her bloodline concentration is. It can be said that if Hinata's bloodline and Hanabi's personality were swapped, she would become a very perfect Hyuga clan ninja. The future achievements will definitely not be bad. Pity. Hinata has no interest in fighting. But in Naruto's opinion, it's not a big problem. Not much desire to fight? Then improve your strength like stacking boxes. For example, rolling eyes. This is the bloodline limit that belongs exclusively to the Hyuga clan. There is also the Rinnegan on top. Naruto's idea was to see if he could subtly improve Hinata's bloodline through the spiritual spring water. Then open the Samsara Eye without any medium. If it can be turned on, that would be awesome. It will definitely be a powerful help at that time. Samsara Eye. Otsutsuki Hamura. The Nine-Tails was shocked. Why did this Naruto seem to know so much about the secrets of the ninja world? Even if you can predict the future, there's nothing like this. Nine-tailed fox is numb. He couldn't figure it out. Oh, there's a fish on the hook. Naruto pulled the fishing rod suddenly, and a small fish flapped its tail in the sunlight and was caught in Naruto's palm. You don't even let go of such a small child. With a complaint, Shikamaru walked over from a distance with a worried look on his face. What's wrong? You skipped class too? Yes. Shikamaru leaned limply against the rock, watching Naruto skillfully cast the fishing line out, feeling a little envious. You have a good life now, but I am miserable. Hey, what you said is worse than mine. 2. Shikamaru was speechless when he thought about Naruto's situation. The atmosphere in Konoha village is weird now, even he can feel it. It has been a long time since his father asked him to play chess. Moreover, Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi have been coming to his house more often in the past few days. Shikamaru keenly felt that some things were heading out of control. Why think so much? We have people up there. If they can't hold on, then we can hold on. So, eat well, drink well, and everything will be fine. Naruto gave Shikamaru a few fish and went back with a smile. The next day, Naruto got up early in the morning, fried some dishes, put them in his lunch box, and leisurely went to the ninja school. Hey, isn't this our skipping king? He's here today, how strange. First, Naruto accidentally made eye contact with Sasuke, and the two of them disliked each other. Naruto was pretending, Sasuke was really unhappy with Naruto. As for why, he couldn't say. Seeing this scene, Haruno Sakura sneered, and the fist in her mind had already landed on Naruto. Naruto's face darkened. Go away, broad forehead. Ah! Haruno Sakura was shaking with anger. This damn Uzumaki Naruto actually said that he had a wide forehead. You should be thankful that I'm in a good mood today. He glanced at Haruno Sakura coldly, which scared her so much that she shrank her neck and opened her mouth, but no curse came out. She can be brutal to anyone, but she feels scared when facing Naruto. Because Naruto really fights when he has fire. Don't care that she is a little girl. Hinata, you came pretty early today. Naruto walked to his seat, smiled at Hinata, raised the lunch box in his hand and whispered. I'm a great cook, you can have the dishes I cooked at noon. Yamanaka Ino's ears twitched and she leaned closer, do I have it? Hey, hey. Shikamaru pulled Ino away and said speechlessly, why are you joining in the fun? Even a fool can see that Naruto has special feelings for Hinata. They would not regard this unusual situation as a relationship between a man and a woman. After all, they were only 5 years old, so it was impossible. I can only say that it is a good friendship. Hinata doesn't reject Naruto either. Nine-tailed fox curled his lips. This guy just relied on his good things and Hinata's innocence. Look. When he grows up, he will definitely be kidnapped. Childhood sweethearts. Naruto is still good at playing. Etc. The Nine-Tails was suddenly stunned. It seemed that he was no longer opposed to Naruto. Thriller. The power of delicious food is so terrifying. Post views, 57. 019 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 019. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Tasty. At lunch, Hinata couldn't get enough of Naruto, so she shyly and weakly ate some of the vegetables that Naruto poured into her bowl. One bite, it is tender and juicy, and the delicious taste stimulates the taste buds. Hinata's eyes lit up, and she glanced at Naruto in surprise, mumbling incoherently, it's delicious. If it tastes good, eat more. Ah, good. Hinata's face flushed red as she lowered her head to eat. Yamanaka Ino on the side was a little jealous, I want to eat it too. Eat yours. Shikamaru calmly handed over his piece of meat. Ino chuckled and accepted it happily. Naruto smiled at this. He looked at these people as if they were his own brothers and sisters. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a mysterious smile of an old father. Shikamaru. You'd better stop laughing. Eye roll. The sun sets in the west and the sky is filled with sunset glow. Hinata walked in front, followed closely by Naruto. In his eyes, Hinata is one of his own and now a friend. As someone he cares about, he will never let anyone bully him. Hinata is a weak girl who doesn't know how to resist when she is bullied. The kind of bullying you see in anime must not happen. So he has been escorting her silently these days. I'm home, bye. At the Hyuga clan's entrance, Hinata waved with a bright smile on her face. Niji followed behind, watching the scene with a frown on his face. How could she smile so brightly? It was she who caused me to lose my father. Snort. With a cold snort, the 6-year-old Niji ignored Hinata and walked away directly. Hinata's face fell. Naruto touched his nose, feeling a little helpless. In his opinion, Niji is definitely a rare talent. Both his character and talent are top-notch. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably not be able to control his emotions. After all, strictly speaking, it was the village's fault, but the child had simple thoughts and he would definitely think it was Hinata's fault. There is also the misfortune of Hinata Hayashi. In this situation, Niji only thought about changing the family rules. Even many adults cannot do this. You can imagine how stable Niji's character is. It was really hard to accept that such a person died in the end. He is also the only one of the 12 guardians of Konoha to die. Eye roll. After dinner, Hinata and Niji trained in the yard. Hinata opened her eyes and began training. Etc. Hinata Hayashi was reading a newspaper, but not long after, he suddenly felt something was wrong. He looked up and saw Hinata still rolling her eyes. The most important thing is that Hinata seems to have exceeded the time limit for using her Byakugan at this moment. Hinata Hayashi quietly opened his Byakugan, raised his eyebrows, and was a little surprised. He saw the chakra flowing in Hinata's body. It's been so long and yet I still have so much energy. This is not right. Although it is only a slight change, it should be no more than that. In the look of rolling eyes, it also lasted longer than before. What happened? Hinata Hayashi was confused. A ninja's training is the result of long-term accumulation. Apart from the explosive growth caused by the opening of their Byakugan and the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, the rest also need time to accumulate. Physical fitness, mental strength, etc. all require sweat. No one who can become strong has it easy. When a person is stable, there are traces of him becoming stronger. But the Hinata in front of him was not like that. She seemed to have improved a little in just one day. Tell me what you did today. Hyuga Hayashi looked at Hinata with great interest, placed the newspaper in his hand, and looked at Hinata quietly. Hinata's face turned pale, but she still told him what she had done today. What did you say? Naruto even cooked for you. When talking about eating, Hinata Hayashi suddenly raised his voice. Ah, yes, is there any problem? Hinata and Niji were frightened and looked at Hyuga Hayashi strangely. Hinata Hayashi had a strange sense of déjà vu in his heart, that is, the 5-year-old brat Uzumaki Naruto was coveting his daughter. But on second thought, I felt something was not right. You are only 5 years old, do you understand these things? It's just a suspicion, but there is no evidence. He opened his mouth, wanting to ask Hinata to stay away from Naruto, but then he remembered that this was a sensitive period. And Naruto didn't do anything, so it's a bit unkind of to do this. Damn! Suppressing the dissatisfaction in his heart, Hinata Hayashi thought carefully and didn't find anything wrong. It can't be caused by the food Naruto gave me, right? Hinata Hayashi directly denied this weird idea. Vegetables are vegetables, how can they mutate? There must be other problems. Nothing's wrong, so what's going on? Could it be blood? Hinata Hayashi stared at Hinata's eyes again and again, and it seemed that this was the only reason. It seems I have to pay close attention these days. Okay, nothing to worry about, go on. Sitting back on the stool and picking up the newspaper beside him, Hinata Hayashi was in a good mood. It's a good thing anyway. The person behind this is really cautious and hides it very well. Narashikaka was walking on the road and unknowingly came to the base of the route. He narrowed his eyes and recalled the information that the third generation had passed on to him a few days ago. The third generation is not stupid. After the last incident, he felt something was wrong and started to remedy the situation in a timely manner. Now on the surface they are still in the same boat and still trust Narashikaku. Narashikaku accepted this on the surface. He has been investigating this matter recently. The only time he knew there could be a breakthrough was when he took action. That's where Danzo and his men were attacked. Calculated the distance, power, and direction. Narashikaku's gaze moved and landed on the apartment where Naruto lived. As I walked over, scenes emerged in my mind, and my footsteps stopped on the second floor of the apartment. After looking around and comparing the directions, Narashikaku came to the side of where Naruto lived. Strange, it seems Uzumaki Naruto is the only one living here. That raised Nan. Narashikaku narrowed his eyes and felt a slight movement in his heart. As a wise person, you must take into account all possibilities. Perhaps others would not associate it with Uzumaki Naruto, and he also felt it was unlikely. But what if it was him? Then everything seems to make sense. The only thing is Naruto's strength. After thinking for a moment, Narashikaku walked away as if nothing had happened. Whether it is true or not, he will keep this guess in his heart. If not, he is harming people by saying it. After all, he is a child of the fourth generation, he can't be so ruthless. In the case of, then the hidden meaning behind this is huge. If you are not careful, you and your family may be in danger. A wise person will not do it. After all, being able to attack silently while being watched by Anbu ninjas is a terrifying thing in itself. Was it Naruto himself, or was there someone else in Naruto's room at the time? Tisk, it's dangerous, run away first. Post views, 51. 020 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 020. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Let's go. After a while, Naruto opened the door and looked inside, then chuckled and closed the door again. Did he find you? Probably. Even if we haven't discovered it yet, we're not far from it. This person is so scary. How could he find his way here? After all, they are from the Nara clan. Although I am a little surprised, I don't find it strange. Naruto sat at the table and ate dinner, his mind already starting to feel wary. It turns out that we cannot underestimate these people. They can find even the slightest trace. He was sure that if he wasn't only 5 years old, more people would have thought of him. These people have been fighting for so long, and they are not bad in both wisdom and means. He also took advantage of their lack of intelligence. However, Narashikaku still noticed some signs. No wonder the Nara clan can become the think tank of Konoha village. It is impossible not to accept this. Call. Narashikaku breathed a sigh of relief after returning home easily. He reviewed it on the way back, and the more he thought about it, the more something seemed wrong. Could it really be Uzumaki Naruto? But his mind told him that it was unlikely, but his heart told him that everything was possible. Yes. Everything is possible. If it was really Naruto who did it, then this matter would be interesting. Narashikaku thought about the fate of the Uchiha clan and the death of Hyuga Hisashi. He was also troubled by the experiences of Hitaki Sakumo, Orochimaru, and others. Let's try it out at night. Thinking of the fate of these people, Narashikaku could no longer sit still. He couldn't tie the fate of his family entirely to the third Hokage. If it was the fourth generation, he would not doubt it and would not do this. If it was the third generation when he was young, he wouldn't do that either. But the third generation and Danzo have done so many outrageous things in recent years that he is worried. To be honest, if they had no choice, they would not support the current third generation. Especially the third generation that Danzo is still testing. Because if they make a mistake, they will have to pay a price. For example, the Hyuga clan, and the current Uchiha clan. These are all bloody lessons. Who wants to follow an unstable time bomb? Aren't you sleeping yet? Midnight. Naruto lay quietly on the bed, quietly watching the moon. After practicing calligraphy, Joey asked in surprise, "What are you waiting for?" "Yes and no. I just think Narashikaku is so smart. Smart people will definitely magnify their inner thoughts infinitely. So, maybe he will come to me." "It's you." With a light sigh, Naruto turned his head and saw Narashikaku standing quietly in the darkness. Naruto felt something in his heart and slowly sat up from the bed, looking at Narashikaku in front of him seriously, with a sense of vigilance in his heart. Even with such a strong perception ability, he had no idea how Narashikaku got in. As expected, those who can stand firm in Konoha village all have their own unique qualities. The person in front of me who has always used wisdom as a facade is actually so powerful. It turned out to be right to hide myself. Unfortunately, it was discovered in the end. Don't worry, I don't think anyone will find you except me. Narashikaku leaned against the wall, his hands in his pockets, and looked calmly at the celebrity in front of him. At this moment, Narashikaku's heart was extremely uneasy. He saw Naruto often. Because when the third Hokage went to the Hokage's office, he would occasionally peek at Naruto through the crystal ball. At first, Naruto gave him the impression of being a reckless child. He is a child who likes to cause trouble to attract attention. But now he takes back the idea. Those were all his disguises. The real Naruto looked like this, his eyes full of wisdom and maturity. When I faced him, I found that he was not confused at all. Just based on this confidence, his future achievements will definitely not be bad. Can I ask how you do that? Raise Nan. Naruto raised his hand, and a raise Nan appeared in his hand. He smiled silently. It's actually very simple, just a change of lightning and wind attributes. I think you understand. I see. Narashikaku was silent for a moment, and finally asked, "Why do you do these things?" Naruto smiled. When asking this question, Narashikaku had already made up his mind. Very good. Naruto sat cross-legged on the bed, looking at Narashikaku earnestly, organizing his words before speaking seriously. Nothing else, I want to reach the top. Hokage. You can understand it that way. Narashikaku shook his head. It will be difficult. Your status is awkward and most people in the village hate you. It is unlikely that you will reach the top. Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto sneered, do you really think I know nothing? Hearing Naruto's sneer, Narashikaku took his hands out of his pockets and put them back. The palm that was originally relaxed in the trouser pocket had quietly clenched into a fist. How do you know? If you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself. The villagers have already shown it so obviously. Do they really think I'm a fool? So what's the first thing you do when you become Hokage? Clean up the trash. Excuse me for being blunt. Narashikaku looked at Naruto seriously and said calmly, no one will agree with you doing this. And the biggest obstacle is the daimyo. Everything depends on strength. Naruto raised his hand and squeezed it hard. A strange and evil chakra circulated in the palm of his hand and gradually spread throughout his body. What is this? Narashikaku, who was originally leaning against the wall, suddenly stood up straight and looked at Naruto warily. The celebrity at this moment looked different in his eyes. Nine Tails Chakra Mode. Uncle, have you ever heard of a perfect Jinchuriki? You actually gained the Kyuubi's approval. Narashikaku finally lost his composure. If he was calm just now, he could no longer remain calm at this moment. Perfect Jinchuriki? And he is the perfect Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. What kind of terrifying existence is this? As a wise man, he knows a lot about the ninja world, including the introduction of the perfect Jinchuriki. Putting aside other things, the first generation of Nine Tails Jinchuriki can be considered a perfect Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Mito also took action. He still remembers that brief record clearly. Comparable to the second generation. That's the introduction. But that's enough. If Naruto grows up and continues to grow, his future prospects will be truly immeasurable. Narashikako was thinking in his heart. He came here just to take a sneak peek, but how come he heard such shocking news? Naruto is also a man of extraordinary wisdom. The fact that he can say this means that he is not afraid to say it out loud. Then he must have absolute strength. 2. The perfect Jinchuriki. Even though Naruto was still young and his body couldn't bear it, the short burst was enough to cause heavy damage to Konoha village. Plus, there's an Uchiha who's eyeing us now. Post views, 51. 021 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 021. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Another point is that it is very easy for Naruto to escape as a perfect Jinchuriki. Even if they are besieged, it may not be easy to break out once there are signs of it, but Naruto is not stupid, so it will not be difficult. As for whether it was a deception, Narashikako didn't think so. Just considering that Naruto can release this invisible rays Nan, he is already very powerful. If it is combined with the mode that all Jinchuriki have and the unique talents of the Uzumaki clan. Sky. Narashikako couldn't imagine that this was a powerful mobile artillery. In short, going to Jofa is totally not worth it. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, and Narashikako made the best decision for him, to keep it secret. I never thought that the 4th generation would give birth to a dragon. He can finally rest in peace. Bullshit. Naruto sneered, if he knew the life I'm living now, he would probably jump out of his coffin. Narashikako smiled awkwardly. It is true that the 3 generations did not handle this matter in a very authentic way. It's just that other villages basically do the same thing, and some even go to greater lengths. It's nothing more than seeing that I have no backing. Naruto put his hands on his thighs and said calmly, look at my mother's status, and then look at the 1st generation Jinchuriki Uzumaki Mito Senpai, do they dare? Bullying the weak, this is the will of fire of Konoha village. What's wrong with Jinchuriki? Jinchuriki isn't human anymore? That's ridiculous. After a burst of ranting, Naruto felt a little better. Narashikako was unable to refute and could only endure Naruto's criticism in silence. It wasn't until Naruto stopped here that he smiled bitterly and said, we can't control this matter, nor do we dare to control it. I know. Narashikako pulled over a stool and sat down, looking at Naruto seriously. He no longer considered Naruto a child. He even felt that Naruto's thinking was too mature, even more precocious than his own son. Etc. Narashikako thought for a moment and realized that Naruto and Hinata have been very close recently. Could it be that? Hiss. I didn't care about it before, but now looking at Naruto's performance, the Hyuga clan will also be dragged into this in the future. With this calculation, Uchiha, Hyuga, and he will also silently support it. With such strength, combined with his own strength, the future is promising. At such a young age, he has such far-reaching plans. It seems like the 3rd generation is going to fail. I can't imagine what expressions the 3rd generation and the others had when Naruto showed his prowess. Suddenly I felt it was very interesting and wanted to see the stunned expression of the 3rd generation. After thinking for a moment, Narashikako continued, I won't give you any support openly. Understand? A big family? There will always be several of these people laying eggs, and as long as there is one successful family, the family can continue. From now on, that Shikamaru brat will follow you. Can. Verbal agreement. You can believe it or not. Naruto and Narashikako looked at each other, and the two, one big and one small, reached a verbal agreement in this dark room. Narashikako left quietly, his heart still pounding when he returned home. This was the boldest decision he had made in years. It's not because I believe in Naruto's character, but because I believe in his future potential. From the conversation with him, it can be seen that Naruto is emotionally stable. Although the 3rd generation and the villagers cursed at each other, they did not show much hostility. This is completely disregarding it, just like looking at an ant. What gives him confidence? Perfect Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. As long as he grows up, he will be a strong man beyond the level of Kage. Can't Naruto grow up? That is bound to grow. He is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and the third Hokage will not let anything happen to him. As long as he can spend these few years safely, the future will belong to Naruto. Working under such a strong man, you don't need to worry about something like the Uchiha incident happening. Just like the first generation, he was not afraid of the Uchiha at all. He's afraid that you won't grow up. Only when the people under him grow up can he do his own things easily. I'm really looking forward to the future. Shikamaru, you're still awake. After returning home, Narashikako looked at Shikamaru, who was only 5 years old, and smiled. He was indeed very smart, but Shikamaru performed a little better than him. I'm waiting for you, father. Where have you been? Shikamaru stared at Narashikako and was about to express his guess. Narashikako raised his hand to stop Shikamaru's words and said with a smile, "It's rare to be confused, I understand." Shikamaru. Aren't you going to the hotel with us on your back? Narashikako's face froze and he looked very upset. Is your father such a person? Giving Shikamaru a fierce glare, Narashikako pulled out a chessboard from the side and said indifferently, "Let's play a few games." It's too hasty. When Narashikamaru saw the chessboard, a mask of pain instantly appeared on his face. You humans are so complicated. Nine-tailed Fox sighed in confusion. Has this Narashikako decided to follow you? You're overthinking it. You're just hedging your bets. Naruto was sleeping with his clothes on, his mind immersed in the sealed space, and he casually glanced at a cabbage. Joey took it, grunted and nibbled a few times, then was surprised when he heard the words, "Bet on both sides, isn't this just a fence-sitter?" You're wrong. These people just like to do this. Be obedient when you have no choice, and bet on both sides when you see signs. It's just a way of survival. Naruto didn't feel bad, he even felt very good. He received help from Narashikako's invisibility, and would later try to win over the Uchiha. In this way, his strength will be enough to fight against one or two. I just don't understand. Are you working so hard just to become Hokage? Just to get revenge on those people? No. Naruto shook his head, I just want to play badly. The highest level of tanking is to enjoy all the resources to tank. So, work harder in the early stages and feel more comfortable later on. Nine-tailed Fox. Go to bed. Good night. Still haven't found it. Uchiha Fugako looked a little strange, and Shisui beside him also looked a little strange. The third Hokage and Danzo turned Konoha village upside down, but there was no sign of recovery at all. This is very strange. Something's not right. Uchiha Itachi frowned. Logically speaking, Konoha village has been run by them for so long. They should know about any disturbance. Uchiha Itachi analyzed step by step, even if this is an exception, we should find it again with such an intensive seer. Even if it's just a little bit of information. Several people frowned, having no idea what to do. Even if there is only a small clue, they can follow the clues to find the real cause. But now I have no idea how to find this person hiding in the dark. The three of them frowned. Now they are standing on the opposite side of Konoha village, and the third generation has begun to target them vaguely. It is conceivable that as time goes by, they will have a hard time making a living in the village. How to break the deadlock. Post views, 47. 022 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 022. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Since his last conversation with Narashikaku, Naruto had continued with his daily routine. Naruto, I feel like someone is watching us. This day. After school, Naruto went to eat Ichiraku ramen. On the way back, Kyuubi suddenly said, I feel a gaze prying at me. What a coincidence, me too. Normally, the member who is secretly watching has a calm look, without much fluctuation. But this time his gaze was a little fluctuating and his emotions were not very stable. Who is it? Several figures flashed through my mind. Why do my moods fluctuate after seeing me? Naruto analyzed and felt that this person must have a close relationship with him. There are not many people like this. There are even fewer who can attract such strong attention from me. Kakashi? Jiraiya? Or? Naruto narrowed his eyes and a flash of lightning flashed through his mind. He thought of a person, Uchiha Obito, who was still working hard in Akatsuki. Calculating the time, it's almost time for him to contact the Uchiha clan. Perhaps, he had been flirting with Danzo for a long time in order to bring down the Uchiha clan and thus achieve his plan of weakening Konoha village. Think about it, Danzo is also a fool, trying to get the skin of a tiger. If Naruto had not risen later, Konoha village would have surely perished. This is the choice Danzo made for the position of Hokage he had always dreamed of. Do you know who it is? I don't know, but I thought of someone. Well, it seems I have to continue planning. Naruto is indeed weak now, but some early preparations also need to be laid out step by step. He originally wanted to accumulate strength. But now that the Nara clan has come to his doorstep, there is no reason for him not to take advantage of it. It requires overwhelming strength, but also some calculations. The combination of the two can make your life better more intuitively. Naruto sneered as he watched the villagers and some foolish ninjas coldly. The next day, the two notes quietly fell into Shikamaru and Sasuke's pockets. Nine-tailed fox. Like a thief, and becoming more and more skilled. He got this note from Sakura. Trying not to use your own things, right? That's really cautious. A note. Shikamaru, with his hands in his pockets, felt the note before he even left the campus and unfolded it to take a look. The handwriting is good. But when I think about it carefully, no one in the class can match this me. But thinking back carefully, I didn't seem to leave the classroom except to go to the toilet. Shikamaru thought thoughtfully. The words on the note also concerned him. He returned home as if nothing had happened and handed the note to Narashikaku who was eating. Narashikaku knew at a glance that it was sent by Naruto. Akatsuki. Narashikaku knocked on the table, his pupils shrank slightly. Uchiha Obito. How is this possible? Wasn't Uchiha Obito already dead? Although he hadn't participated in that war directly, he knew the general situation. It was at that time that Kakashi received Obito's Sharingan. Where did Naruto get the information from? Also, he was too bold. This way of delivering the message would be discovered if he was not careful. How will he end up then? Kakashi probably doesn't know about this. Otherwise he wouldn't be so depressed. I remember that Konoha village also had some cooperation with this Akatsuki organization. Oh my god, it seems like they are just pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Look at the people in here. The information Naruto provided was quite detailed. Because Naruto couldn't remember how many members the Akatsuki organization had at this stage, he wrote down a few of them. First, Nagato. Second, Zionin. Third, Ju, which is Nepenthes. Fourth, Uchiha Obito. It also emphasizes some of Uchiha Obito's thoughts and actions. Divert the trouble to the east. Narashikaku immediately thought of a good idea. After thinking for a moment, he ate as if nothing had happened, but a plan in his mind was constantly being perfected. Uchiha sighed. When Shisui and the Uchiha Fugaku family saw the note in Sasuke's pocket, their expressions were indescribable. Here we go again. I don't know what it is this time. Uchiha Obito, Manjiki, and the leader Nagato's Rinnegan. When Uchiha Fugaku saw the information on the note, he was stunned. In fact, they are struggling to protect themselves now, so this has little to do with them. But it was also mentioned above that Uchiha Obito originally wanted to use Danzo's hand to sow discord and destroy the Uchiha clan. What hatred, what resentment! The three of them looked at each other, and the corners of their mouths twitched fiercely. We are all of the same clan, why are we so anxious to harm each other? Etc. Uchiha Itachi thought, maybe we can use it in reverse and destroy Danzo. Tell me more. Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui became interested. Uchiha Itachi pointed at the note and said, the information on it is quite detailed, so their target is actually the tailed beast. That means Naruto is their target. But now we have the Konoha village, and we still have the third generation. They are still very powerful, so it's not easy for them to act rashly. But what if we agree on one side? Uchiha Shisui's expression changed, they are sure to take Naruto away. That's right. Uchiha Fugaku put his hands in his sleeves and continued seriously, when the plan begins to be implemented, Naruto will definitely be caught. And this Uchiha Obito's original purpose was to kill Shisui, thus eliminating a powerful enemy, and then win over someone to cooperate with Danzo, the Akatsuki organization and the traitor to destroy the Uchiha at an appropriate time. The three of them frowned. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku looked straight at Uchiha Itachi. Among them, only Shisui and Itachi are possible. If nothing unexpected had happened, Shisui would have died, so. Uchiha Itachi. My scalp is tingling. He himself felt that he would do this in order to protect the village and family. He had a change of heart and even thought that he would go undercover and leave Sasuke in the village. The more I think about it, the more I feel that I can definitely do this. Facing the gazes of the two men, Uchiha Itachi smiled awkwardly. What a vicious plan! Uchiha Fugaku admires him, and he will definitely be taken into account without knowing it. By then, Uchiha will surely be destroyed. The village was severely damaged. If another accident happened, such as the death of the third generation, Konoha village would truly be in a period of transition. At that time, if the enemy came, it would take Uzumaki Naruto away without much effort. I think the person behind this is even more terrifying. Uchiha Itachi frowned, looked at the note in his hand for a few seconds, then put it down and said solemnly, he was able to collect even this information. We've heard of Akatsuki, and the village has cooperated with them openly before. You are so good at disguising yourself, you must have great ambitions. But now that we know, why not do the opposite and shift the blame elsewhere? A strange smile appeared on Uchiha Itachi's lips. Uchiha Obito, standing beside Nohara Lin's grave, suddenly shuddered. Post Views, 44. 023 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 023. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The Uchiha Dai shuddered and looked around in confusion, but found no suspicious people. What's going on? Why do I feel like I'm being plotted against? Obito took a deep breath, looked at Nohara Rin's grave again, and left quietly. The purpose of his visit this time was not only to see Lin, but also to do something more important. Uchiha, don't blame me. I am doing this for this world. When the infinite Tsukuyomi opens, you will come back to life. Rest in peace. With a cold smile, Obito quietly came to the roots. Who? Danzo, who was working in the office, shouted softly and looked over coldly. A man wearing a vortex mask came towards him. The man who came was tall and slender, and had a messy figure. Is it you? Danzo put down the pen in his hand, stood up and stretched his body, and said lightly, why are you here? I heard you failed, so I came to see you. Are you here to laugh at me? Danzo looked at Obito indifferently, didn't you say that it's easy for your Akatsuki organization to collect intelligence? Help me collect it. What? Do you know why I failed? Under Obito's puzzled gaze, Danzo told the story. The more Obito listened, the more he felt something was wrong. He raised his hand and said, "Wait, are you talking about the Raise Nan? I've thought about it these days, and the only thing I can think of is the Raise Nan." "That's not right." Obito was confused. How could he not know about the Raise Nan? That was his teacher's special move, and he often used it in front of them. "I also often regret that they don't have wind attributes and can't fully unleash the power of Raise Nan, so I didn't teach them. However, this does not mean that they don't know about the Raise Nan. On the contrary, they are familiar. Can you throw the Raise Nan?" "It can't be Jiraiya." Obito quickly identified Jiraiya as his first suspect. Because in this world, he is the only one who can use the Raise Nan. The rest of the people don't know it and can't learn it. Do you think that's possible? Jiraiya is rolling around on who knows which woman's belly right now. That's strange. Obito leaned against the wall, stroking his chin, also puzzled. "I understand what you said. I'll have someone investigate when I get back. The existence of such a person is a dangerous bomb for me. But now we need to think of a new way. I've been thinking about it." Danzo rubbed his temples. "It's just that it's hard to have such a good opportunity again." Bang! Danzo was so angry that he slapped the table and said, "Damn bastard, it was such a good opportunity." Obito looked gloomy. "Yes. It was such a good opportunity, how could this happen? The worst thing is that there is a force in Konoha village that is so deeply hidden that they are completely unaware of it. I'll have Ju investigate this thoroughly after we get back." Obito thought for a moment, looked up at Danzo who was furious and helpless, and said calmly, "Now that the two forces are in a standoff, you can no longer act rashly. Their Akatsuki organization also needs time, so they cannot let Konoha village fall into chaos at this stage. Once Konoha village falls into chaos, the entire ninja world will be at war. It's not that the ninja world cannot form the fourth ninja world war, it's just that now is not the time. If the fourth shinobi world war breaks out now, their Akatsuki organization in the Rain country will also be dragged into it, which will be detrimental to the plan. It seems that the current situation is not bad. No. If I don't put in the effort, it will be difficult for Danzo to do anything in the future. We have to find a way to fool Danzo. I'll go talk to someone and see if I can weaken the Uchiha clan's fighting power." Obito said seriously and left gracefully. Danzo was suspicious. Why did it feel like he was running away? Absolutely. Not far from the Hokage rock, Obito's voice was cold. "What are you doing? Didn't you go to see your lover?" Zetsu emerged from the ground and looked at Obito strangely. "What's the matter?" "Your lover's grave was dug up." Roll. Obito's face was dark, and he asked coldly, "Let me ask you, are you not aware of the hidden power in Konoha village?" "Hey? What did you say?" Ju was stunned and laughed. "That's impossible. How could my information be wrong?" "Absolutely impossible. It turns out that nothing is impossible." Obito repeated the information he had just received from Danzo. Ju was stunned on the spot. "That's impossible." He was confused. To be honest, the 5 major villages have always been his main focus, so he has invested the most energy in them. Under such circumstances, it was basically impossible for Konoha village to hide something from him. To be honest, even if you ask him to tell you what underwear the 3rd generation is wearing today, he can still find out if he wants to. This is not an exaggeration. He's just not that boring yet. But now Obito actually told him that there was someone secretly in Konoha village, which was a bit mysterious. "It seems I've been lax recently." Zetsu's face was gloomy, and he said seriously, "Don't worry, I will continue to keep a close eye on Konoha village and not miss any clues. One more thing." Rubbing his temples, Obito calmed down, sat cross-legged on the ground, frowned and said, "We need to stabilize Danzo. The only way to stabilize him is to make the Uchiha clan pay the price." I think the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village is already like fire and water. It is better to drag it out like this. When we are ready to take action, we may be able to bring the Uchiha clan in. You and I are thinking alike. They are confident that they can face the entire ninja world, but naturally the more friends the better. Uchiha is a good choice. I believe that by the time they take action, the Uchiha will have been suffocated by the village, and it will be just the right time for them to take action. So, the question is, how do we stabilize Danzo? Zetsu and Obito looked at each other and frowned. It's too difficult. Hey, the space has gotten bigger. Also, what is this? Naruto is very open-minded about these things. Now is not his turn to show his strength. Just develop it in secret first. So he was at peace. At this moment, he came to the space again and suddenly found that the space had become bigger, and 3 strange things had grown in it. These are 3 trees, with strange shapes and very weird. I walked over, squatted down, and touched one of the trees with my fingers. Suddenly, a light appeared, and a message emerged in my mind. Transformation. Growing. Growth limit, 36 celestial beings and 72 earthly demons. Hiss. Naruto yelped and almost jumped up. The whole person was immersed in boundless joy. I'll go. This is a direct jump from a small supernatural being to a terrifying existence that can be immortal and travel the universe. The huge surprise almost gave Naruto a shock. Covering his heart, Naruto suddenly fell silent. It is indeed growing, but the growth rate is extremely slow, it seems to be nowhere in sight. Tisk, Bai is surprised. Naruto grinned, unable to suppress it. Post views, 49. 024 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 024. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Although the transformation technique of the 36 heavenly generals and 72 earthly demons is just empty talk, the benefits will be gradually given. For example, now his transformation technique has an additional ability. That is, based on one's own strength and energy, one can become someone else and acquire some of their abilities. It's just like Ditto, but a castrated version of Ditto. But it's not a big problem. Naruto believes that as he grows, this ability will continue to grow stronger. Look at the clone technique again. Naruto pointed at another plant with interest. Soon, this ability was also known to Naruto. Clone technique growing. Growth limit, strength is on par with the original body, possesses a physical body, can refine the body, and can practice cultivation. 6. Naruto took a deep breath, unable to control his excitement. Substitution technique growing. Growth limit, mark a character to choose and all the damage you receive will be transferred to that character. Why does it feel like this growth is random? It was so great at the beginning, but it feels a bit lame at the end. But it is also invincible. Hehe, the world is changing. All kinds of obscene and disgusting things started to emerge in Naruto's mind. What a pity. I don't know when the growth limit will be reached. Also, why aren't there any rays Nan? Naruto walked around and didn't see any other plants, so he gave up. It seems that I need to become stronger again before it can grow. Standing on the land of space, Naruto thought thoughtfully, I just don't know what the standard of this strength perception in space is. But it doesn't matter. I never imagined that space could have this ability. I can adjust the direction of my future efforts slightly. Naruto shook his head regretfully. Really? Even the system lets itself down. Then, just give up. Currently, the time for ninjutsu training can be shortened a little. Not to mention the danger, it may not be as good as natural growth. It still requires more effort to refine the body. Having made up his mind, Naruto picked some green vegetables and planned to roast them at home. In order to avoid being discovered, he would also go shopping for vegetables, and the vegetables he bought were the same ones he grew himself, so he was not worried about being discovered at all. "Why don't you practice any more?" The Nine Tails suddenly discovered that Naruto was very free today and did not even practice ninjutsu. "I tanked." Kyuubi curled his lips. "Do you think I'm a fool? I don't believe you. No one works harder than you, and your growth rate is terrifying." If he wasn't only 5 years old and his body hadn't fully grown yet, this guy could fly to the sky right now. Naruto didn't care, he was living a fulfilling life now. Why do I suddenly feel like someone is staring at me strangely?" Naruto frowned, lying on the table calmly, and asked in his heart, "Kyuubi, do you feel it?" "No, I don't feel anything at all." The nine-tailed fox shuddered when it heard this, as it actually felt nothing. As for Naruto deceiving him, that was impossible. There's no need to deceive with this stuff. So there really is someone secretly watching Naruto, and he can't sense it yet. Who is it? Can you tell me which direction it is? Can't lock it. Naruto shook his head secretly. It felt like I was being watched from all directions, very secretively. If I hadn't become a little stronger this time, I really wouldn't have been able to sense it. Naruto felt that if it weren't for the space, he wouldn't be able to sense this faint gaze. Absolutely. Suddenly, a name broke into Naruto's heart. "What did you think of?" "I thought of something interesting." Naruto thought for a moment and decided to remind Narashikaku and the Uchiha clan. "It's not a big deal to secretly watch someone, it's not a big problem for you, but it's a big problem for others. Especially the Uchiha clan. God knows what this guy is planning to do behind the scenes. In order to rescue his mother, he tried his best and did anything. Filial piety is commendable, but it harms the interests of others." Naruto crossed his arms. Pause. Sandaime-sama. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was studying the crystal ball, looked up and looked at Narashikaku in confusion. "What's the matter?" "I discovered something interesting recently." "What is it?" Sarutobi Hiruzen felt something in his heart and sat up straight. He knew that Narashikaku would not act without a purpose, so he must have found some clues. Narashikaku handed over a piece of information. "Take a look." Sarutobi Hiruzen took it and read it carefully. After a long while, he looked up in shock and asked, "Is this information authentic?" "It's true, I saw it by accident." The mysterious Uchiha. Suspected to be Uchiha Obito, Rei's Nan, the fourth Hokage. As evidence continued to surface in his mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became increasingly grim. He gritted his teeth and said, "Akatsuki, you're doing very well." He already believed most of it. Things are not so coincidental. A series of coincidences is inevitable. All that remains is verification. His eyes flickered, and Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. "Don't worry about this matter, I will investigate it myself." "Good." Narashikaku left quietly with a smile on his face. "Very good." The disaster was successfully diverted to the east. "Akatsuki, you guys should take the blame for this. Give Naruto a chance to grow. Besides, it's not like he's taking the blame. There are some people from Akatsuki involved in this. He is upright and not afraid of investigation at all." On the contrary. Narashikaku chuckled softly. "Danzo, you should also be prepared to take the blame. Are you ready?" In the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui solemnly. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui looked at Uchiha Fugaku in shock. They saw Uchiha Fugaku's eyes spinning and turning into a kaleidoscope. "Chief, you. Why, do you think I'm only a 3-Magatama?" Fugaku sneered. "If I hadn't hidden deeper, I wouldn't even know where my bones are buried now." Shisui was silent. Uchiha Itachi glanced at his elder brother Shisui, lowered his head, and didn't dare to speak. They never imagined that their clan leader was hiding so deeply, and he was actually a kaleidoscope powerhouse. With 2 Manjiki, it seems that if a fight really breaks out in the future, the gap between the Uchiha and the village won't be that big. After exchanging a glance, Shisui said to Uchiha Fugaku with a serious expression, "Clan leader, I will cooperate with this play." Boom! The moon is in the sky and the stars are shining. Suddenly, a shocking battle broke out. Naruto opened the curtains, and the 9-tailed fox's frightened voice kept coming, "Ah, Naruto, this is Uchiha Susanoo, there are 2 of them, run away." Naruto was speechless. "You must be traumatized and so scared. 9-tailed fox? If you were pinned to the ground and rubbed several times by Uchiha Madara, you would also have a psychological trauma." Post views, 42. 025 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 025. The war came suddenly and ended suddenly. Combined with Uchiha Shisui's instant body technique, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his men disappeared before they could organize an effective siege. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the place where the battle took place with a grim face. They saw the scene clearly just now, it was clearly 2 Uchiha clan members fighting. With a cold snort, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his sleeves and said, "Go and ask Uchiha Shisui to come to the Hokage's office." Sandame. Uchiha Shisui calmly looked at the Hokage's office. Looking at Uchiha Shisui in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a headache. This handsome guy used to be a staunch successor to the Will of Fire, but now he has been pushed to the opposite side by them. "Tell me, what exactly happened just now?" "It's a masked man." Uchiha Shisui spoke frankly, "I saw him sneaking around the Uchiha compound, so I approached him and asked him about it. I never thought he was also from the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Shisui said this with a look of shock on his face. "I had no idea that there were people in this world who had opened the Manjiki Sharingan." Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sank. Masked man? Uchiha clan? Memories from a few years ago came flooding back. It was a dark and windy night, and a masked man stirred up the turmoil in Konoha village. In the end, the Minato couple died in battle, leaving behind the 9 tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto. There were countless casualties in the village at that time. The enemy is the mysterious masked man. Until now, he still doesn't know where this masked man came from. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and watched Shisui leave. He stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back, quietly looking at the endless night outside. "Hokage-sama." A figure appeared silently. "Kakashi, what did you find out?" Kakashi was silent for a long time before he said in a hoarse voice, "That mysterious man is very strange. He knows space ninjutsu, but someone saw him enter the root base." "Who?" "Uzumaki Naruto." "Who are you talking about?" Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around abruptly, his voice rising sharply, a look of disbelief on his face. "You said Uzumaki Naruto, you are not mistaken." "No." Kakashi narrowed his eyes and shook his head lazily. "This matter was discovered by accident. I passed by there during the investigation and couldn't help but take a look, and saw this." Kakashi handed over a painting and introduced it. "This is a painting drawn by Naruto. I asked the ninja who was watching him, and the answer was that he was indeed the one who drew it." Such a coincidence. Sarutobi Hiruzen was suspicious. Why did he feel that all this was too much of a coincidence? "At first I thought it was too coincidental, so I investigated it." "What was the result?" "Naruto started learning to paint a long time ago. Since he doesn't have many friends, he would sit by the window and paint the scenery outside when he has nothing to do. Because of the tight schedule, I only took this one. The third Hokage can go and take a look. There are many other scrolls in front of Naruto's window, all depicting the scenery outside the window." Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his eyebrows, but his doubts remained. "He plans to go and see." "One thing after another, I felt like I was being pulled into a whirlpool. And he still doesn't know who is behind this Akatsuki organization?" Suddenly, he thought of the information that Narashikaku had passed on to him not long ago. A being resembling Uchiha Obito. It seems to be closed loop. Akatsuki, the enemy hiding in the dark, is coming to attack Konoha village. Okay. Very good. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed in anger. If this matter is confirmed to be true, he will definitely make this organization look bad. The conspiracy has come back to haunt me. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen had been sitting on the throne of Hokage for so many years and had developed the composure to remain calm even in the face of a mountain collapsing, he was still very angry. I feel like I've been fooled for years. What do they want to do from the year the fourth generation died to now? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, put away the scroll handed to him by Kakashi, sat in the office chair with an expressionless face, staring at the crystal ball in a daze. Kakashi faded quietly, his doubts growing instead of diminishing. For some reason, he felt that one of the figures in the battle just now was very familiar, so familiar that his heart seemed to be twitching. Who could it be? Subconsciously stroking the eye covered by the mask, Kakashi felt a strange thought growing in his heart. Hey, Naruto, I drew another picture today. Naruto was staring out the window in a daze, with an old painting board placed in front of him. Joey has been crazy these days. He has been practicing calligraphy well and started to learn painting. He also often asks me to appreciate his paintings. In the end, he even asked me to frame them. Please, you are Kyuubi, not a painter. When Joey heard this, he would say righteously, I'm bored staying in here, so I found that painting and writing can calm my mind. Have to. Naruto decisively met this request. Really? My ears are quieter and it feels a lot more relaxing without so many noisy sounds. In order to cover up, he even placed an old drawing board in front of him, and sketched on it when he had nothing to do, just to pretend. Don't you think we're missing a scroll? Flipping the scroll, Naruto smiled. What was missing was the picture of Obito entering the route that he had asked Kyuubi to draw last time when he suddenly had an idea. This is still Naruto's description. The nine-tailed fox is painting, and one man and one-tailed beast are working together sincerely. Kyuubi proudly said that this painting was his best. Naruto tutted and laughed. It seems that someone took it away. Who? I suddenly felt that someone was going to be in trouble. Buckle. 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 Naruto, who was thinking, suddenly felt something and walked over to open the door. Sure enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen was looking at him with a smile on his face while holding fruits and vegetables. Seeing the door open, he raised his hand and shook the supplies in his hand and said with a smile, Little Naruto, how about I have dinner at your place today? You never come here without eating. Naruto rolled his eyes, took the fruits and vegetables from Sarutobi Hiruzen, led him in, and then went to wash the fruits and vegetables. Naruto never treats himself badly in life now. Sarutobi Hiruzen took advantage of Naruto going into the kitchen to stroll around, came to the drawing board, and flipped through the pictures casually, his eyes narrowed. Really? Naruto has indeed been painting recently. And it started a few days ago. There is a date on each painting, which shows that Naruto has a strong learning ability and is making rapid progress. From the initial scribbles, the outline can now be seen. It seems to be true. Sarutobi Hiruzen put the scrolls back in place, looking thoughtful. He decided to ask again, just in case. At the dinner table, Naruto and Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the dim light, the old and the young eating in silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen organized his words while eating, and then casually asked, Naruto-chan, have you been drawing recently? Here I come. Naruto and Kyuubi said inwardly at the same time. The Nine-Tails chuckled softly and said, Naruto, it's time to test your acting skills. Post views, 38. 026 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 026. Naruto sneered, I'm acting like myself. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, Naruto looked up confusedly and muttered while eating his rice, "Yet, what's wrong? It's okay, I just feel that you have a good talent in painting." Yet. Naruto smiled brightly, feeling very pleased with himself. "I told you, I can definitely make money as a painter in the future. Isn't your goal to become Hokage? Being a painter doesn't prevent you from becoming Hokage. Didn't the third-generation grandfather paint often?" Naruto tilted his head, confusion evident on his face. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed dryly and hastily changed the subject. After a moment's deliberation, he continued to ask, "What did you draw?" "Oh, I just draw outside the window. Sometimes I see strange things and draw them." "Something strange?" Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of that painting. Although it wasn't very pretty, it clearly expressed the meaning. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't ask any more questions. He had gotten the answer he wanted. Danzo, ah. After eating and drinking, he chatted with Naruto for a while, and only got up and left after seeing Naruto yawning. Walking out of the door, he turned his head to look at the house illuminated by dim lights, smiled, and turned to leave. "Danzo, you're here." In the Hokage's office, under the dim light, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked somewhat gloomy and scary. Danzo came over with a cane and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in confusion, not understanding why the old man asked him to come over so late. "Here, take a look." Sarutobi Hiruzen handed over a scroll. Danzo took it and his pupils shrank suddenly. The picture on it was actually the masked man. "This is..." Danzo suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. "I'm not being set up, am I? When you feel like you've been cheated, only you and your enemy know how wronged you are. He used to cheat others, but now he is the one being cheated. Where did this painting come from?" Danzo's face was gloomy, and he felt like he had eaten shit. "Let's not talk about this painting for now, let's talk about this masked man. Why did he come to your place? What did you do? I'm really interested, old friend." Danzo's mouth twitched. "Oops. Now it seems that even jumping into the Yellow River cannot wash away the evil. Damn it, who is plotting against me? Don't tell." Sarutobi Hiruzen sneered, "Since you won't tell me, then you can stop being the leader of the root and go back to raising pigs." Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and directly took away Danzo's position. Danzo. He no longer trusted Danzo. From the information passed on by Narashikaku to the battle between the Uchiha clan, he did not doubt Danzo. But a painting by Naruto directly connected all of this. Combine these two unrelated things together. Doubt Naruto? Naruto has always been under his surveillance, and how could a 5-year-old child be so calculating when no one is around? He has watched him grow up since he was a child. If he had such thoughts, he would have revealed them long ago. Even though he is much quieter now, he likes to stay at home and has never gone out to cause trouble. He is also determined and exercises every day. What is it for? It's all for the Hokage and the will of fire that he mentioned. And what about Danzo? He has a criminal record. Do you really think you don't know his ambition? Just because he didn't refute it just now, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that even if these accusations against him were true, he must have an unclear and ambiguous relationship with this masked man. This alone was enough for Sarutobi Hiruzen to suppress it. A major earthquake occurred in Konoha village. Danzo, the second in command of Konoha village, went home to raise pigs. Naruto almost laughed like a pig. This is a case of being cheated and plotted against. After thinking about it carefully, Naruto knew who it was. It must be the Uchiha people who were trying to shift the blame, and there must be someone he himself was pushing among them. This calculation must have been made by Narashikaku. Because he was the only one who had seen Kyubai's painting when he came here. What a terrifying person! He sent Danzo to be raised as a pig farmer with just the slightest movement. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll have a bowl of spicy and sour Chinese cabbage. Hiccup. Jiwei retched, I said, can't you make something else? I'm tired of eating carrots and cabbages all day long. Everyone has their own preferences. Naruto spread his hands. He wanted to, but there were only a few seeds. Then he glared at Kyuubi with disdain and muttered, I see Hinata eating very happily, why are you tired of it? Kyuubi was too exhausted to complain. Who knows why that little girl has such a good appetite and never gets tired of eating anything. It was so easy to succeed. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku felt as if it was unreal that he had won a 100 million lottery ticket. They had only intended to plant a seed of doubt in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind and never thought they would succeed in one go. When it comes to scheming, they are definitely no match for people like Sarutobi Hiruzen. But this time it was so successful, it was incredible. Could it be that the person behind the scenes is making a move? Uchiha Itachi was very calm. He knew that they couldn't achieve this with their clumsy acting alone, there must be a third party involved. The only third party he could think of was the person who was secretly doing bad things. Very likely. Uchiha Shisui came back to his senses from his joy and nodded heavily, I think so too. Never mind that. Uchiha Fugaku smiled. He hadn't felt so comfortable for a long time. Even though he had beaten Danzo for a few days and reinstated him, he still felt relieved. This is just the beginning. Uchiha Fugaku was in high spirits. He seemed to have found the fearlessness he had when he was young, which was really intoxicating. What's going on? Why did the situation suddenly take a turn for the worse? Uchiha Obito was also confused. He just had a good sleep, and when he woke up the next day he heard this bolt from the blue. Danzo was robbed. Ju had half of his body exposed, with his head tilted, recalling the intelligence he had collected in the past few days. He always felt that there was a clue missing and he couldn't connect the dots. How do you say? Hearing Obito's question, Zetsu came back to his senses from his thoughts and said casually, there is a big problem with this Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto? Obito was stunned and silent. If he occasionally wakes up in his dreams at midnight, the person he feels most sorry for is Uzumaki Naruto. Because of him, this child who should have been happy became an orphan. But he felt relieved when he thought that the future he imagined would definitely include the shadow of his teacher and his wife. They will all come back in the future anyway, so there is nothing to feel guilty about. What is there to be sorry about? Now when Obito heard what Zetsu said, he didn't believe it at first. What can this 5-year-old kid do? Do you think he is Kakashi? Even Kakashi wasn't that evil when he was 5 years old. He drew a picture of what it would look like if you had your roots removed. Ha ha ha, impossible. Obito denied, I was very careful when I went to the root. I didn't even use my ability. I just went in quietly. How could I be discovered and even drawn out? Look, this is what I restored based on Uzumaki Naruto's drawing. Obito took it and looked at it, then fell into endless silence. Post views, 38. 027 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 027. Is this really me? Obito was confused. The painting really looked a bit like that, but his memory told him that he had never done that before. You've already forgotten what you did, and it's only been a few days. I almost vomited blood. I know you're not very reliable, but you don't have to be that unreliable. I probably haven't done it, so why did Uzumaki Naruto draw this picture? I've seen that location, and it does allow you to see the root headquarters at a glance. Since you've never done that, how did Uzumaki Naruto draw it? Ju pointed at the painting and asked doubtfully, logically speaking, he shouldn't know your ability since he hasn't been exposed to it before, unless someone told him. Who? Nine-tailed fox? Hiss. Uchiha Obito suddenly realized. Yes. In this Konoha village, there is only one person who knows his abilities, no, it is a tailed beast, that is the 9 tails. When he sneaked into the room of Uzumaki Kushina who was giving birth, his ability might have been seen by the 9 tails. That means the Kyuubi and Naruto have made contact. Zetsu looked up at Obito in shock. Do you think there is a possibility that the 9 tails recognized Uzumaki Naruto? You're overthinking it. Naruto is just a brat. What does the 9 tails want from him? Forward. Zetsu was unable to answer when Obito asked him a question. Yet, what's the point? Picture of the body? This idea is totally hilarious. Naruto is the son of Minato Namikaze. If the 9 tails doesn't hate him to death, how could it possibly recognize him? So the question is, why do we do this? Or is there a deeper reason that he is unaware of? I've been keeping an eye on Naruto recently. I must find out his secret. Whatever you want. Seeing Zetsu gritting his teeth, Obito sighed and smiled, but it's also a good thing for us that Danzo goes to raise pigs. At least in the short term, I don't have to worry about how to reply to Danzo. I've been out for too long. If I don't go back, Nagato will probably get suspicious. I'll go back to the Akatsuki organization first and come back later. Let me know if you have any news. Go ahead. I don't care at all. Although he did not achieve the expected purpose this time, he did gain some good results. Now he has to keep a close eye on Uzumaki Naruto. For some reason, he always felt that Uzumaki Naruto had some very important secrets. Tisk, I'm still better after all. Narashikaku waved the chess piece in his hand and smiled faintly. This is just the beginning. The layout should be subtle and let them fight each other. Uchiha Obito, this is just the beginning. Narashikaku thought of the spirited and warm young man. Minato Namikaze was a very charismatic and powerful person, but such a person was actually killed by his own disciple. Looking back to the past, he was able to become Hokage because of the contributions of Inoshikajo and others. It was thought that Konoha village would reach its peak again, but it unexpectedly took a sudden turn for the worse. The 9 Tails rebellion brought everything back to the starting point. Later, what happened to Uzumaki Naruto made these people shudder with fear. The events that followed were more shocking than the last. Sometimes he really felt that the 3rd generation was no longer the original ninja hero, but a ruler in the true sense of the word. Together with Danzo, the two of them joined forces, making Konoha village appear peaceful and stable, but in fact it was in chaos behind the scenes. Among all of this, he actually didn't hate the masked man that Mew. After all, they are enemies, not friends. It is understandable that the enemy would do anything out of the ordinary. If it were him, he would also do everything he could. But now, when he knew that the masked man was Uchiha Obito, he was filled with hatred. Akatsuki, you've made fun of so many of us in Konoha village. Then you can experience what it's like to be made fun of. Narashikaku made a move and suddenly thought of Uzumaki Naruto. Perhaps, there really is karma and reincarnation in this world. Uchiha Obito, you will eventually fall into the hands of Uzumaki Naruto. Bang! Shikamaru looked at his father in confusion, feeling that his father was playing chess with murderous intent today. There are also people like the 3rd Hokage and Danzo. Narashikaku raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a meaningful smile. I really wonder what kind of expression they would have if they knew that all this turmoil was caused by Uzumaki Naruto. I'm really looking forward to it. Glancing at Shikamaru, Narashikaku raised his hand and touched his head, smiling and saying, "Come on, another plate." Shikamaru looked at the chess piece in his hand, then looked at the murderous Narashikaku, threw the chess piece in his hand, stood up and ran away. Terrible man! Murderous dad! I am playing chess with you now just to ask for trouble, do you think I am stupid? Narashikaku. With a casual smile, Narashikaku played chess alone. Hiding in a dark corner, Danzo couldn't figure out how things had come to this point. I was falsely accused, framed, and set up for no reason, and ended up like this. He was not worried about himself, he was worried that this stain would become an obstacle to his future as Hokage. Don't let me know who is plotting against me. Danzo is no fool. On the surface, this matter seems to be a calculation of the Uchiha clan, but if these guys were so calculating, they would never have come to this point. There must be a master behind this. Even now he doesn't know who it is. Fortunately, the roots generally listen to me, so I can investigate secretly. It's better to hide in the dark. This way, the enemy will be in the dark while I am in the dark, which will be more convenient for me. Danzo took a deep breath. He wouldn't give up so easily. Call. 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 Naruto gasped for air. After running around Konoha village several times, even with his special physique, he couldn't bear it. He was sweating all over, with his hands on the wall, sweat dripping down. Naruto picked up the water bottle beside him and took a few sips of water. Feeling the cool and refreshing feeling, he squinted his eyes comfortably. With her head lowered, her golden hair fluttered in the breeze, but her eyes flashed with a cold light. There has been a vague gaze staring at him these past few days. He was almost certain that this guy must be the mastermind behind all this. But he couldn't lock onto the opponent's position. My current strength is still a little weak after all. Naruto took another sip of water and sneered faintly. The ninjutsu in the space is still growing, and every day, bits and pieces of insights continue to emerge in Naruto's mind and are absorbed. It feels like someone is taking a complex object apart and teaching it piece by piece. I believe that it won't be long before he can dominate the ninja world just with the three-body technique. With my current physical condition, I should be able to open the first gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu. Naruto muttered to himself. Upon hearing this, Joey held his forehead with his hand, speechless. Come on, you're only 5 years old, what do you want to do? I don't know the urgency in Naruto's heart, but this atmosphere still affects him. Hearing this, he said bluntly, I also know the 8 gates ninjutsu. Naruto paused his movements and frowned. Is this nine-tailed fox an encyclopedia? How come you know everything? Post views, 36. 028 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 028. Flying Thunder God, would you? I guess so. Kyuubi grinned, I know a lot. Your mother didn't cheat on me back then, so I've seen most of it. It's a pity, I'm not human, so I can't use many ninjutsu. A walking encyclopedia of ninjutsu. Naruto rubbed his hands together and said, come on, teach me Flying Thunder God. Nine-tailed fox. First, learn your 8 gates ninjutsu well. Flying Thunder God is not that easy to learn. Kyuubi refused. He only has a few trump cards, how could he possibly play them all? If this continues, it will be hollowed out. What will happen in the future? Good things should be thrown out bit by bit to make their presence felt, so that they will not become worthless in the end. Joey has lived for so many years and has mastered the essence of this way. Naruto shrugged and began to learn the 8 gates according to the Nine Tails instructions. To put it simply, the 8 gates of ninjutsu is a kind of physical application. Improve your strength in an instant by stimulating your potential. The more doors you open, the more terrifying the power burst will be, and the heavier the burden on yourself will be. This thing can only be used as a trump card, but the first few doors can be used to fight against the enemy. Just like Might Guy, if it weren't for Naruto, he would have gone to the Pure Land long ago. Even so, he will have to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair, with his entire body disabled. He doesn't want this kind of life. He would never let himself get to that point. Sugar cane is good. And sweet potatoes and corn. Naruto was busy in space, like a hard-working little bee. It was that disgusting gaze that was so annoying that Naruto couldn't even take things out of the space properly. It's very unpleasant to be sneaky. Don't let me catch you. If I catch you, I will make sure you know why the flowers are so white. Depend on. Naruto cursed inwardly. What a little pervert. After watching for more than half a month, Black Zetsu came to a conclusion. And he's a bootlicker. Black Zetsu smiled bitterly. Think how powerful Minato Namikaze was, but his son turned out to be a bootlicker. He brought food to Hinata Hyuga every day and threatened her if she refused to eat. What's so good about Hinata? She wears the same clothes all day long. Incomprehensible. He really can't appreciate human aesthetics. Maybe I guessed wrong. Black Zetsu thought about it and decided not to keep an eye on it himself. He had a lot of things to do, so he just left it to his clone here and continued to collect information about Konoha village. Finally left. After seeing Hinata shyly eating the food he cooked, Naruto's eyes flashed. He felt that the vague gaze had disappeared and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he can start making his next plan. How does it feel? Naruto looked at Hinata with a smile. After feeding her for so long, Hinata no longer felt so resistant to him. At the same time, he also found that Hinata's eyes were becoming more and more beautiful. It's clearly just a roll of the eyes, but it gives people a crystal clear feeling. If someone stares at you with something to hide, you'll feel ashamed. The power of this Byakugan has definitely become stronger, but I don't know how much stronger it has become. And I don't know when I will advance to the Samsara Eye. It will probably take some time. Even though the Samsara Eye is so powerful, it is not easy to awaken it. Now that the transformation technique has reached a certain level, it's time to move on to the next step. Naruto packed up his lunchbox, thought for a moment and made a decision. Now the Uchiha clan is waiting for his move. Then, just move yourself. After school, go home. After returning home, Naruto did his own things calmly as usual. Until midnight. Naruto hid in the bathroom under the surprised gaze of the Nine Tails. What are you doing? Sneaking around. The Nine Tails felt a little strange watching the sneaky Naruto. Naruto has always given him the impression of being calm and composed, so why is he so wretched today? Change. The next moment. When the nine-tailed fox was confused, he used the transformation technique again. Namikaze Minato? What do you want to do? You'll know soon. Naruto ignored Kyubai's question and took out a wooden kunao from Uchiha Sasuke's desk and began to carve a mark on it. Wait! Wait! Kyuubi suddenly stood up in his cage, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Pointing at the mark carved by Naruto, he was shocked for 10,000 years. What is this? A technique? Yes, the Flying Thunder God technique. Naruto grinned, but what he said was earth-shattering. That's impossible. Kyuubi couldn't help but yelled, how did you become Flying Thunder God? No. You turned into that bastard Minato Namikaze, could it be that your transformation technique? Clever. Naruto snapped his fingers and said with a grin, I've improved my clone jutsu so that I can acquire the abilities of a single person. Although this ability can only be used after transforming, it is very useful to me now. The nine-tailed fox looked at Naruto numbly, unable to complain in his heart. Do you know what earth-shattering and awe-inspiring thing you have done? Transformation technique? It has been finalized over millions of years and is considered one of the basic ninjutsu of ninjas. Now Naruto has taken this transformation technique to a new level. Awesome! The Nine Tails looked at Naruto in horror, unable to suppress the shock in his heart. Watching Naruto carving the technique, Kyuubi couldn't help but ask, so the ability you gained by becoming Minato Namikaze is Flying Thunder God? Yeah, I'm lucky. Depend on. The corner of Joey's mouth twitched, and he always felt that there was a sense of pretense. Alright. After a long while, Naruto stopped what he was doing and said with a smile, we can proceed to the next step tomorrow. The next day. Sasuke looked at the wooden kunao that was inexplicably lost yesterday and appeared again today. He scratched his head and didn't think too much about it. I was very sad before, but now I'm not sad anymore. As for the pattern above, although no one knows who drew it, it looks very mysterious. Maybe some kind person painted it on me, making this kunao look much better. Suzuki didn't care and went home happily after school in the evening. Smoke is curling up from every household. In the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku and others were having dinner. On the other side, Naruto first used Shadow Clone to create a clone of himself. Then he went into the bathroom and transformed into the appearance of Minato Namikaze. With a thought, he vaguely sensed the location of the Flying Thunder God technique. The next moment, Naruto disappeared in the toilet. When she appeared again, she was already in front of Sasuke's school bag. With a rubbing sound, several people present were startled by the sudden appearance of this person. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi stood up suddenly, kunao appeared in their hands, and looked at Naruto in front of them vigilantly. Fourth generation. Wrong. Uchiha Fugaku stared at Naruto seriously and asked coldly, "Who are you?" Post views, 33. 029 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 029. Flying Thunder God. When Uchiha Fugaku saw the kunao playing with Naruto's hand, his pupils shrank slightly. "Who are you?" "I." Naruto chuckled, "People who help you." After saying that, Naruto leisurely pulled over a stool and sat down, looking at the people present with a smile. As for Sasuke, he was pulled into the illusion by Uchiha Fugaku long before Naruto appeared. "You can use the Raise Nan and Flying Thunder God." And he also turned into the appearance of Minato Namikaze. Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath and calmed himself down. "The person in front of me is not the fourth generation, but he definitely has a close relationship with the fourth generation. Thank you for your help last time, otherwise Shisui would not have escaped this disaster." "It's okay. You should also know that I am targeting you, Uchiha." The expression on Uchiha Fugaku's face cracked slightly. This person is really direct. To make a long story short, I'm very unhappy with the current state of Konoha village. Putting down the kunao in his hand, Naruto said calmly, "So I'm going to tear it down and start over." "Why should I believe you?" "No, you are wrong," Naruto shook his head, "you can only trust me. We can also try to trust others, such as the Akatsuki organization." Uchiha Itachi looked calmly at Naruto and said, "I believe they will be happy to have us join them." "Well said." Naruto glanced at Uchiha Itachi and chuckled, "But celebrities don't speak in secret. If you choose the Akatsuki organization, then I will be the first to cooperate with Konoha village to eliminate you. Believe me, I have the ability." Nine-tailed fox. He is so calm, he can tell lies without blushing at all. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi were silent. They naturally believe it. The person in front of me is too mysterious and too scary. Raise Nan, Flying Thunder God. Just these two types are not inferior to most ninjas. What's more, they don't know whether the person in front of them is alone or has a huge organization behind him. They can't afford the gamble. Benefits, what do we need to do? After a long time, Uchiha Fugaku finally made up his mind, sat opposite Naruto, and solemnly began the negotiations. He knew that this choice meant they had no way back. Either victory or extinction. But they have no way out and no other choice. In that case, what is there to hesitate about? Just do it. Smart choice. Naruto chuckled, crossed his arms, and leaned back in the chair, saying, "I have only one goal, to become Hokage." Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flashed, as if thinking about something. "So when I make a move, you all have to make a move together and become my assistants. As for who I am, you'll know when I take action. What you need to do now is to hold steady and don't let Danzo and his men get hold of us and kill us. Don't worry about that." Uchiha Fugaku nodded, then said, "I wonder if there's any interest in bringing the Hyuga clan in as well." Naruto. Okay, okay. This is truly turning to myself. Fine. As for the Hyuga clan, they looked deeply at Uchiha Fugaku. Naruto smiled, and raised his hand to grab at the void. Naruto grabbed a large sack of carrots. This move shocked Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi. Spatial ability. This person is so mysterious. They have never heard of such a person in Konoha village. Uchiha Fugaku thought about everyone, but none of them matched. Mysterious. I felt a sense of awe in my heart, and at the same time I was curious about what this carrot was used for. Give. Naruto casually handed over the sack in his hand, stood up, and said meaningfully, "Believe me, you will fall in love with him. This is a treasure. Baby?" After watching Naruto disappear in front of them, Uchiha Fugaku withdrew his gaze and frowned. Naruto should have sensed his attack just now. This did not surprise him at all. What shocked him was that Naruto was completely unfazed. The illusion he cast had no effect at all in front of Naruto. This is also the reason why he agreed so readily. I looked at the carrots in my hand and found that they had been washed very clean. He picked up a carrot, looked at it, thought about it carefully, and handed it to Uchiha Mikoto. Soon, a bowl of shredded carrots was served on the table. Uchiha Fugaku took a bite, and a strange energy flowed through his body. This is... Uchiha Fugaku suddenly stood up again and looked at the plate of carrots with shock in his eyes. What's wrong? Father. Uchiha Itachi looked up, surprised why his father was so surprised. How is it possible that this thing can actually restore pupil power? Shocking, unexpected, and thrilling. All kinds of emotions came to my mind. For the first time, Uchiha Fugaku felt awe and fear towards someone. This thing is so terrifying that it almost holds the lifeblood of the Uchiha clan. You must know that although the kaleidoscope is powerful, its side effects are also huge. Each time you use it, your vision will weaken a little bit, and if you use it for a long time, you will become blind. The only way to restore pupil power is to use the eternal kaleidoscope. But now, this rule has been broken by this sack of carrots. He also found that eating carrots could increase his energy. It can even directly bypass emotional fluctuations and open your eyes silently. When Uchiha Fugaku told this discovery, both Uchiha Mikoto, Uchiha Shisui who had just arrived, and Uchiha Itachi were silent on the spot. It seems that he has been taken advantage of. It's a good thing too. Uchiha Itachi smiled bitterly, this way we don't have to worry about him abandoning us, because this is almost like holding our lifeline in his hands. Several people were silent. My mood was up and down this evening, it was really full of twists and turns. But as Uchiha Itachi said, it is a good thing for them now. How ironic! Now even this can be considered a good thing. It just so happens that this carrot can help us return to our peak and bide our time. Also, Itachi, eat more and see if you can open your manjiki. If you can. In the end, Uchiha Fugaku didn't say it, but everyone present knew it. They will be safer once Uchiha Itachi opens his manjiki. So, this person in the dark is still a benefactor to our Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku put his hands behind his back and stared at the sky. There was one thing he didn't say. Perhaps, with the help of this man and this magical food, Uchiha can surpass his previous peak. Hey, you really succeeded in fooling me. You're overthinking it. Naruto rolled his eyes, only sheer strength can subdue them in this kind of situation. Otherwise, the thing in your hand will be a typical example of being guilty of possessing a treasure. Next. Study Flying Thunder God. Naruto put away his shadow clone, removed the appearance of Minato Namikaze, and began to study Flying Thunder God in his heart. Kyuubi lay in the cage, feeling very uneasy. Should I? Post views, 32. 030 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 030. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Talk to Naruto and be good friends. The more Nine Tails interacts with Naruto, the more he feels that this person is unfathomable. Even from a god's perspective, what he did was amazing. Bold and careful. And they can also use their own resources to gain benefits. Once the carrot is thrown, as long as Naruto doesn't do things too excessively and has a certain level of strength, he will be a perfect thug. There is no need to describe how powerful the Uchiha are. With the resources provided by Naruto, their strength will definitely take off. And then there is Hinata Hyuga, who is now being completely dominated by Naruto. According to Naruto, it is the same as the Sharingan, but with an even more powerful eye on top. In this way, once it is turned on, it will be a powerful aid. By then, the entire Hyuga clan will worship Naruto. The two families immediately switched sides. The same is true for Narashikaku. If Inoshikacho is the core of Konoha village, then Narashikaku is the core of their three clans. So once Narashikaku completely turns to Naruto, everything will almost be settled. Glancing at the celebrity who was trying to comprehend, Kyuubi suddenly shuddered. Unconsciously, whether intentionally or unintentionally, the layout has become so extensive. As long as Naruto feels that he is strong enough, he can stand up and command the support of others. Kyuubi believed that it would not take a few years for Naruto to improve in strength. It may not even take more than 5 years before we can raise our voice. I really want to see the expressions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others when that happens. It must be very interesting. Kyuubi chuckled softly. At the same time, he was also thinking about the relationship between himself and Naruto. As a tailed beast, a collection of chakra, he is also good at perception. One can clearly feel that there is an essential difference between Naruto and those people outside. He seemed to really consider himself a friend. His eyes, body language, etc. did not show any disgust or wariness towards me. Instead, he shared and joked with her as if she were a friend or a family member. This feeling makes it obsessed. Bang! A claw slapped his head, and Nine-Tailed Fox lowered his head, suppressing his inner emotions and roaring in his heart. Damn it, this is just a sugar-coated bullet. I am the noble and powerful Ju Lama, how can I surrender? Yes, it's just a sugar-coated bullet to erode my heart. Naruto is so shrewd and calculating, how could he do this? Well, that must be it. Jouei hypnotized himself in his heart, feeling that his mind was restless, so he simply pulled over a piece of paper and a pen and started writing and drawing. Only in this way can he calm his heart. Call. This flying thunder god is a bit difficult. I still have no idea how to do it. Naruto studied it for a long time, then let out a breath and muttered. Suddenly I came to my senses. Kyuubi was very quiet today, which was unlike him. As soon as he thought of it, he appeared in the sealed space and saw Kyuubi writing frantically. What's wrong with you? I have some understanding. Tisk, maybe you'll be a great calligrapher or a tailed beast in the future. I took a look at the words Kyuubi had written, not quite understanding them, but I was greatly shocked. How's your understanding of Flying Thunder God going? It's okay, I've made some progress. Naruto shook his head, but it may take a long time to fully learn it. The Flying Thunder God skill involves space, and Naruto definitely could not learn it originally. But because he had his own space and ate so much spiritual spring water and vegetables from the space, his physical talents became much stronger. Perhaps it was because of this that he was able to come into contact with the ninjutsu of Flying Thunder God. Konoha village has a huge talent pool, but only 2 people have fully mastered Flying Thunder God. This shows how difficult it is to practice the Flying Thunder God. Naruto was not in a hurry, he was only 5 years old and would soon be 6. There is still plenty of time, so everything must be done with safety and confidentiality as the top priority. Take your time, don't rush. Is there actually intelligence in this world that you can't investigate? When Zetsu returned to the land of rain, Nagato looked at him in surprise, as if he was hallucinating. You have to know that Ju was very confident at that time, so confident that he often said that he could even find out the underwear of the shadow of a village. This is how I have been living these years. Over time, they all thought that their intelligence collection was extremely powerful. Now they have been dealt a heavy blow. It turns out that there is still information in this world that cannot be investigated. For some reason, Nagato secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the somewhat depressed Ju calmly, thought for a moment and asked, "Is there not even a trace of clue? There is one thing I find suspicious about Uzumaki Naruto." Uzumaki Naruto? Nagato pondered. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki should have been watched by secret sentries since he was a child. You have also been watching him these past few days, so there shouldn't be any problems, right? I actually thought so too, but deep down I just felt that there was something wrong with Uzumaki Naruto. Ju smiled bitterly. He felt like he was going crazy. How could you possibly doubt a 5-year-old child? However, there is an lingering haze in my heart. Zionin stood quietly by the side, and only spoke up when he heard this. Sometimes it feels unreasonable. Why don't you focus on Naruto for a month and try it out? Anyone will reveal their true colors. A month should be enough. After all, the enemy is in the open while we are in the dark, so it shouldn't be difficult to find clues. If you don't find it, then it's probably a wrong feeling. A month's time wouldn't hurt them. They knew that the timeline for what the organization was going to do would have to be extended, at least in years. You have a point. I did the same. Ju recounted what happened this time between Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. Basically no useful information. This group of people hid it quite well. Nagato sneered. In their plan, he would never allow the emergence of such a force beyond their understanding. Now that the signs have appeared, we must suppress them. It might not be easy for them, an Akatsuki organization, to target them openly or covertly. But who said they were the only ones who wanted something bad to happen to Konoha village? Sometimes the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Ju said meaningfully, I plan to sell this news. Nagato was stunned. Thinking about something. Maybe those people have received the news now, but the details are definitely not clear. In that case, this is indeed a good idea. There must be spies hidden deep within those villages lurking in Konoha village. Maybe the Akatsuki organization won't be able to find any clues for a while, but if they are included. Nagato understood. Zionin's eyes fell on Ju and nodded, that's fine, you go and do it. Okay, but there's one more thing. What? Nagato and Konan were stunned. Is there anything else that hasn't been reported? Post views, 35. 031 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 031. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. That Uchiha Fugaku is actually a powerful ninja who can open the Manjiki. Zetsu said to Nagato solemnly, this guy is really well hidden. If they hadn't wanted to plot against Danzo this time, he wouldn't have been exposed. What? Nagato frowned. Doesn't this mean that the Uchiha clan alone has 2 extremely powerful ninjas? Thankfully, they were separated from the village. For the first time, Nagato felt fortunate that they had acted quickly and advanced the differentiation process between the two. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to break into Konoha village with this configuration even if he had the Rinnegan. This would be a huge blow to their plan of infinite Tsukuyomi. It can be considered a blessing in disguise. Zionin exhaled, now they're divided, which is good for us. But this information needs to be recorded, and you need to be more careful and diligent when gathering intelligence. Many problems emerged in Konoha village this time. Ju also understands it in his heart. He also felt that he had been too lazy before and this was not acceptable. This time, what happened in Konoha village really gave him a wake-up call, and he saw stars. There are so many things about Konoha village that he doesn't know. He reflected deeply and decided to work harder. Call. Mt Miamu. The resting toad immortal slowly opened his hazy eyes. The confused eyes gradually became clear. The great toad immortal. When they sensed that the great toad sage had awakened, Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima hurried to the main hall. You're here. Great toad immortal, what did you predict this time? The immortal Fukasaku stared at the immortal great toad solemnly. Because the moment it came in, it saw the remaining shock on the face of the toad immortal. Who is the big toad immortal? That is a giant toad that has lived for thousands of years and has become very powerful. I have experienced so many things that I can remain calm even when the sky is falling. But just now it actually saw that shocking scene. So, has the future changed again? Call. Exhaling once more, the great toad immortal said solemnly, yes, the future has completely changed. What? Fukasaku Sennin and Shima Sennin suddenly changed their colors. How is this possible? How can a predetermined future be changed? Who has such great energy? The two toads were confused and looked at each other, then looked at the big toad immortal. The young man played with the tailed beasts. The golden light shone again, and the entire ninja world was transformed. Two pairs of terrifying eyes appeared in the sky. Recalling the horrifying scene just now, the toad immortal felt a wave of fear. The impact of the scene just now was unparalleled. Go get Jiraiya. This time the picture is not so blurry. Perhaps telling Jiraiya can speed up his search for his destined person. Jiraiya, who was struggling in the hotel, was directly reversed by the spirits of Fukasaku and Shima. Jiraiya. Seniors, can we give you some advance notice? Jiraiya calmly pulled up his pants, without blushing or panting, and without any shame. Ignoring Jiraiya's face which was thicker than a city wall, the two toad sages pulled Jiraiya away. As they walked, they said, come with us quickly. This time the great toad immortal has a new prophecy. What? Jiraiya was stunned and hurriedly followed. New prophecy, this can't be missed. He has been looking for his destined person for many years, but has no clue. Hopefully there will be a clue this time. Little Jiraiya, you're here. Hello, great toad immortal, long time no see. You're still so polite. The great toad immortal smiled and began to analyze the prophecy in his dream. Although this prophecy is more terrifying than before, it is surprisingly clear. Especially when the golden light reappeared, the first thing that came to my mind was Minato Namikaze's flying thunder god. Do you have any clues? Jiraiya's heart was shaken, and a long-lost memory surfaced. He smiled bitterly, no. Don't worry, take your time. The big toad fairy comforted, there are still two pairs of eyes. One pair is the Rinnegan, and the other pair can actually compete with the Rinnegan. It feels like a white eye. Jiraiya. The Rinnegan has appeared. Is something big going to happen in this world? Anyway, this time we have more information than last time, so you need to pay more attention. The future of the ninja world depends on you. Don't worry, great toad immortal, I will definitely find them. Jiraiya nodded solemnly. After bidding farewell to Sage Fukasaku, Sage Shima and Sage Great Toad, Jiraiya returned to the ninja world. After thinking for a moment, he decided to stay outside for a while before going to Konoha village. When it comes to eyes, what other clan can compare to the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan? The one who is close to the water gets the moon first. Maybe I can go back and give it a try. And that golden light reappeared. If it really is Flying Thunder God, then there is a high possibility that it comes from Konoha village. Konoha village, I haven't been back for a long time, and I suddenly feel a little timid about being back home. What's wrong with you? You keep touching your face. Konoha village. Naruto, who had just finished training, touched his face and felt a little stinging. Kuwabai was a little surprised to see this. I suddenly felt something tickling me. Insect. Maybe. I touched it and there was nothing. Naruto felt a little strange, as if something was not right. But if you think about it carefully, there is no reason. Go take a shower. Naruto shook his head, ignored it, went into the old toilet and started taking a shower. Wait a minute, seal the space, and we'll talk. Okay, wait a minute. Naruto, who was in the shower, responded and finished washing up at a very fast speed. After finishing, he changed into clean clothes and came to the sealed space with a thought. Tick. Tick. The sealed space remains the same. Walking on the waves, Naruto quickly arrived in front of the Nine Tails. He raised his head and looked at the huge nine-tailed fox. Every time I see it, I feel that the existence of creatures like the tailed beasts can easily disrupt the balance. Why can't you just tell me what's going on? Why do you insist on me coming here? Looking at this tiny Naruto, Kyuubi began to recall everything that had happened in the past few days. All signs indicate that the Uzumaki Naruto in front of him is a monster. He also has that magical source of water and vegetables. The most important thing is that he doesn't have the same thoughts about the tailed beasts as others. Sometimes it feels that Naruto is somewhat out of tune with the entire ninja world. Maybe I can really try to be friends with him and try to trust him. Kyuubi knew that Naruto's strength would only take time. As he grows up, his body's ability to withstand stress will improve. Then he will be able to unleash terrifying power. If I add myself, maybe I can really do it. Naruto, let's be friends. Post views, 34. 032 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 032. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Aren't we friends? Naruto asked back. Kyuubi shuddered and said with disgust, Hey, you're so disgusting. Naruto. That little smile you mentioned last time contained this sentence. Naruto was speechless. When he is free, he will tell Hinata some modified stories. But you, Kyuubi, have lived for so many years, and you also like to listen to stories? And I wrote it down. Yeah, it seems like we've become friends without realizing it. Kyuubi suddenly sighed, You are really charming, much better than your father. So you seem to approve of me. Hey, does disapproval help? The Nine Tails murmured inwardly, it could even feel the seal in Naruto's body growing stronger. And as I said before, Naruto holds their lifeline in his hands. Kyuubi also wants to become stronger. His previous character was so fixed that it was difficult for him to become stronger. Because it is a tailed beast, it is extremely difficult to become stronger. But after eating the vegetables that Naruto gave it, it could feel the changes in itself. As long as this thing exists, Naruto really has no shortage of followers. Plus, Naruto's strength is getting stronger day by day. Others may not know about this kind of strengthening, but it can be felt intuitively. Due to various factors, Kyuubi surrendered. It feels comfortable and happy living with Naruto. This feeling has not been felt since the departure of the Six Paths Sage. Naruto could feel the Kyuubi's sincerity. He smiled. Alas, it's really not easy to get your approval. Same here, you think it's easy to get your approval. Vengeful kid. Kyuubi complained, when you succeed, those people will be in trouble. I really want to see that scene. As I said before, only it, which has always stayed by Naruto's side, knows how much injustice this little Naruto has suffered. No one has the right to forgive those people on Naruto's behalf. Only he himself is qualified. To forgive or to suppress, it all depends on Naruto. Just in time, I can remove the seal now. Naruto came to the seal. Kyuubi looked expectant. Ha ha ha, I can finally get out of this cage. The nine-tailed fox grinned, and it was impossible to suppress it. He was shaking with excitement, and the chakra hairs on his body were constantly flowing. Under the Nine Tails' expectant gaze, Naruto slowly raised his hand. Getting closer. Closer. Kyubai's mood became more and more agitated. If you touch it, tear it off. Kyubai roared inwardly with pleasure. Bang! Suddenly, a hand reached out from the side and grabbed Naruto's wrist. Kyubai was stunned. Naruto turned around without surprise and looked at the man who stopped him. Namikaze Minato. A gentle smile is like the warm sunshine. A magnetic voice spread slowly, "Little Naruto, you can't just tear this off casually." The smile on Kyubai's face gradually faded, and he grabbed the fence with his claws and roared at the sudden appearance of Minato. "Namikaze, roar! Namikaze Minato, you actually left chakra in the sealed place. That's great! You're so well preserved. You're overthinking it. Being on guard against you is just a side job. The main thing is that I want to see my child." Namikaze Minato had a gentle look on his face. His eyes moved away from Naruto and fell on the nine tails. Seeing this, Namikaze Minato was stunned. "Why do I feel like you have become stronger? Hey, this is all thanks to your good son." When he said this, Kyubai laughed. "You don't know, your son is a monster." "What's the meaning?" Minato Namikaze was puzzled. Naruto looked like he was only 5 or 6 years old. Could it be that his son's training speed was as fast as his apprentice Kakashi? But what does this have to do with you becoming stronger? Kyubai was smug. He suddenly discovered that he had something that could compare with Minato Namikaze. That was what one knew about Naruto. This is heartbreaking enough. It became very excited when it thought of this, and began to tell Naruto everything he had done in detail. As the Nine Tails spoke, Minato Namikaze's expression changed constantly. "Third generation, Denso. And those villagers, ha 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 ha." Namikaze Minato laughed out of anger. He suddenly thought how ridiculous he was, sacrificing his life for such a village. Is it worth it? He thought it was worth it then, but now he can't wait to go out and pull them out to be stepped on by the nine-tailed fox. Hate it. Look at Naruto's pitiful appearance, what has he been through? With trembling hands, Minato Namikaze wanted to touch Naruto, but his face was full of guilt. This man, he backed off. He deserves everything except Naruto. Perhaps if the nine tails had not been sealed in Naruto's body, there wouldn't have been so many problems. No. Maybe it will be even worse. Naruto opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Minato Namikaze felt even more uncomfortable seeing this scene. He did not hear Naruto's glory, but only saw Naruto's misery. It's really good. He looked at Kyubai in frustration, then looked at Naruto. He suddenly felt like a real failure. Your chakra won't last long. It was Naruto who came to his senses first. After all, they are your parents, and there is pure love for them. Naruto calmed down and stared calmly at the man in front of him. Minato Namikaze suppressed the sadness in his heart and looked at the calm child in front of him with a smile on his face. Yes, it's my seed. Even in such difficult circumstances, one can still rise to the top. He heard what Kyubai said and all he wanted to say was well done. Well done. He is the fourth Hokage, and Naruto is also a legitimate descendant. Since you guys are doing this, let Naruto take the throne himself. Those who can fight on the battlefield may have many flaws, but they will never be pedantic. Naruto, tell me in detail about your life over the past few years. I want to hear it. Nine Tails curled his lips and said nothing. Now it was their father-son time, and he was tactful enough to lie aside and be a quiet spectator. Kyubai has said everything that needs to be said. Now let's talk about another matter. What is it? Facing Minato Namikaze's surprised gaze, Naruto raised his hand, a kunai appeared in his hand, and said lightly, Flying Thunder God. Flying Thunder God. Hearing this, Minato Namikaze looked at the kunai in Naruto's hand and was ecstatic. You can practice Flying Thunder God. Ha ha ha, you are worthy of being my eldest son. That's not right. Where did you get your flying thunder god? You don't know how awesome your son is, do you? The Nine Tails flicked its tail, raised its head, and shook its head. He has improved the transformation technique. As long as he changes into your appearance, he can obtain one of your ninjutsu. What? Shocked for 10,000 years. Namikaze Minato looked at Naruto as if he were a monster. He hadn't had a direct feeling about Kyubai's smug look just now. But now it has. Oh my god! What kind of monster did I give birth to? Post views, 38. 033 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 033. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. You can even take transformation techniques to new heights. Amazing! What about the clone jutsu and the substitution jutsu? The clone technique is still under development, but we've already made some progress. No way! Namikaze Minato looked at Naruto in shock. He felt that no matter how shocked he was in his entire life, he would not be as shocked as seeing Naruto in such a short time. Kyuubi also looked over in surprise. When was this idea conceived? How come I don't know about it? And which route? Namikaze Minato glared at Kyuubi with disdain. Do I have to tell you everything about my son? Jouei raised his head proudly. What? You don't accept it? Your son even taught me how to write and draw. Do you have any? Minato Namikaze was envious and went crazy. Ah! Why would I die? If I didn't die, I wouldn't be mocked by this hateful nine-tailed fox. Yet, what route? Out of sight, out of mind. Too lazy to look at the nine tails, Minato Namikaze looked at Naruto with great interest. He also wanted to know what Naruto envisioned with the clone jutsu. I can train my body and learn ninjutsu, just like a real person. That's impossible. Namikaze Minato shook his head directly. The shadow clone can be used to practice ninjutsu, but training the body is too ridiculous. Kyuubi agreed. Physical training can only be done by oneself. If Naruto really figures this out, it will definitely be a groundbreaking creation. But is this possible? They all thought it was impossible. What's the difference between this and splitting a real person out of thin air? It's not that exaggerated. Let's wait and see. Naruto didn't argue because there was no need. Bold imagination and careful verification are indeed the greatest strengths of a ninja. Namikaze Minato gave a thumbs up and praised him, then changed his tone and said, "Good luck, let's study Flying Thunder God now." Good. Naruto and Minato Namikaze came together. With the guidance of Minato Namikaze, an expert in Flying Thunder God, Naruto's understanding of Flying Thunder God improved by leaps and bounds. Soon, he fully comprehended the first stage of Flying Thunder God. I see. Naruto smiled. He could do Flying Thunder God. He even had a sudden thought, if the Flying Thunder God technique could be constructed inside the Raise Nan, then couldn't he give it away everywhere? Hey, there's something going on. Naruto touched his chin and suppressed the thought in his heart. Maybe I can try it later. As for now, I have just learned Flying Thunder God, so I should learn to walk first, and run later. Goodbye, Naruto. The time has come. Looking at Naruto's resolute and tender face, Minato Namikaze is filled with reluctance. He hadn't been with Naruto for long before he had to leave, and he was really sad to see him go. He also wanted to be by Naruto's side. If I could ever return from the Pure Land, I would definitely teach them a lesson for you. Minato smiled bitterly. At this moment, he was just a stream of chakra and could do nothing. Naruto looked deeply at Minato Namikaze, who was gradually becoming illusory in front of him. He suddenly stood up and walked over, hugged Minato's thigh, and whispered, "Goodbye, father." Minato Namikaze trembled all over, his mood was excited, and his eyes were slightly moist. Men don't shed tears easily. But they do when they are heartbroken. Quietly wiping away the moisture from the corners of his eyes, Namikaze Minato laughed and gave a thumbs up. I'm proud of you, you are this. In a moment, Minato Namikaze's figure turned into spots of light and dissipated in this sealed space. Naruto looked ahead quietly. In the cage, Kyuubi opened his mouth and sighed silently. This scene reminded it of their past with the Six Paths Sage. There seems to be no essential difference. This is probably what Ming people said, a son wants to support his parents, but they are no longer there. Kyuubi, do you think there is reincarnation in this world? Reincarnation? Kyuubi was confused. What was this thing? Never mind, just saying it casually. After a moment of emotion, Naruto came to his senses and decisively raised his hand to tear off the first layer of seal. The nine-tailed fox stood up. Let's not talk about anything else for now. He needs to get some fresh air later. There is only one last seal left. Naruto hesitated. It's not that I'm afraid of the Kyuubi, but I'm afraid of meeting a relative who has passed away from this world. Kyuubi looked at Naruto expectantly, not understanding why he was hesitating. Is he afraid that he will change his mind if he goes out? Won't. Naruto is very confident and he won't do anything without being sure. Since he dared to take action, it showed that he was very confident in himself. In other words, he is very confident in his own strength. Not to mention that Naruto has now learned Flying Thunder God. What are you hesitating about? Nine-tailed fox? Will you break through the defense? What do you mean? Kyuubi wondered, what do you mean by breaking the defense? I haven't heard of it. What is defense breaking? It doesn't quite understand this kind of advanced vocabulary. But why did it feel that there was something mischievous in Naruto's tone and expression? Tear. Naruto placed his hand on the seal and applied slight pressure. The seal was torn off a little bit, and the next moment, a slender hand reached out. A gentle voice came from behind Naruto, "Child, this seal cannot be torn casually." Naruto turned around. History repeats itself. What appeared in front of Naruto at this moment was a head of flowing and flamboyant red hair. With her hair fluttering, Uzumaki Kushina looked at Naruto in front of her with pity. He was wearing old clothes, but his face was filled with a complicated expression. Little Naruto, you are only a few years old, why do you want to tear off the sealed space? Looking up at the shocked Nine Tails, Uzumaki Kushina snorted, "Nine Tails, you bewitched my son." "Ah!" Nine-tailed fox roared, "You two old bastards, you both left your tricks here, damn it!" Kyuubi roared. At this moment, he understood. He finally understood what Naruto meant by breaking the defense. The moment he saw Uzumaki Kushina appear, the Nine Tails learned without any instruction what it meant to break through defense. It's cloudy. One by one, they left Chakra in the sealed space. You just pretend he doesn't know what it's for, right? Asshole! Kyuubi gritted his teeth. Hearing this, he snorted coldly and lay down in the sealed space, too lazy to waste time talking to his ex. Seeing the nine-tailed fox like this, Naruto curled up the corners of his mouth and smiled. Kyuubi was really funny at this moment. Too bad I don't have a camera. Otherwise, take a picture of it and provide it for them to admire in the future. Uzumaki Kushina looked at the Nine Tails, then at Naruto, looking thoughtful. Why do I feel like there is an affair between them? Cough cough. There seemed to be a friendship between them. How is that possible? Her inquiring eyes flickered between Naruto and the Nine Tails. Uzumaki Kushina still couldn't believe it. But although she is known as a red pepper and has a flamboyant personality, she has a delicate heart of a woman. She soon discovered that her feeling was correct. Something is going on between this man and the tailed beast. That's right. Uzumaki Kushina clapped her hands and said happily, "You two should get married." Earth-shattering. Post views, 35. 034 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 034. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Kyuubi and Naruto's faces cracked. This woman, your words are still so shocking. You can even say such things. The originally aloof nine-tailed fox stood up and growled in a muffled voice, "You're still the same." Naruto glanced at Uzumaki Kushina and said nothing. He really didn't expect that his cheap mother would have such a strong personality. Ahaha, just a joke, don't take it seriously. Uzumaki Kushina put her hands on her hips, looked up at the sky and laughed a few times before looking at Naruto, her voice becoming gentle. Little Naruto, it seems like you've had a hard time these years. What happened? Doesn't that old man the third Hokage care about you? Speaking of this, I have to complain about you guys. Kyuubi really wanted to tell a story. He quickly recounted Naruto's life over the past few years. Uzumaki Kushina remained silent for a long time before she sighed, "I never thought something like this would happen. It's my fault." "No, it's your fault." Uzumaki Kushina pointed at the nine tails, "If you hadn't messed around, would we have died? If we're not dead, then everything can change." "Tisk, you blame me for this too. You should blame Obito who released me." "What did you say? Obito? Uchiha Obito?" Uzumaki Kushina looked at the Kyuubi in shock. Did she just hallucinate? It seemed like the nine tails mentioned Uchiha Obito. Didn't that child die a long time ago? A series of questions came to her mind, causing Uzumaki Kushina's brain to freeze a little. "Yes, it was your favorite disciple. He was the one who set me free." Kyuubi sneered, "Look at how miserable your life is. Even your disciples backstab you." A hint of gloom flashed across Uzumaki Kushina's expression. Although Uchiha Obito was not talented, she did not despise him, but took good care of him. Why did he do that? She really doesn't understand. If he's not dead, why doesn't he come back? Seeing this, Naruto told some of the things he knew. Just for this? He's going to destroy the world? What about infinite Tsukuyomi? This is clearly a conspiracy by some people. Uzumaki Kushina was furious. Is there water in his brain? Forget it, I'm a dead man. After a long time, Uzumaki Kushina calmed down and looked at Naruto with a cold face. "I roughly understand what the nine-tailed fox said just now. Naruto, we are the ones who are sorry for you. But such people don't deserve to live in this world." Her voice was cold but filled with rage. "If you have the chance, kill him." "I will." Seeing his mother so angry, Naruto nodded seriously. Of course he would do that. If he hated Sakura because she was fine but Sasuke was in trouble, Uzumaki Naruto would not be affected by such a person as long as he stayed away from him. But Uchiha Obito really deserves to die. All new and old grudges must be settled together. Both publicly and privately, he and the Akatsuki organization have nothing in common, and a conflict is bound to happen in the future. Uzumaki Kushina nodded and gave Naruto a guilty look. It was because they didn't know how to judge people that Naruto had such a miserable childhood, but the damage had already been done and could not be undone. After thinking for a moment, she waved at Naruto and said, "I see you have great talent. Let me teach you some sealing techniques and perception abilities. These are ninjutsu that only our Uzumaki clan can master. There are many kinds, and my time is limited. You should remember them and practice slowly in the future. We, the Uzumaki clan, are blessed with these 6 abilities. Any one of them could make a good ninja. You should have felt the immense life force and chakra. Next is the unrivaled sealing technique." Uzumaki Kushina sighed and said, "The Shiki Fusion technique, the 4-symbol seal, and the 8-trigram seal are all our specialties." What a shame! Perhaps it was because this sealing technique was too strong, coupled with the temptation of the tailed beasts, that we were wiped out. After a pause, she shook her head and said, "There is also a move called the diamond seal. This ninjutsu can also be considered a sealing technique, but it is different from the orthodox sealing technique. There's another one you'd better not use or expose, and that's physical healing. This ability is not something that ordinary members of the Uzumaki clan can master, but you should be able to do it now. Tang monk's meat. Naruto's mouth twitched. It's somewhat abstract. This last one is the Kagura Heart Eye. Naruto knew that Kagura's Heart's Eye was the so-called perception ability. The stronger the chakra, the wider the range of perception. If you master a person's chakra, you can even know his location and movements in detail. This thing is terrifyingly powerful. From this perspective, the Vortex clan is indeed a very terrifying clan. His overall ability is unmatched. No wonder they were feared and exterminated. A lot of things come with you, but I'll teach you the diamond blockade and sealing techniques. Learn as much as you can. Uzumaki Kushina knew that Naruto was suffering a lot right now, and she also hoped that she could be more capable of protecting herself without their protection. Naruto listened carefully. This is the inheritance of the Vortex clan and cannot be destroyed. Uzumaki Kushina began to teach, and the more she taught, the more shocked she became. Naruto is surprisingly able to draw inferences from one example, and his theoretical knowledge is very solid. What's going on? Uzumaki Kushina was shocked. Kyuubi couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. Kushina, this is all thanks to me, ha 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 ha. Uzumaki Kushina gave Kyuubi a strange look. Are you so kind? We are friends. Naruto smiled and glanced at the Kyuubi with a gentle look. Uzumaki Kushina looked at the Nine Tails, then at Naruto, and smiled. She didn't quite believe it just now, but now she does. Subconsciously raising her hand to ruffle Naruto's hair, she sighed with emotion. Our Naruto is so powerful, I feel relieved. Her figure was fading. Naruto lowered his head, then raised it again with a brilliant smile on his face. Mom, when I take over Konoha village, I will send a message to the Pure Land to make you happy. Ahaha, then I guess I'll be shocked and think you're rebelling. Uzumaki Kushina placed her hands on her hips and dissipated into specks of light in her joy. These two people love you very much. For a long time. The Nine Tails' voice fell into Naruto's ears. Naruto nodded and said with emotion, yes, there are few adults in this world who don't like their own children. Too many. Kyuubi curled his lips, you just didn't see it. Perhaps. Shrug. Not too concerned. We have to be strong on our own. Our parents can't be with us forever. You see, without the Sage of Six Paths, you are really miserable. Kyuubi's face darkened. I'm talking to you, why are you pulling my leg? Okay, it's time to unlock this last seal. Naruto raised his hand and grabbed the last layer of seal. Post views, 33. 035 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 035. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Tear it. I seemed to hear a faint tearing sound, and the cage in front of me gradually disappeared. What's strange is that this sealed space is still there and has not disappeared. Ha ha ha, my nine-tailed fox is finally free. The nine-tailed fox jumped up with a thud, spun around a few times, waving its tail and howling towards the sky. Cool. It feels so good to be able to stretch your body and move around freely. Naruto stepped back slightly and looked at the crazy nine tails in front of him with a smile. Although he had never been imprisoned before, he could understand Kyuubi's excitement at this moment. He did not interrupt until the nine-tailed fox had finished releasing its anger, then he slowly walked forward. Hey, Naruto, I'm going to eat you, ow. The nine-tailed fox lowered its head, and its eyes, like copper bells, stared straight at Naruto, full of murderous intent. Don't tease me. Naruto pouted, try it, can you get out? Boring. The nine-tailed fox withdrew its gaze with regret. It did not see any fluctuation in Naruto's eyes. Is this person a little too confident? Hearing Naruto's question, Kyuubi tried and his eyes lit up. You can go out, this space can no longer stop me. But this place is great. It will be my home from now on. The Nine Tails calmed down, thought about it, and felt that it would be of no benefit to either him or Naruto to go out now, so it would be better to wait a little longer. Besides, there is nothing wrong here now. It can go out at any time, not just at this moment. I'm glad you like it. I just wonder if you could bring in some soil, maybe to make some decorations. That should be fine. You can bring in all those vegetables. Kyuubi's eyes lit up. Looking around, it is indeed empty, with nothing to decorate it. It would be nice if there was something to embellish it. By the way, when should we try Nine Tails mode? I'd love to see how powerful the two of us would be together. Kyuubi rubbed his hands. In fact, he is now a little impatient to go out and cause some trouble. No rush. Naruto shook his head. It's not the right time yet. Joey felt a little regretful, but after thinking carefully, he nodded and said, You are right. You are only 5 years old now, and your body is still in the growth stage. If you are constantly being eroded by my chakra, it will be detrimental to your future. And with your current chakra level, using Nine Tails mode is also very risky. You can try the Nine Tails chakra mode, it should be able to last for quite some time. I know that. Naruto stood with the Nine Tails and raised his hand to touch its fur. It feels no different from real fur, very soft. Kyuubi glanced at it but didn't care. After spending time together day and night, it has developed a feeling towards Naruto that is similar to that of a family member. Even other tailed beasts cannot give him this feeling. Get familiar with this place first, and then continue to accumulate strength. How long do you want to accumulate? Joey was a little impatient. Would it really take 5 or 6 years? It didn't seem like a very long time. It won't take too long. I'm waiting for my clone technique to be developed. Naruto's eyes brightened. Now that the future goal is clear, we must keep moving forward towards this goal. The small Konoha village is just the beginning. The ninja world is huge and he wants to go and see it. Konoha village was just his starting point. What I'm most interested in right now is actually Orochimaru. That crazy researcher. Kyuubi was stunned, he was driven out by that old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is said that he was doing human experiments. Right. Naruto sneered, Orochimaru was also tricked by Danzo. Human experimentation is certainly abhorrent. But to be honest, if someone voluntarily provides research, that's a different matter. However, there are many ethical and moral issues involved, which are difficult to control. Orochimaru is definitely a super genius in research. Ignoring his vicious and snake-like ruthlessness, his reputation as a genius is no less than others. Among the legendary 3 ninjas, Orochimaru is the researcher and Tsunade is the medical staff. Jiraiya. Pure combat power is powerful. In terms of value, Tsunade and Orochimaru are more valuable. Jiraiya's value lies in being in charge of a region, which is similar to his status as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Unfortunately, Tsunade is useless now. It's useless. Kyuubi was confused, she is one of the legendary 3 ninjas, very powerful, how could she be useless? Because of hemophobia. You're kidding me. Kyuubi was a little confused, you said she, a ninja who has experienced life and death, has blood phobia. Naruto nodded regretfully, because of the death of my lover and brother, I have blood phobia. Okay. Kyuubi felt relieved when he thought about the feelings between humans. Sometimes people's emotions are really hard to understand. Even a powerful ninja like Tsunade is no exception. She suffers from hemophobia because of the relationship between her lover and younger brother. Both of these people can be won over. Naruto chuckled and began to think, Orochimaru will definitely come if there is any benefit. Akatsuki is an example. As for Tsunade, it is a bit difficult, but not impossible. It's just that hemophobia is a bit troublesome. And there is Jiraiya, this person is indeed a trouble. Looking back on the time when I watched it on TV, that scene was indeed very shocking. But his identity is there. After all, he is my father's master, so I naturally have this relationship with him. Tisk. It seems the chances are great. Nine-tailed fox. I suddenly realized that your network of connections is also very huge, as long as you know how to use it. I think so. The man and the tailed beast looked at each other and laughed strangely. I suddenly had a bad feeling. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his temples. I've been very anxious these past few days. Because the Uchiha incident was pressing on him, he could no longer slack off as he did before. In recent days, he has been calculating how to suppress the Uchiha clan. I feel exhausted and overwhelmed. He occasionally dreams in the middle of the night and thinks that maybe it's time to find a successor. After knowing this, he was shocked to find that Konoha village could not find a qualified successor. Kakashi is a good candidate. Unfortunately, due to the successive departures of Uchiha Obito, Nohara Rin, and his teacher and his mistress, he became very depressed. What about the others? There is hardly any suitable one. Danzo? That's even more impossible. Why did it become like this? Sarutobi Hiruzen was confused and covered his chest. Suddenly, a ninja hawk flew over and landed on the windowsill. Information? Whose? Sarutobi Hiruzen opened the letter and a smile immediately broke out on his face. He clapped his hands and smiled. How could I have forgotten about him? Jiraiya. He is also a very qualified successor. Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking about how to keep Jiraiya in Konoha village and not let him go out. Nine-tailed fox? Naruto, who has already left the sealed space, stands on the Hokage rock. Suddenly, I thought of what Ebisu said when he just woke up. And the cold, abusive, disgusted expressions of those people along the way. Slowly raising his hand and pressing it down, Naruto showed a ferocious smile on his face. Post Views, 34. 036 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 036. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. What you up to? The Nine Tails looked at the somewhat crazy Naruto and felt a little pity. Because of the third generation and because of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki's identity. He has endured too much over the years. You know, he is still a 5-year-old child. Kuwabai felt that he was not surprised by anything Naruto did. Even if it means destroying the entire Konoha village. Charge some interest. Naruto flipped his palm and muttered to himself, I won't let them get away with it so easily. My cheap dad gave his life to save the entire village, and what do I get now? When the descendants of heroes are not taken care of, who will want to be a so-called hero? So many people, aren't they enjoying the peace that my cheap dad paid for with his life? Since it's peace, it can be broken. Kuwabai said seriously, enjoying the treatment of peace while bullying the descendants of those who brought peace, there is no such thing in the world. According to Kuwabai's thinking, they all deserve to die. Naruto put his hands behind his back, quietly looking at the crowd below, sneering slightly. Die? That's really a bargain for them. After so many years of abuse and murderous intent, if it weren't for his identity as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, he wouldn't know how many times he would have died. Perhaps this abuse was also caused by the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, but so what? Judge by deeds, not by heart. Now that you have made a choice, you have to bear the consequences. I will slowly get back all the grievances I've suffered over the years. Don't worry, let's just play slowly. He jumped up and down a few times, and landed on the ground easily. Go home and eat. At midnight. The stars are twinkling and the moon is in the sky. Under the surprised gaze of the Nine Tails, Naruto created a shadow clone and went to the bathroom again. Same operation, same action. What does he want to do? Kyuubi thought thoughtfully. Naruto has always been a man of action. He just finished speaking during the day and was ready to take action at night. This is really fast. I just don't know how Naruto plans to appear this time. Transformation technique. Change. The next moment, a tall figure with red hair appeared in front of Kyuubi. Oh, you're lucky. Naruto raised his hand and grabbed at the air. Feeling the terrifying power, a bright smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Seeing that smile, Kyuubi shuddered. Naruto is so scary today, looking like a harmless devil on the surface. A lot of people are going to be in trouble now. Set off. Naruto put his hands behind his back, thought about it, and suddenly appeared in a large residential area in Konoha village. No one here is innocent. He had stepped on the point, and these people insulted him the most cruelly and viciously. I hope to die even more. In that case, I'll start with you. Naruto slowly raised his hand and whispered, Shinra Tensei. Boom. The power of the Rinnegan blossomed like a bloody flower for the first time in Konoha village. Since Naruto is still young, he does not have enough energy in his body. But as a member of the Uzumaki clan, and after training, he is not weak at this moment. The power of Shinra Tensei when used is also very impressive. Under the shocked gaze of the nine-tailed fox, a large area centered on Naruto was shattered by the terrifying force. The cries were deafening. The effect of this attack was terrifying. Looking down, one could hear wailing, cursing, and cries for help. In a trance, the Nine Tails thought of the moment when it was released by Obito. Everything will turn around, and the boomerang will eventually fly back into your hands. And this time, no one can turn the tide. Kyuubi felt happy. At the same time, I also felt scared. Naruto was too calm and his attacks were too ruthless, he didn't act like a 5-year-old at all. What's going on? What's going on? The earth-shaking explosion instantly woke up Sarutobi Hiruzen and others who were still sleeping. They didn't even have time to change their clothes. They rushed out of the room and quickly arrived at the scene of the crime. When they saw this scene, they were all shocked. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned pale and he roared loudly, "Who is it? Where are the ninjas patrolling at night? Didn't they notice anything at all?" Danzo also had a gloomy face. Utane Koharu and Mito Kato-en also stood beside Sarutobi Hiruzen with grim expressions. How long has it been? It has been a long time since such a horrific accident occurred in Konoha village. It's him. Soon, they noticed Naruto. At this moment, Naruto slowly stretched out a finger and raised his middle finger to them. His lips moved slightly, and his face was grinning. This is just the beginning. Little bastards of Konoha village, are you ready to die? He he he. After saying this, he disappeared in front of the shocked and horrified expressions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. Space-time ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and spoke each word clearly. Just now, some ninjas had surrounded them silently. But now it seems like a joke. Where are the Uchiha? Where are the Hyuga clan? Sandame, we are here, but we have long since stopped caring about the security of Konoha village. There is no point looking for us. Uchiha Fugaku stepped out and raised his brows at the tragic scene in front of him. Was that person just now the organization behind this? If so, is it too risky for them to cooperate? This person is obviously in a violent mood. Hinata Hayashi also walked out lightly and replied calmly, "You have to ask the root. All the people on duty in our Hyuga clan are at the root." The Hyuga clan that entered the root had almost no connection with the family. Sarutobi Hiruzen. His gaze turned to Danzo. Danzo scoffed, "Don't look at me, I'm raising pigs now." Anyone with a discerning eye knows he is talking nonsense, but on the surface it is indeed the case. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared deeply and waved his hand. Everyone come to the office for a meeting. This night is destined to be sleepless. Zetsu, who was reporting intelligence to Nagato, suddenly paused and his expression changed drastically. What's wrong? Nagato was originally drowsy while listening, but he couldn't help but become interested when he saw Zetsu like this. What kind of thing could make the knowledgeable Jew's face become distorted? Konan, who was guarding Nagato, was originally folding paper, and looked up when she heard this. Zetsu couldn't suppress the shock on his face and said blankly, Konoha village just suffered a terrorist attack. Who did it? Nagato and Konan were stunned when they heard this. It seems that the entire ninja world is still relatively stable now. Logically speaking, no one would cause trouble during this period of time. They are mainly keeping their eyes on those who can have an impact on Konoha village. It shouldn't be done at this stage. It's you, the leader of the Rain Country, Nagato. Ha ha ha, you're kidding. Nagato wanted to continue laughing, but seeing Zetsu's expression, his smile gradually faded and his brows knitted together. Are you telling the truth? Yes, he also knows Shinra Tensei and space-time ninjutsu. Nagato. Zionin. This joke is not funny at all. Zionin asked coldly, are you seeing right? Shinra Tensei can only be performed by the Rinnegan. Don't tell me there is another person in this world who has the Rinnegan. Ju opened his mouth, feeling aggrieved. He's also confused now. The three of them exchanged glances and screamed almost simultaneously, oh no! We've been tricked! We've been set up! Post Views, 34. 037 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 037. Being calculated. Although he didn't know how this person could use Shinra Tensei, it was precisely because of this that he felt even more uncomfortable. There's no place to wash it. He has to catch the shit pot when it falls. This feeling is really disgusting. Who is it? Ju, you must find this person for me. Must. Ju swore secretly. He must find this kind of person, otherwise it would be too dangerous. Konoha village. It's Konoha village again. What's going on in Konoha village now? Why are there all kinds of people here? Konan. Suddenly I feel that this organization is not good. Recently, the intelligence has been wrong and there is no news at all. Things happened in Konoha village one after another, all beyond their expectations. Uncomfortable and aggrieved. This is a reflection of their current mood. Fortunately, others don't know that I have the Rinnegan yet. Nagato consoled himself, otherwise, even if I jump into the Yellow River, I won't be able to wash away the dirt. Is there a possibility that the other party will spread this news next? Shoo. Nagato. After hearing Zionin's words, the two fell silent. This is inevitable. It's over. Nagato's face turned pale. The well-planned future turned into a hell-level difficulty copy. Check it for me. Nagato roared, furious. Ju, what's going on? When Zetsu came out, Obito hurried forward to ask. He was curious about what had happened to make Nagato so angry. Zetsu's clone recounted what he saw in Konoha village. Obito was stunned. This is impossible. The Rinnegan is not the Sharingan. The Rinnegan is the legendary eye of the gods. Since they are the eyes of a god, they naturally wouldn't be so cheap and scattered everywhere. Then there are only two possibilities. That is, a ninja with the Rinnegan really appeared in this world again. The other one was caused by a mysterious person. But the problem is that the Shinra Tensei of the Rinnegan cannot be faked. Headache. Irritable. All kinds of emotions crept into Obito's heart. Investigate, must investigate. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his hands on the table and roared loudly. Lawless, absolutely lawless. With his hands behind his back to cover his trembling palms, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked back and forth with a frown on his face. After a long moment, he looked at the people present and said coldly, "I don't care what dirty tricks or misunderstandings there are between us. But now is a critical period. Those who come here must be trying to divide us. For the sake of Konoha village, everything else can be put aside. What do you think?" Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and glanced coldly at Uchiha Fugaku. "I don't care. I'll do my best," Uchiha Fugaku said perfunctorily. Narashikaku, who was standing by, seemed to be thinking about something. From the information passed by Naruto, he knew that there was only one person who possessed the Rinnegan. That is the leader of Akatsuki, Nagato. But Nagato would not go out easily, and he could hardly move. Today this person has all his limbs intact. Who could it be? Another mysterious figure. I hope it's with Naruto. Narashikaku could only hope so. If not, it means that another organization has infiltrated Konoha village again. This is very scary. Hinata Hayashi stood aside. Without expressing his opinion or speaking. He's already tanking. Do whatever you want, it has nothing to do with me. His only thought now is to train a good successor. Recently he found that Hinata's eyes were becoming more and more pure. But my appetite is getting smaller and smaller. I don't know what the reason is. Danzo's eyes lit up, feeling that the opportunity had come. He coughed dryly and said calmly, "I'll help too, but Hiruzen, I need the root's help." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo suspiciously and nodded slightly. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. He really doesn't have the energy to take care of both sides now. Then, Mitamonen and Utane Koharu will be the second in command. Danzo's face darkened. This is to divide power. But he has no choice now. Being able to regain the management rights of the roots is already a pleasant surprise. The next day, Naruto passed by the ruins as if nothing had happened. Surprisingly, not many people died. Those who died were the ones who cursed you the most and hated you the most. Has your control over power become so strong? Kuwabai asked in a low voice, how is it? Has the anger in your heart dissipated a little? This is just the beginning. Naruto said calmly, it's impossible for Konoha village to compensate for all the losses, and then their wealth will be very little. The cost of living in Konoha village is very high. I believe that it won't be long before they no longer have such a good life. I just want them to see what it's like to live in hardship. Take your time. I'm in no rush. Kuwabai was silent. This is Naruto's other ruthless side. Killing people is not enough, and what he wants to do is to let these people live in pain. This is a terrible way to take revenge. If Kuwabai put himself in their shoes, he would probably want to die if he were to be plotted against in this way. But looking at Naruto again, Kuwabai scoffed. All I can say is that no snowflake is innocent during an avalanche. These people deserve to die. As Naruto said, forgiving you is God's business, and he only needs to be responsible for sending them to see God. This is just the beginning. Nine-tailed fox. Of course I know this is just the beginning. Naruto is the kind of person who looks 3 steps ahead. I like all kinds of moves. Regardless of success or failure, he is in the dark and those people are in the light. Feel free to make more. It doesn't matter if you fail. If you succeed, it will be a surprise. For example, this time, the scam has reached a new level. I guess those people are still puzzled as to why there would appear someone who is exactly like them and can use their abilities. It's funny to think about it. Those people are probably still doubting their lives right now. Uzumaki Naruto. Hinata Hayashi walked out of the Hokage's office leisurely, feeling very sleepy. After discussing it all night, we didn't come to an agreement. However, Danzo took this opportunity to reinstate his post. This is also expected. In fact, he didn't know who was behind the scenes, he just came here just to take a look. As soon as I arrived, I saw Uzumaki Naruto passing by. Looking at his back, Hinata Hayashi was thoughtful. It seems another person has become suspicious. It's just that these 3 generations are so confused by the situation that they can't see any clues. Narashikaku, who followed closely behind, was not complacent. Although 3 generations did not discover that it was his work. The reason why Hinata Hayashi discovered it was because Naruto left it behind. Feed? Who fed the little girl every day when she was 5 years old? It's completely the case that the real purpose is not the wine. She knows how to seduce people at such a young age. What will happen to her when she grows up? At this time, Hyuga Hayashi was already following behind Naruto without making a sound. Post views, 32. 038 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 038. Strange, why should I follow him secretly? Hinata Hayashi had his hands in his sleeves and his posture was upright, giving people a sneaky feeling. He thought about Hinata's recent changes. It is not difficult for a large family to investigate something. Although Naruto seemed to do nothing, he naturally noticed the changes in Hinata, who was his main focus. Because everything about Hinata's diet can be traced, only the food sent by Naruto is beyond his control. So even if all else is ruled out, no matter how unbelievable it is, he knows that the food Naruto gave him is definitely not simple. Uzumaki Naruto. Hinata Hayashi was deep in thought when he was suddenly startled. When he accepted that Naruto had a secret, everything that had happened in the past few days seemed to connect. Everything seems like a big hand manipulating the world. And this big hand pointed directly at Uzumaki Naruto. Hiss! Hinata Hayashi broke out in a sweat thinking of this. He didn't think a 5-year-old child could do this, and there must be deeper reasons behind it. It seemed that an astonishing vortex was forming in Konoha village. The moment it takes shape, it will be earth-shattering. Hey, what are you thinking about? Hinata Hayashi's face froze and he turned his head to look. He only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that it was Narashikaku. The hand tucked into his sleeve tightened, and he forced a smile without making a sound. I was thinking how pitiful these people are. Poor? Sometimes there must be something hateful about pitiful people. As a wise man. After knowing some things about Naruto, although he couldn't bear to see this scene, for Naruto, it was a kind of sharpness. He was very rational and understood the situation. If you put yourself in his shoes, he might even have gone further than Naruto. Did you think of something? The two of them walked side by side on the road covered with broken tiles. Narashikaku tilted his head and asked in a low voice as if they were communicating normally. Hinata Hayashi felt a chill in his heart and looked at Narashikaku in surprise. Is it you? No, I'm not that ambitious. Narashikaku shook his head. He knew his position clearly, which was to be the second or even third in command of Konoha village. But the position of Hokage is not possible. Pigs, deer, and butterflies are of the same family. If one of the families becomes Hokage, then this connection will be completely severed and will never be the same again. It's not worth it at all. To be honest, if Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo didn't do so many outrageous things, he wouldn't even consider others. After all, he is the heir to the will of fire and the designated successor of the second generation. However, there are no ifs. Then you are. Anyway, just wait and see what you choose when they make their move. Narashikaku patted his shoulder and said with a smile, but I think you will take action. Why? Hinata Hayashi was surprised. The Hyuga clan is now living like a grandson. What major interests are there that are worth their efforts? The two of them said nothing more, chatted for a few minutes and then parted ways. After returning home, Hyuga Hayashi looked at Hinata who was fighting with Niji. Although she still had that weak personality, the power of her attacks was much stronger. Uzumaki Naruto, Narashikaku, and the Uchiha. Hinata Hayashi walked under the eaves, picked up the newspaper beside him, and thought quietly. Keep reviewing it in your mind. As a result, I was surprised to find that after everything was connected, the power in the dark was terrifyingly powerful. What if my Hyuga clan is included? Hiss. Hinata Hayashi took a breath and felt a little eager to do something. No, you have to hold it in. I took a deep breath and suppressed the restless urge in my heart, but for some reason, the knuckles of my hands holding the newspaper turned slightly white. More and more. Naruto stood in the space, drank a sip of the spiritual spring water, and looked at the piles of vegetables. Carrots, bok choy, and Chinese cabbage are piled up enough to feed pigs. These are all good things. They can be used to consolidate those who have sided with me. First of all, it's the Nara clan. If I don't express my support, whether overtly or covertly, it would be unjustifiable. And the Uchiha clan. As for the Hyuga clan, let's put them aside for now. Naruto found a few sacks, sorted the things and packed them up. After finishing, wait until late at night when everyone is asleep. At the same time, he also needed Narashikaku and others to get some seeds for him. Now the space has become a little bigger. However, apart from those 3 ninjutsu seedlings, no new ones were born. This is somewhat regrettable. I think it's time for you to get some new seeds. I'm tired of eating these over and over again. I was just planning to ask for some. I've already asked the Uchiha people to prepare some. Don't worry, you'll have food to eat in the future. That's more like it. When Joey thought of the wide variety of delicious food in the future, his mouth was watering. I also want to get some fruit trees, or fruits like watermelons and melons. Naruto listed them all. Actually, I'm planning on raising livestock. As the space gets bigger and bigger, we will definitely not be able to finish eating all these vegetables. If you give too many things, people will not cherish them. Naruto does not plan to give to Mew. The most important thing is to keep it mysterious. So the rest will be consumed. Livestock is the best option. Naruto's eyes wandered around, and suddenly he fixed his eyes on the 9 tails. Kuwabai shuddered. You, what's that look in your eyes? Nothing. Naruto withdrew his gaze, he needed to observe more. At midnight, when the night was deep and quiet, dark clouds rolled across the sky. Only sporadic light illuminated Konoha village. It was another busy day for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naruto smiled at this, believing that in a day or two they would be able to find the right target. Don't be in a hurry, let the bullet fly for a while. Brush. Naruto first turned into the appearance of Minato Namikaze and used Flying Thunder God to come to the side of Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku, who was about to hug Uchiha Mikoto to sleep, jumped up in surprise, his face slightly pale. Naruto. 9-tailed fox. Ah ha ha ha, you actually put the ritual kunao in the room. That's a bit unkind. Naruto facepalmed, inwardly sighing, it's such a shame it's too early. Uchiha Fugaku almost vomited blood. He really hadn't thought of this. Tell me, what happened this time? In the living room, Uchiha Fugaku glared at Naruto unhappily. Are carrots delicious? Excellent. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes lit up. And he whispered excitedly, this thing can actually affect the Sharingan, and my eye power has recovered a lot. More. If there is, of course. Since we have been pulled into the camp anyway, it is natural to ask for some help. Naruto raised his hand and threw 3 sacks over. Give. Hiss. So Mew. Uchiha Fugaku looked solemnly, raised his head to look at Naruto, and asked solemnly, what do you need us to do? Naruto smiled. He raised his hand and wrote a few words on the table. Post views, 30. 039 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 039. Akatsuki Organization, Leader, Nagato, Rinnegan. Uchiha Fugaku nodded and understood when he saw this. Frame up is his specialty. No, this is called diverting internal contradictions and uniting against external forces. Everything has an outlet, it's reasonable and logical. At the same time, he could give Danzo another hard blow. There is no way, some things can be used again and again and the effect is still immediate. In just this moment, Uchiha Fugaku thought of a lot. At the same time, he felt extremely wary of the person in front of him. Since he can even use the power of the Rinnegan, it is hard not to wonder if this person is also the owner of the Rinnegan. I understand. In the next 2 or 3 days, I will investigate according to my original plan, and then inadvertently leak the news of the investigation. It's a pleasure to work with you. Naruto thought about it and suddenly disappeared in front of Uchiha Fugaku. What an unpredictable person. Fortunately, I joined. After sitting there for a long time, Uchiha Fugaku finally stood up and left. As for the good stuff in those 3 big sacks, they would naturally have to be digested slowly. I finally waited for you. When Naruto arrived at Narashikaku's house, he happened to sit opposite Narashikaku. At this time, Narashikaku was playing chess by himself and having a lot of fun. How's the collection of seeds going? We have most of the common ones at home, and we also collect some less common seeds. I don't object to what you did yesterday, but I still hope you can exercise some restraint. Don't worry, I'm not that bloodthirsty. Naruto grinned, revealing his large white teeth. Narashikaku sneered in his heart, no one would believe you. Here, this is something good I gave you. Eat it slowly. Narashikaku looked at the vegetables Naruto handed over and fell into deep thought. Is there something special about this thing? Naruto did mention it to him, but he didn't quite believe it. How could such a magical thing exist in the world? I guess it's a bit exaggerated. There should still be some effect. He put it away with a smile. After doing this, Narashikaku said to Naruto, I have a rough idea of your plan. But are you sure you want to do this? This step will have to be taken sooner or later. Picking up a chess piece on the chessboard and fiddling with it casually, Naruto curled his lips when he heard Narashikaku's question. If I had to choose one person in this world who I cannot forgive, it would definitely be this guy. Really? Narashikaku deeply agreed with this. And she believed that most of the ninjas in Konoha village would choose the same. This shows the reputation of Minato Namikaze in Konoha village. Don't tell anyone about these vegetables. I believe you'll know the effects after you eat them. I'm not exaggerating. And Naruto pointed to the sack, then glanced outside the house and said with a smile, improve your strength as soon as possible, the future will not be as simple as it is now. What's the meaning? Narashikaku was slightly stunned. At this time, Naruto had already left quietly. Looking at the empty seat, Narashikaku's expression changed. From the subtext, it can be heard that it seems that the Akatsuki organization is just child's play at the moment. How is this possible? Narashikaku was a little dazed. He hoped that what Naruto said was not true, but he knew that Naruto would not speak without a purpose. Alas, what an eventful time. Father. Looking at Shikamaru who pushed the door open and seeing the remaining shock on his face, Narashikaku handed the chess piece in his hand to him and said with a smile. Let's play a round. I will analyze all the answers for you. Good. Shikamaru took the chess piece handed to him by Narashikaku and started playing chess. During the game, Narashikaku looked at the 5-year-old child in front of him and slowly recounted selectively what he had encountered in the past few days. Shock. Shocked. Stunned. Although Shikamaru is only 5 years old, due to his family characteristics, he is precocious and intelligent. He naturally knew how shocking these things were. But no one would have expected that Uzumaki Naruto, who had always been lazy and incompetent, would quietly cause such a big trouble. So this is what father meant when he asked me to secretly make friends with Naruto last time. Shikamaru looked at Narashikaku. So at that time, father had already planned to side with Naruto? Narashikaku smiled and didn't explain. At that time, it was just a hint and no decision had been made. I really made up my mind recently. You know what you're thinking and you should know how to do it. Okay, now let's see what's so good about the vegetables Naruto gave us. I'll cook, you drink juice, I'll drink wine, and we'll have a drink together. Narashikaku stood up and put on an apron. Soon, a bowl of slightly burnt stir-fried greens was placed in front of Shikamaru. Shikamaru. Can I not eat it? Shikamaru held the chopsticks, feeling at a loss as to where to start. Cannot. Shikamaru sighed inwardly. Today was a double torture for both body and soul. Resigned to his fate, he picked up a fairly good piece of bok choy and stuffed it into his mouth. At that moment, Shikamaru's eyes lit up. After feeling it carefully for a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Narashikaku in shock. Seeing his son like this, Narashikaku narrowed his eyes. After carefully confirming that Shikamaru was not behaving like this to trick him into eating with him, he sat down and took a bite. After taking a bite, Narashikaku was stunned. After a long moment, Narashikaku and Shikamaru looked at each other, their hearts shaken. With this, Naruto will have absolute confidence and foundation. The position of Hokage is secured. As for Naruto's future plans, Narashikaku didn't dare to think about it. I really want to see Narashikaku's expression right now. Back home, Kyuubi finally spoke up, chuckling softly, people this smart rarely get shocked by anything. These are our cornerstones, but if we don't have the strength, it will be our death knell. Naruto was not complacent, he knew very well that these were just castles in the air. What links these is your own strength. Naruto ignored the nine-tailed fox and went to the space, putting the ripe vegetables aside. Then he took out the seeds he had just obtained today and threw them casually on the ground. These seeds include corn, potatoes, etc. It can be said that Naruto's space now is a place where all kinds of flowers bloom and various crops begin to grow. After taking a sip of the spiritual spring water and feeling the nourishment in his body, Naruto stretched comfortably. The space is getting bigger and bigger, and mine is too messy. It needs systematic planning. But I'm a lazy person. I just want to enjoy myself and don't want to work hard. Naruto thought for a moment and decided to try to pull the nine tails in. It would be a shame not to make use of such a huge-tailed beast. Moreover, he lives and eats for free in his own body, drinks well, and doesn't even pay rent. How shameful! Isn't it too much to ask him to help farm and pay off the debt? Naruto chuckled strangely. Suddenly, Naruto, who was laughing strangely, was stunned and turned his head to look at the piece of land beside the spiritual spring. Post Views, 31. 040 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 040. It's done. Naruto flashed over to the three saplings. One of the saplings was shining brightly. With a light touch of his fingers, a stream of light sank into Naruto's brow. Naruto subconsciously closed his eyes, and scenes of knowledge in his mind continued to decompose and merge. After a long time, Naruto slowly opened his eyes. He mastered the essence of the first stage of the clone technique. Flesh and blood clone. Very strong. Naruto smiled. This clone can train the body and practice ninjutsu, and apart from a somewhat mechanical feel, it is no different from the original body. It's a bit similar to the Four Symbols Fist. Naruto thought about it and decided to give it a try. Naruto thought about it and came to the sealed space. Jiwei, who was drawing, was startled. Why are you here? Is there something wrong? It felt a little strange. Naruto should be growing vegetables in his so-called vegetable growing place now. Why did you suddenly come to my place out of the blue? Could something have happened? Naruto shook his head and let Kyuubi do his thing while he sat cross-legged. In his mind, he began to recall the theoretical knowledge of the art of clone that he had just learned. Very rich and imaginative. Kyuubi put down his pen and looked at Naruto seriously. Naruto rarely looks like this. What is he going to do? Kyuubi had a feeling that Naruto was about to do something earth-shattering again. But what could it be? Curious. Expect. The Kyuubi's eyes fell on Naruto and he waited. It believes that it will be a witness to history. Naruto ignored the nine-tailed fox and slowly raised his hand after becoming familiar with the theoretical knowledge. Seal. He suddenly opened his eyes, his body twisted and changed, and wisps of blood mist continued to spread around him. But a moment later, a person who looked exactly like Naruto appeared beside him. Kyuubi stood up suddenly. Flesh and blood clone? It could see clearly that the clone in front of it was not a normal clone technique at all. But flesh and blood people. How is this possible? The nine tails looked at Naruto in horror, its tail swinging unconsciously. He thought of what Naruto had said to Minato Namikaze not long ago. It was just a child's play at the time. Now it seems that it was hasty. It turns out that the clown was actually me. The more I disbelieved it at that time, the more painful it is to slap myself now. Did you really succeed? Kyuubi's voice cracked a little. Naruto opened his eyes, stood up, and glanced at himself beside him. There is no awareness. He needs to input instructions, and after the instructions are given, the clone will practice according to the instructions. How to say it? Not bad. Well, it worked. This is just the first stage. I still need to improve it later. Does this need to be improved? You want to go to heaven? The nine tails looked at Naruto speechlessly. I've always known that you're a demon, but aren't you being too demonic now? It's too strong. The second generation Hokage, Tobirama Senju, was a genius who could create his own ninjutsu. But Kyuubi feels that he is just a younger brother in front of Naruto. The transformation technique is already powerful enough, and now the clone technique is also powerful enough. What about substitution techniques? A hint of anticipation quietly rose in Kyuubi's heart. He really wanted to see what Naruto would do with the substitution technique. Not good enough. Naruto shook his head. I gave away half of my strength. Kyuubi was stunned. I understand. This is like cutting a watermelon in half, weakening the original strength. That's certainly not good enough, but the clone can be taken back, right? Can. That's not a big problem. Naruto nodded upon hearing this. It's really not a big problem. Now he is still in the hidden stage, so it would be great if he and his clone can train together. There is another key point. What? The Kyuubi looked at Naruto vaguely. This clone is already very powerful, okay? But there is another key point? Is there anything else that I haven't thought of? 8 Gates of Ninjutsu. When Jouei heard this, his pupils shrank suddenly, he took a breath, and his voice broke again. Why didn't I think of it? Since the clone is flesh and blood. At the critical moment, directly activate the 8 gates of ninjutsu and open all 8 gates at the same time. Isn't this invincible? This is naturally difficult for others to do, but it is different for Naruto. Naruto is very talented. There is also an endless supply of spiritual spring water and vegetables. The aspect of body training can almost be steadily improved. Now that the flesh and blood clone can double the cultivation, it is already powerful enough. But the most powerful one is the 8 gates ninjutsu mentioned by Naruto. No. Another point is that if Naruto becomes stronger, he can coordinate with his clones to launch surprise attacks. In short, this flesh and blood clone is definitely not weaker than the forbidden technique. The Nine Tails looked at Naruto with numb eyes. He really wanted to open Naruto's head and see what was inside. This clone will practice here. I am very weak now and need to eat. Naruto gave the order. He would also throw in some spiritual spring water and vegetables to provide energy. A transformation technique and a clone technique are already so powerful, what about the substitute technique? What kind of power will be unleashed when the three are combined? Naruto was somewhat looking forward to it. But now I have to replenish myself. He is very weak now. Oh, and there's also the multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto thought while eating. He has already mastered the Raise Nan, Flying Thunder God, 3-body technique and 8 gates ninjutsu. You can't bite off more than you can chew, and Flying Thunder God is the most important. But the ninjutsu of multiple shadow clones also needs to be put on the agenda. This is a late-stage God-level skill. No. Even in Naruto's hands, it can still unleash powerful force. Especially now, excluding Flying Thunder God, the Raise Nan stealth bombing is impossible to defend against. At that time, I will be a human bomber. Hiss. Naruto trembled with excitement at the thought of that astonishing scene. When the time comes, he will go find Deidara and tell him that art is explosion. Cool. After eating and drinking his fill, Naruto cleared the table and returned to the sealed space. At this moment, his clone is practicing mechanically. Nine-tailed fox sat aside, speechless. After organizing his words, Joey said flatteringly, "Well, can I practice this?" "I don't know." Naruto was stunned. This is a clone of flesh and blood. Speaking of which, the nine-tailed fox doesn't have any flesh and blood. Never mind. Kyuubi thought about it and realized that since he couldn't practice it at all, there wouldn't be much use in learning it. Alas, I'm back here. At the same time, outside the gate of Konoha village, a white-haired man stood with his arms folded, carrying a scroll cloth bag on his back, staring at the Konoha village in front of him with a complicated expression. I don't know how Konoha village is doing lately. I have to go check it out. Jiraiya entered Konoha village quietly without causing any commotion. It's actually true. The Uchiha in the village have actually reached the point where they are incompatible with each other. And that mysterious man, why do I feel a sense of familiarity after listening to their description? Jiraiya was numb. Jiraiya-senpai. Jiraiya looked in the direction of the voice and saw Narashikako looking at him quietly. He was holding a pile of documents in his hands. This file. For some reason, Jiraiya suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Post views, 28. 041 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 041. It's you, Narashikaku, what are you doing? Suppressing the strange feeling in his heart, Jiraiya raised his hand and said hello, want to eat something? Alright. Narashikaku thought for a moment and nodded. The two entered the barbecue restaurant one after the other. After ordering some barbecue, Jiraiya also ordered some drinks. He drank the wine, squinted his eyes, and sighed comfortably, the wine in the village still tastes better. Jiraiya-senpai, it's been a while since you came back. Yeah, I haven't been back for a long time. Let's not talk about me anymore, what are you doing? Jiraiya pointed at the document in Narashikaku's hand and asked curiously, what are you going to do? Oh, this one. Narashikaku looked at the documents on the table and smiled, his smile was somewhat meaningful. Jiraiya shuddered. Looking at this smile, why does it feel like this guy is trying to cheat me? Well, forget it, I still won't listen. Jiraiya waved his hands hastily. It's not a big deal. It's just that the last time Konoha village was attacked, the Sandame asked me to gather intelligence. That's intelligence. Narashikaku smiled and said, speaking of which, this matter is somewhat related to Senior. Ha! Jiraiya's mouth twitched. I knew that meeting this guy would be bad luck. Eat, Senior, after you finish eating, let's go find the Sandame together. You're still so unpleasant, kid. Thank you. Narashikaku was silent for a moment, then asked in a low voice, Senior, aren't you going to check on Uzumaki Naruto? How is he? Jiraiya took a sip of his drink, his expression complicated. To be honest, it's not very good. You should know that. This time the Sandame intends for you to be the Hokage. Perhaps his life will be better if you take the position. Forget it. Who knows what the teacher is thinking? I don't like the village now. Jiraiya curled his lips. He hasn't been back to the village for so many years. Doesn't that mean he doesn't want to go back? It's just that the village is in a mess and he is not interested. Plus, I had a lot of things on my shoulders, so I didn't reply. If it weren't for the prophecy of the Great Toad Immortal, he would still be wandering outside this time. Let's go find the Sandame. After eating and drinking their fill, the two left hand in hand. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the information in his hand thoughtfully. This is the information gathered by the Root and Anbu working together. 2. His fingers tapped the table unconsciously, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face solemn. Third generation, the intelligence you asked me to collect has made detailed progress. Come in. When the two of them pushed the door open and walked in, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya in surprise and nodded, "You're back." "Yeah, old man, you're still so unlucky. It's all because of you three. None of you know how to share my worries." Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at Jiraiya, then turned his gaze to Narashikaku. Seeing this, Narashikaku no longer hesitated and handed over the information in his hand. After handing it over, he thought for a moment and said, "That person is suspected to be Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki organization. However, there is very little information about this Nagato. And he is suspected to have a pair of strange eyes. The eyes are like toads, which looks very weird." Narashikaku glanced at Jiraiya and continued, "There's a girl next to him, and they're very close. The most important thing is, these two seem to be the children that Jiraiya-senpai saved in the Land of Rain." "What?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. Jiraiya also looked at Narashikaku. Flipping through distant memories, the three little people at that time came to mind. "How is that possible?" "Nothing is impossible, Jiraiya-senpai." Narashikaku pointed at the intelligence and said, "Although there is still a lot of information that has not been thoroughly investigated, the two people are named Nagato and Konan. Are they really them?" It didn't feel real to Jiraiya. Are these two people so successful now? As for Yahiko, Jiraiya didn't ask. The ninja world is full of dangers, and not mentioning it means death. Look at the good things you've done. Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at Jiraiya and said, "You master and disciple really know how to find things for the village to do." "Ah!" Jiraiya opened his mouth. "How come this affects my apprentice Minato Namikaze again? You may not know this yet, but Uchiha Obito, the fourth Hokage's apprentice, is not dead, and the matter has been thoroughly investigated." Next, Narashikaku told Jiraiya about this matter. This. Jiraiya took a few steps back, holding the wall with one hand, and panting a little. Even though he was determined, he still found it hard to bear the news. The young man who always claimed to be Hokage turned out to be the culprit who killed his own disciple. Why? Jiraiya's face turned pale and he roared inwardly. He doesn't understand. What on earth could make a person become so cold-blooded and heartless? Did Minato Namikaze do something wrong to him? Bullshit. Kushina was the best to him then. Okay, very good. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, hatred surging wildly in his heart. That's great. It turns out that everything that happened to my family now was caused by this guy. Really good. Jiraiya suddenly looked at Narashikaku with a cold gaze. I want accurate information. Then, he personally killed this bastard who betrayed his teacher and ancestors. It's such a disgusting thing that you can't even spit out shit. Complete garbage. No. Calling him rubbish is a compliment to him. By the way, does Kakashi know about this? We didn't say. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice, that child has complicated feelings towards Uchiha Obito, I am afraid of alerting him. That makes sense. I also deeply agree with this. It's really hard to tell him about this. Okay, go ahead. I'll leave this information here for now. It was not until Narashikaku and Jiraiya left that Sarutobi Hiruzen took out another piece of information from the drawer. This is the information that Uchiha secretly investigated. When the three are put together, the information is roughly the same. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not be happy. Who is secretly plotting against me in Konoha village? Secretly guide these three pieces of information into my hands. The murderous intent in my heart continued to boil. He had always felt strange about it. This person behind the scenes is indeed scheming, but does he think that I am really a good-for-nothing? Everything falls on the Akatsuki organization of Rain Country. There is no disharmony. Truth and falsehood, just like a fog. I've been in charge of Konoha village for decades, and I've encountered all sorts of monsters and demons. You want to plot against me? This is impossible. Sarutobi Hiruzen sneered. Then he frowned and became a little annoyed. Putting aside the fact that they were being plotted against, the Akatsuki organization is indeed a powerful force that has been overlooked. One is suspected to be the Rinnegan, and the other is confirmed to be the Mangekyo. It is rumored that there are still some powerful rebel ninjas within the Akatsuki organization. These combined are enough to form a powerful force. Together with the Rain Country, if it is not contained, there is a high possibility that a sixth country will emerge after the 5 major countries. It seems that it is time for another meeting of the 5 major ninja villages. You heard it all. Narashikaku and Jiraiya looked at the dejected man in front of them and exchanged bewildered glances. Post Views, 33. 042 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 042. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Kakashi looked painful under the mask, his voice hoarse. Is what you just said true? Narashikaku looked at Kakashi with pity and waved, let's go, let's talk somewhere else. Jiraiya shrugged. The three of them arrived at Hokage Rock and looked down at the leaf village below. Kakashi stared at Narashikaku. Narashikaku sighed and patted Kakashi on the shoulder. It's true, the mysterious man at that time was Uchiha Obito. He opened the Mangeki and plotted the deaths of the 4th Hokage and Uzumaki Kushina. Why? Kakashi looked pained and roared, why are you doing this? Have no idea. Narashikaku shook his head, so many years have passed, and he hid so deeply. So far, it is still unclear why he did this. Narashikaku lied. If the details were told, Kakashi would probably collapse now. Let him accept it little by little. After all, who would have thought that this guy would do such a disgusting thing for a dead girl? Kakashi's decadent aura disappeared, and his eyes were sharp. I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. Also, don't worry about me messing around. Kakashi's figure was desolate. He doesn't trust anyone now. Could it be that what he heard was deliberately let him hear by the 3rd generation? Also, why has it been investigated so clearly now, if it hasn't been found out for so many years? Everything seems like a mystery. Narashikaku withdrew his gaze. The groundwork has been laid, and now it's Naruto's turn to take action. He knew clearly that Naruto's target was not only the Hokage but also the Akatsuki organization. To be exact, it was Uchiha Obito. Indeed. Naruto didn't reveal much information. But he knew that what was hidden behind this would be even more thrilling. The water is deep, and what he needs to do now is to quickly gather his forces. Then after Naruto comes to power, he will be able to quickly integrate forces and impact the Akatsuki organization. As for the 3rd generation, he no longer has any hope. The former ninja hero has been buried in the long river of time. The person sitting in that position right now is just a qualified politician. His gaze turned to Jiraiya again. Jiraiya shuddered. Why do I feel like I shouldn't come back this time? This guy seems to be calculating everything. Damn it! Cursing quietly under his breath, Jiraiya fled. Naruto. At school, Shikamaru looked at Naruto, who was having fun with Hinata in front of him, with a complicated expression. He really couldn't imagine how there could be someone more exaggerated than him when he was already smart enough. He didn't sleep all night last night. With faint dark circles under his eyes, he stared straight at Naruto. Naruto rubbed Hinata, mentally planning to get her some nice clothes or something. Hinata wears the same clothes all day long, which is too plain. Seeing Shikamaru coming over, Naruto grinned. Surprising? Surprised. But it was so unexpected and such a pleasant surprise. Wrong. Is that an accident? Is that a surprise? That's called horror. Under the strange gazes of Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi Chuji, and others, the two of them got together. Father said you can try to win over Kakashi. Naruto raised a brow and nodded. Since he said so, let's go meet Kakashi. To be honest, he still had some complaints about Kakashi. After all, you are the teacher's son. You can only peek secretly. Can't you do something practical? But when he thought of those old nerves like the third Hokage and Danzo, he felt relieved. It's almost vacation time. Naruto muttered. Time passed day by day, and things seemed tight, but a long time had actually passed. Before I knew it, a semester had passed. Time really is merciless. Naruto thought about it and decided to take Shikamaru to the clothing store after school. What are you doing in a clothing store? Shikamaru yawned. Why don't we go home and rest? I'm going to make some clothes. I see the clothes you're wearing are quite new. Do you still want to make them? No, I bought it for Hinata. Shikamaru's expression cracked. Hello, hey. You are only 5 years old. Could this be the legendary childhood sweetheart, lowly development plan? This is the wife training plan. Shikamaru looked at Naruto with a look of horror on his face. It's confirmed, he has his eyes on Hinata. But is Hinata pretty? Cute and adorable, but a little rustic. No, the problem now is that we are only 5 years old, you are too precocious. Beast. Shikamaru's eyes were strange. What are you thinking about? Naruto glared at Shikamaru unhappily and said righteously, I just treat her as a sister. I understand. Shikamaru gave an expression that said, I understand. Hey. Younger sister? Identity can be transformed, right? Tisk tisk tisk. Uzumaki Naruto, so you are this kind of person. Yes, sister, I understand. Shikamaru and Naruto were arm in arm. Sasuke passed by with a look of disgust on his face, then held his head high with pride and strode home. The atmosphere of the village and family did not affect him. Naruto bought some things and packed them up to take away. Let Hinata wear it tomorrow. Wearing the same clothes all day long, Hinata Hayashi's future father-in-law really doesn't know how to dress. Back home. While Naruto was cooking, he also planned to pull the nine-tailed fox into the space. They are now good friends, and the space itself has absolute dominance. He is not afraid of any problems. But first we have to solve Kakashi's problem. Naruto's eyes flickered as he ate quietly. It was late at night and Kakashi's pupils were focused, staring straight at the kunao in his hand. There is a strange magic pattern on the kunao. Jiraiya sat beside him. At the Hokage Rock, Narashikaku quietly handed Kakashi a kunao. How could this little trick be hidden from Jiraiya? He was curious, so he followed secretly. As a result, I was shocked to discover the pattern on the kunao. Both of them are people who have a direct relationship with Minato Namikaze. Naturally, he also knew the Flying Thunder God technique. Flying Thunder God reappears on Earth, but the 4th generation has already died. Who is the person behind this? A series of information flashed through my mind. How could he not come? Now. The two of them stared at the kunao in front of them, quietly waiting for the person behind them to appear. What are you going to change this time? Watching Naruto hide in the toilet as usual, Kuwabai straightened up. He knew that Naruto was going to do something bad again. Naruto thought. Change. The next moment, Hashirama Senju appeared in front of the Nine Tails. Jiwei stared at him for a long time before he twitched the corner of his mouth and said speechlessly. You really don't have any reverence at all. In the eyes of the people of Konoha village, Hashirama Senju is absolutely sacred. But Naruto didn't feel anything at all. Wood release. Naruto raised his hand and a dry piece of wood appeared in his hand. Ha ha ha. Naruto smiled awkwardly, this wood release is really difficult. I am worse than Yamato in using it. Kuwabai looked at Naruto in shock. Wood release? Oh shit. A strange thought suddenly arose in its heart. Post views, 26. 043 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 043. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The Nine Tails suddenly had a strange thought. Would Naruto be able to use wood release again in the future? Back then, Hashirama Senju's wood release technique was so powerful that he was invincible. Only Uchiha Madara can compete with him. This terrifying ninjutsu has become extinct. Naruto won't do it again in the future, right? Hiss. Kuwabai took a deep breath, his heart filled with shock beyond words. If it really appears, combined with Naruto's current ninjutsu, etc. Kuwabai's scalp suddenly felt numb. How strong will Naruto be in the future? It's simply unimaginable. Looking forward to it. Kuwabai slowly lay down, with infinite anticipation rising in his heart. It wished it could go to the future right now to see how strong Naruto was. Let's go. Today is a critical period. Naruto lowered his eyebrows, his heart moved, and he sensed the nodes of many techniques of Konoha village. After selecting one of the nodes, the person disappeared from the spot. Call. Here I come. The moment Naruto appeared, Jiraiya and Hatake Kakashi looked up. Seeing this, his pupils contracted, he stood up suddenly, and his heart was shaken. First generation. No, this person is very brave. Jiraiya was furious and was about to attack, but Kakashi narrowed his eyes and silently took out a kunao. Call. 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 Naruto raised his hand, and a raised nan took shape in his hand in an instant. The powerful energy rolled up the surrounding air currents, causing wind to flow in this small house. Jiraiya and Kakashi paused what they were doing and looked at Naruto seriously. Jiraiya snorted coldly, "Who are you and why did you become the first generation?" First generation. Naruto tilted his head, and the raised nan in his hand disappeared. Under the shocked gaze of Jiraiya and Kakashi, a dry branch slowly rose from Naruto's palm. Would release? Hiss. The two of them subconsciously looked at the calm Naruto. Staring at the first generation's face, and the binding ninjutsu such as would release. It seems that the person in front of him has a close connection with the first generation. Who are you? Jiraiya's voice cracked. He knew that the person in front of him was definitely not the first generation, but he definitely had a strange relationship with the Senju clan. Me? Just a passerby. Naruto put his hands behind his back, his face full of vicissitudes and melancholy. Bang! Jiwei held his forehead. As soon as he saw Naruto's expression, he knew that this guy was going to start fooling people again. But what he said was half true and half false, which always made people trust him involuntarily. A passerby. That's right. Naruto was melancholy. Do you think the Senju clan still has status in Konoha village? Do you think the Uchiha clan still has status? A new emperor appoints new ministers. This is no longer the era of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. Jiraiya and Kakashi were silent. I don't care about these now. Kakashi stared at Naruto and asked coldly, I just want to know about Uchiha Obito now. Him? Oh, yes, you and him are good friends, but I still advise you not to have friends like him. Kakashi. Either way, I want to know why he did this. Kakashi clenched his fists and growled, I don't believe he would do that. Naruto sneered, no reason, just an extreme love-brained, crazy. Rubbish. Let me tell you this, if I had to choose one person in this world who is unforgivable, he would definitely be number one. Kakashi staggered and sat on the ground, his face full of despair, his heart faintly collapsing. Glancing at Kakashi with pity, Naruto said calmly, You've been decadent for several years. Do you want to continue to be decadent? Let's not talk about anything else. Have you ever taken care of Uzumaki Naruto? After all, he is also your teacher's child. Also, if you want to know the exact truth, go find it yourself. When you are strong enough to withstand the kaleidoscope, you will know whether what I said is true or false. What? Kakashi was stunned and looked up at Naruto with expectant eyes. What I said is true. This eye of yours belongs to him. Since he has opened the kaleidoscope, yours can also be opened due to our blood connection. But you've been wasting your time for so many years, your body can't handle it, so you haven't activated it. A gleam flashed in Kakashi's eyes. That is the ray of hope. Jiraiya patted Kakashi's shoulder and said, Boy, I know you don't believe it. If you want to find the truth, go by yourself. I see. Kakashi sat cross-legged on the ground and nodded solemnly. In order to pursue the truth, he really can't be decadent anymore. Kakashi looked at Naruto again, and after a moment of silence, he said, Naruto, of course I go to see it, and I go there often. Naruto's heart moved, is that so? Why have I never noticed it? Why do you think Uzumaki Naruto always had people selling him groceries and other items when he was shopping? Kakashi sighed, I can't show too much concern for him openly, so I have always transformed into some vegetable vendors. After a pause, he continued, as long as Naruto runs into a wall when trying to buy something, I will become a salesperson. He has bought a lot of things from me over the years, big and small. Naruto, it seems this Kakashi isn't so ruthless. Kyuubi was stunned. Naruto was also shocked by the news. Thinking back carefully, he did encounter this kind of thing often before he awakened. Well, that's not bad. With an awkward cough, Naruto looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya took a step forward and looked at Naruto carefully, a little puzzled. I am very curious, with your ability, you should have a place in Konoha village, why? Why? Naruto sneered, look at what has happened to those who have achieved something in recent years. Jiraiya was stunned, and when he thought about it carefully, he felt a chill in his heart. Kakashi felt no emotion. That's how his father died. A man so powerful would commit suicide? It's a joke. If he is so fragile inside, how can he be a ninja? How can he be qualified to achieve such success? He didn't know the calculations behind this, but it was definitely not as simple as it seemed. The legendary Sunin is now a joke. Hitaki Sakumo committed suicide. The fourth Hokage is dead. There are also the current Uchiha, and the Hyuga Hisashi back then. Naruto spoke each word with such intensity that it pierced Jiraiya's heart. Looking at the somewhat silent Jiraiya, Naruto sneered, don't blame me for conspiracy theories, it's just too much of a coincidence. Be steady, there's nothing wrong with that. You're right, you do need to be careful. Jiraiya scratched his head irritably, and then asked curiously. So what are you going to do? He felt something was wrong when he asked. This is something you can ask. It was really because Naruto's words just now were too hurtful, making him feel a little confused. Set things right. Naruto's voice was cold, yet full of ambition. You want to be Hokage? Any questions? Naruto raised his hand and shook it, sneering, if Konoha village doesn't prosper under his management, I won't say anything as long as it can stay the same. But now I just want to say that he doesn't deserve it. The Hokage takes turns, and this year it's my turn. I just want to be Hokage, so what? That unconcealed ambition, that unconcealed self-confidence and the ridicule towards people like Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jiraiya heard this and found it ironic. He was right. Compared to the Konoha village in the past, the current Konoha village is indeed on the decline. And it was a cliff-like drop. Glancing at Kakashi, he knew that if he had to choose, he would probably not help either side. Maybe you're not working hard enough. Or maybe, just rebel. One more thing. Naruto looked at Kakashi leisurely and fiercely attacked him with another sword. Post Views, 25. 044 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 044. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Jiraiya and Kakashi looked at Naruto. Naruto grinned, I forgot to tell you, Uchiha Obito came here a while ago just to make contact with Danzo. Under the shocked gazes of the two, Naruto snapped his fingers and said calmly, their goal is to kill Uchiha Shisui first, and then cooperate to destroy the Uchiha. In this way, Konoha village will lose a powerful family, paving the way for the capture of the Nine Tails in the future. Catch the nine-tailed fox? Wouldn't that mean catching Naruto? One of the reverse scales. Kakashi's face changed drastically. He didn't think Naruto would lie to him, and even if he did, it would only be a matter of time before he wanted to investigate such a thing. So this is most likely true. Kakashi laughed at himself, I have been immersed in the past for so many years. Now it seems that I am really a fool. Jiraiya didn't know what to say. This kind of thing really exploded. It's creepy to hear the story, let alone it's very likely to be true. Not only did he kill his teacher and his teacher's wife, he also tried to kill their son. Is this something that one person can do? What a bastard! So, your purpose? Jiraiya looked at Naruto and finally asked this question. I don't have any purpose, I just came here to tell you something. And to alienate you from the village, that's all. I'll go to yours. Jiraiya almost vomited blood. This guy is really confident and takes alienation as a matter of course. But I have to say, he did it. Even if he didn't count himself, the thorn in Kakashi's heart would probably have been pierced by now. It's probably impossible to go back to the way things were before. How can I describe this person? He does things in an upright manner, but he does bad things in an upright manner. He just wants to be Hokage, and he just wants to do bad things. He said it directly, what can you do? Jiraiya wanted to take action, but there was always a voice in his heart telling him that it would be futile. And Narashikaku? What role does he play in it? If the Uchiha clan was saved by the man in front of him, they would probably be won over. Pigs, deer, and butterflies are of the same family. Tisk, old man, I can't help you this time. Jiraiya curled his lips. He didn't care who became Hokage, as long as the village was doing well. What he cared about most was the person of destiny, the Rinnegan, and the eye that could stand on equal footing with the Rinnegan. Who are their masters? Rinnegan, Nagato. Jiraiya's eyes darkened. Perhaps this Samsara eye is referring to him. A series of thoughts emerged in his mind, and Jiraiya clearly felt that the era belonging to Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to be over. Whose era will come next? Staring at Naruto, Jiraiya shook his head uncertainly. The dust has not settled yet and no one knows what the future will hold. Don't underestimate Sarutobi Hiruzen's abilities. The fact that he was able to do this proved his ability, and he was just caught off guard. Once he comes to his senses, it will be hard to say who will win or lose. He didn't get involved. As for Kakashi, he should work hard to become stronger, which is also a good thing. Naruto raised his hand and grabbed at the air. A jutsu kunao appeared in his palm and he casually handed it to Jiraiya. Jiraiya took it, somewhat confused. If you wish, send it to my Abokuzen. Mt. Miyamu. Jiraiya's eyes flashed and he took the kunao handed to him by Naruto. As for whether to send it or not, he needs to think about it. Let's go, good luck to you. What needed to be done had been done, and he wasn't confident in winning over Kakashi and Jiraiya. It is enough to achieve this step. As for the future, it depends on how far they can go. He still has a lot to do. Thinking of this, Naruto looked at Kakashi deeply, and with an idea in mind, he disappeared on the spot. Senior. Why didn't you take action just now? Kakashi looked at Jiraiya in confusion. Forget about myself, Jiraiya is also a disciple of the third Hokage after all. Now someone is trying to overthrow the Sandame's position as Hokage, but he is still so calm. Can't stop it. Jiraiya sat down, poured himself a glass of wine, and said calmly, the fact that he can come here shows that he has the confidence. Secondly, can you stop that flying thunder god? Kakashi was silent. Cannot. Sitting quietly opposite Jiraiya, Kakashi felt a little confused. He felt that his worldview over the years was collapsing. Don't think too much, practice hard. When you are strong enough, many problems can be solved easily. Pouring a glass for Kakashi, Jiraiya raised his glass and said with a smile, as for the affairs of the village, we can't really get involved. Jiraiya was telling the truth. Why doesn't he become Hokage? The most important thing is that I have things to do and I don't like sitting in that position. There is another reason, although he is known as one of the legendary 3 ninjas. But he has not been in the village for so many years, so even if he becomes Hokage, he is just a puppet. Konoha village has not yet reached the end of its rope. The soil of oppression still exists. People like Danzo, Mitamonen, and Utane Koharu are not easy to deal with. Why should he bother with this trouble? The 2 men raised their glasses and drank, speechless for a moment. Oh my god, you're really brave. When he returned home, Joey collapsed on the ground and didn't want to move. Just now it was nervous, afraid that Jiraiya would take action. Joke. He is one of the legendary 3 ninjas, very powerful, and there is also a Kakashi beside him. Naruto was also very brave, he was still chatting and laughing there. What are you doing? Not hearing Naruto's response, the 9 tails looked over curiously and saw Naruto with his hands spread out, doing something unknown to him. I'm studying wood release. Naruto was in high spirits. Because he had eaten so much spiritual spring water and vegetables, he knew clearly that his attributes had been greatly improved. The wood release technique he just used was too fake. Now he wants to do his own research. It would be interesting if it could be researched. It's not that simple. Before Kyuubi could finish his words, he saw a bean sprout in Naruto's palm. Kyuubi was confused. Do you want to cheat like this? Was this just a one-shot attempt? It didn't work, why are you so anxious? Naruto shook his head regretfully, this is my limit right now. I have to say, wood release is indeed difficult. I still have a long way to go before I can achieve the level of the first generation. Versailles. You are Versailles. Kyuubi roared internally, but his face was filled with joy. Ha ha ha. This is my partner, not bad, the stronger he is, the safer I will be. Hey hey. Kyuubi snickered. Is this what it feels like to cling to someone's thigh? That's really good. With Naruto's existence, the ninja world can walk sideways in the future. Think carefully, what was I doing fighting alone before? If I had just clung to the first Senju Hashirama back then, would I be living a comfortable life now? Alas, the past is too painful to recall. Really? Under the bright light, Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure disappeared into the darkness, and the information in his hand quietly ignited a flame. Post views, 25. 045 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 045. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Sure enough, the person behind this is not simple. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, gazing at the dark night outside. The words on the intelligence are still vivid in my mind. Although there was still no definite information, he knew that the people in Konoha village were in a state of unrest recently. The team is divided and it is difficult to lead it. From the previous Uchiha Shisui to the current attack on Konoha village. They haven't given a clear reason yet. No wonder these people are so panicked. The person behind this is really hiding something deep. Sarutobi Hiruzen subconsciously held his pipe, puffing out smoke and waiting quietly. Crunch! Not long after, the door was slowly pushed open, and Danzo walked in slowly, leaning on a cane. Old man, you have to cooperate with me in the end. Danzo slowly walked to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side and sneered. Do you have any other ideas? Sarutobi Hiruzen shut Danzo up with just one sentence. Danzo's eyes were serious. This time, the enemy gave them the feeling of being shrouded in fog. Nothing was found, not even a clue. Is this normal? This is not normal. So there is a mole. They don't know who the traitor is, and everyone can suspect him. But it is more dangerous to doubt openly. After much deliberation, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo thought of seeking external help. It seems that this is the only way for now. Who do you think is the traitor? Narashikaku. Danzo hesitated for a moment before uttering the name through gritted teeth. He didn't have exact information, but theoretically speaking, he was the only one in Konoha village who could do this. Because he is smart. Yet, I really hope it's not him. If it's him, then it means that both Inoshikacho have betrayed us. Headache. Irritable. Inoshikacho, Uchiha. These are all the middle-level forces of Konoha village. If it really is Narashikaku, Konoha village will find it really hard to bear. I hope not. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, and after a long moment he looked at Danzo and said in a low voice, last time you said that Akatsuki's intelligence network was very powerful. After considering it for a moment, he continued, let's try cooperation. Didn't you say a few days ago that foreign enemies were the most important? Danzo scoffed. Sarutobi Hiruzen disagreed, that's just talk. To fight the outside world, we must first stabilize the inside. If the inside is unstable, how can we fight the outside enemy? First paralyze them, find them, suppress them. This way, we can deal with the Akatsuki organization with peace of mind. Sarutobi Hiruzen, holding his pipe, said calmly, besides, I've already spoken with the cages of the other villages, they'll be on the lookout. You are very cunning. In that case, I will make the contact. Well, as soon as possible. Tisk tisk, it seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen can no longer sit still and actually comes to us for help. Nagato glanced at Zetsu, put down the letter in his hand, and his face darkened. What's the point of asking for help? They haven't found anything yet. It was as if the person behind the scenes knew Ju and acted very cautiously. Until now, there has been no trace of anything. This has never happened before. Don't you have any information? A little. He grinned, revealing his black and white teeth. Nagato and Konan looked over at the same time, and behind them, a person hiding in the shadows slowly raised his head. Orochimaru. He had just come here recently and encountered the request for help from Konoha village. Orochimaru sneered inwardly. It is rotten after all. It's ironic that the third generation has now fallen to the point of asking for help from Akatsuki. He was also curious about who could have forced Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and others to this point. Although I don't have any definite information, I have put this series of events together and I think Uzumaki Naruto is the center of the vortex. When Uzumaki Naruto was mentioned again, Ju had a strange feeling in his heart. It's him! It's him! It's him! He is the mastermind behind the scenes. Or there is someone behind him. In short, he felt that there was something wrong with Uzumaki Naruto. Your intelligence has never been wrong, even if this time there is no accurate information. Nagato said coldly, it is better to kill the wrong person than to let him go. Go deep and let them test Uzumaki Naruto. Orochimaru watched the scene with great interest. Uzumaki Naruto? He seems to be the son of the fourth Hokage, and also the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Who is behind this? Orochimaru had a vague feeling that the person in the dark was finally about to surface. No kidding. Konoha village has definitely been making headlines lately, and everyone is paying attention. Because everyone is growing up, there will be occasional small fights. Only Konoha village was bustling with activity, one thing happening today and another happening tomorrow. I also want to know who is behind this. Remember to let me know when the time comes. Good. Nagato is very tolerant towards Orochimaru. This is a talented person. If it weren't for his funding, Orochimaru would not be willing to stay. I don't know what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking. He didn't want such a good disciple. I guess there's something wrong with his brain. Uzumaki Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. He never thought that this matter would be related to Uzumaki Naruto. After careful consideration, it seems that there is indeed a vague connection between them. Danzo calmly looked at the information in his hand and analyzed, it may not be Uzumaki Naruto. After all, he's only 5 years old. How could he possibly have such a far-reaching plan? After a pause, he continued his analysis, the most important thing is that we have been monitoring it all the time, right? If Naruto could do things right under their noses, then his strength. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. They both shook their heads. This idea is too absurd, too ridiculous. So, just as the intelligence said, there's someone behind this. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled coldly, it's better to hit the target with one strike than to guess. Just find someone to test it out tonight. Since this person uses Uzumaki Naruto as a bond, he must be nearby. Give it a try, it's definitely right. That makes sense. Danzo leaned on his cane and grinned, I'm familiar with this matter. Let me do it. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. Midnight. It was pitch black, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Naruto happily carried vegetables in the space. Kyubai's voice came, you are still in the mood to sleep now. What's wrong? What else? Kyubai was speechless. Don't you think that the more you spread out, the more danger you will have of being discovered? Don't worry, I have several plans in place to ensure they won't point their spearhead at me so quickly. Nine-tailed fox? Naruto smiled mysteriously. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. He valued his life very much, so naturally he had to make plans in case he was discovered. Just as he was thinking about it, Naruto's super-strong perception sensed that several people were approaching quietly. Target. Heading straight for his old apartment. Post views, 27. 046 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 046. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. It's finally here. Naruto stood up and left the space. The flesh and blood clone walked out of the sealed space, quickly lifted the quilt and lay down in it. The main body came to the toilet. Seeing this, Kyubai raised his paws to cover his face. Here we go again. Who is unlucky this time? Transformation. Change. The next moment, a tall and slender man with a gloomy expression stood quietly there. Oh, the curse seal seems to be useless to me. He stuck out his tongue, which looked like a snake's heart and was eerie and terrifying. Nine-tailed fox? Orochimaru. It suddenly felt that all the big guys in the ninja world would be defeated by Naruto. It suddenly felt fortunate. Be thankful that you are not a ninja, but a tailed beast. His ears twitched slightly, and Naruto and Kyuubi both looked up at the roof and then out the window. 3 ninjas. No, there are more in secret. Naruto shook his head, raised his finger to his lips and chuckled, and a gutter rat. Not surprisingly. A creature like Ju is really difficult to deal with. He can have clones everywhere and his hiding ability is incredibly strong. This kind of person is indeed good at collecting intelligence. Confirmed target Uzumaki Naruto is asleep and snoring. Someone whispered on the intercom, "There's nothing wrong with Uzumaki Naruto at the moment." Bathroom. Someone said in a deep voice, "I saw a figure in the toilet. His chakra was very huge. It's most likely a powerful ninja, be careful. Take action. Here I come, I want to see who it is." Ju's gaze fell on the clone. He wanted to see with his own eyes who was playing tricks in Konoha village. Click. A slight sound was heard. Under the shocked gazes of several people, Naruto pushed the door open and walked out. He casually pressed a raised nan in his hand against the ninja hiding behind the door. Pang! An explosion sounded, and the ninja in front of him was shattered. Substitution technique. Naruto spread his wings, stepped on the fence, and left the apartment while flying. Chase! The people behind him didn't care and followed closely. Show up, today I will see who you really are. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was watching secretly, had a cold expression. With a flick of his wrist, he grabbed the coat and tossed it away, revealing the ninja costume underneath. Today I will show you that I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, am not so easy to mess with. Hokage Rock. Naruto placed his hands behind his back and calmly looked at the ninjas who continued to surround him. Hey, 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 it seems like things are getting serious this time. The Nine-Tails voice echoed in Naruto's ears, "Don't forget that you are only half as strong as you can be now." The Nine-Tailed Fox was horrified. The impact of this scene vaguely reminded him of the night when he was released by Uchiha Obito. This time it's not as exaggerated as that time. Because there is a lot less. No one from the Uchiha clan came, but a few of the others came. A rough count revealed that there were almost 100 ninjas. This scene had a huge impact on people. He is Orochimaru. How could it be him? How could he use the raised nan? If it's him, there doesn't seem to be any surprise. Naruto didn't move, didn't hide. Everyone saw his face. Very gloomy. This gloominess is very similar to Orochimaru's temperament. And he was not spitting out snake tongue at that time. You can tell it's Orochimaru at first glance. Why is it him? Absolutely confused. How did Orochimaru appear here? Not sure, let's see. Sarutobi Hiruzen came from behind and stared at Naruto coldly. "It's you. Long time no see." Naruto chuckled, hinting, "Such a generous gift upon meeting you. It's truly my blessing. What are you up to?" "I am going to execute the Konoha collapse plan. You are already rotten, and rotten people should die peacefully." Naruto stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his sinister voice echoed in the sky above the Hokage Rock. Sarutobi Hiruzen expressionless, "You are not Orochimaru, who are you?" Naruto was stunned. This was discovered? But it's not a big problem, as long as you don't discover your true form. I'm confused. Why are you hiding in Uzumaki Naruto's house? What is your purpose? Ha ha ha, you have too many questions. Naruto laughed, his expression stern, and after a glance, he said calmly, "Unfortunately, you are already surrounded by me." What? All the ninjas present and those peeking secretly were stunned. He was so shocked by Naruto's arrogant words that he became tongue-tied. Do you listen to what people say? They have hundreds of ninjas here, and there is a constant supply of ninjas coming to support them. You say we are surrounded? It's funny. Chief, will you take action? Take action. Uchiha Fugaku and a few clansmen who shared the same aspirations as them were about to move forward quietly. The next moment, Danzo walked out from the darkness and looked at them calmly. It seems that he is behind this, otherwise you wouldn't have taken action. What a shame, we still have to do it after all. Danzo stared at Uchiha Fugaku. Maybe you are strong, but it will be difficult for you to break out of me. Uchiha Fugaku's face darkened and he winked at Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui took a step forward and used the instant body technique. Danzo didn't stop him. They can't stop this guy, so just leave it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. What he needed was to divide the Uchiha clan. Perhaps there would be a chance to weaken the Uchiha today. Shikaku, aren't we going to do anything unnecessary? Nara Shikaku was very calm. He knew Naruto had a backup plan, so he glanced at Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza and whispered. Later, go all out and attack Orochimaru. Be strong but hold back. We understand. The two understood. Ever since they ate the food Nara Shikaku gave them, they had a choice in their hearts. The growth of strength, the expansion of the family, and the choice of allies. 3 in 1. They are not stupid. Isn't it just a matter of changing the person to be Hokage? We agreed. If the person behind the scenes hadn't been slow to act, we wouldn't know who it was. They all need to wear the Hokage robe. And according to Nara Shikaku, this person is not the real person behind the scenes. Was even Orochimaru lured over? The person behind this is really powerful. If you don't agree, there's no need to talk to me, Sarutobi Hiruzen, your title of ninja hero is unworthy. Naruto was too lazy to waste time talking to the people in front of him. There are already enough people. The stage is set. It's time to try my hand at something and give the ninja world a little shock. Use both hands to make seals. A bright, sinister smile appeared on Orochimaru's face. Multiple shadow clone technique. Under everyone's shocked gaze, many Orochimaru suddenly appeared from all directions. A rough look shows that there are at least 500 of them. Hiss! Such a huge amount of chakra. Every ninja present almost popped their eyes out of their heads. The Uzumaki clan. This thought flashed through Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. The next moment, he saw Orochimaru slowly raise his hand, and a normal Raise-Nan slowly appeared in his hand. No, take action. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed drastically. Post views, 27. 047 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 047. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The next moment, more than 500 Raise-Nan were thrown out at the same time and disappeared. Everyone present had a changed expression. Even though they knew that Naruto's Raise-Nan would disappear and that Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was able to throw it, could not help but change his expression. There is no trace and no pattern. You never know where this Raise-Nan will come from or where it will hit. However, the ninjas present were experienced in battle and quickly came up with a countermeasure. Since you don't know, then predict and avoid it. Substitution technique. Rumble. Raise-Nan kept appearing, landing, and exploding on the spot. Smoke and dust billowed, filling the entire Hokage Rock. Ha ha ha, it's Konoha village as expected, there are so many strong people, see you next time. Want to run? Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly, dispersed the smoke and dust around him, and followed closely behind. Nara Shikaku and others followed closely behind. Brush! 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 In the dense forest, human figures were jumping, running, and moving forward at high speed. Bang! Naruto stood on a branch, looking ahead solemnly. In front of him, a group of ninjas looked at him quietly. Humph, I've set up a dragnet, you can't escape. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked out slowly and looked at Naruto coldly. Today, no matter who it is, he will let him know the consequences of provoking him. Turning around, Naruto looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and grinned, as expected of you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are really a dragnet. Hey, this is not the time to joke around, just expose yourself. Kyuubi growled, we're all doomed if this continues. By the way, don't you know how to fly Thunder God? Why don't you use it? Naruto spread his hands and stared at the ninjas around him. Why not? Of course I want to experiment with my new abilities. 3 saplings, 3 ninjutsu. It is unknown when the first transformation technique can be completed. However, the art of substitution and clone has been gradually perfected. Now I can barely use its abilities. He has created a flesh and blood clone with no intelligence. But he has never used the substitution technique. Now is the time. First, it can remove the suspicion of being Uzumaki Naruto for a short period of time. Second, you can experiment with the effectiveness of your own substitution technique. The third is to find something for Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others to do. Naruto lowered his eyes. Those who achieve great things do not pay attention to trivial matters. Their power may seem huge and cohesive, but in fact it is a castle in the air. Only by going through various things can you gradually narrow the distance between you. And it can also eliminate the dross and retain the essence, so why not do it? Substitution technique. The Nine Tails suddenly stood up and looked at Naruto in surprise. You also made this thing? What ability does it have? Have you heard of the stars shifting? Naruto took a step. The advantage of being a member of the Uzumaki clan comes into play. It hasn't been long since then, and the chakra in the body can be refined a lot more. Because he just took the time to nibble on some raw cabbage. It's quite sweet and tastes good. There is energy to nourish your cells and your body. The stars shift. Kyuubi whispered. What a domineering name, what a mysterious name. As long as they're alive, it doesn't matter if they're missing limbs or not. At Sarutobi Hiruzen's command, all kinds of ninjutsu attacks came in an instant. There were even physical ninjas who came forward to attack. Naruto raised his foot and jumped lightly, and the kunao in his hand collided with one of the ninjas. Raise your other hand and swing it out with force. The Anbu ninja remained expressionless and raised his hand to block. At the moment of parrying, a strange and unpredictable spell was engraved on his arm. The two men suddenly separated. Naruto slipped and used the force of retreating to come in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Substitution technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw clearly that at that moment Naruto used the substitution technique and the instant body movement technique. Then he suddenly appeared in front of him. Catch the leader first. That's a good plan, but unfortunately, you underestimated my ability. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been prepared for a long time, so he was not in a hurry when he saw this scene. As always, there was a confident and calm smile on his face. You've always been behind all this trouble. Today, let me see who you really are. 5 escapes, great continuous bomb technique. The 4 shadow clones on his side cooperated with Sarutobi Hiruzen's real body and performed ninjutsu at the same time. Fire, thunder, water, earth, and wind. The 5 chakra elements form a powerful ninjutsu. Naruto's eyes lit up and in an instant he created several shadow clones. His own body was bullying his way forward. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen was also shocked when he saw this scene. Are you trying to live? Who fights like this? Just go for it. Even Might Guy isn't as crazy as you. Ah! A scream came from behind. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly looked behind Naruto and saw the ninja who had just come into contact with Naruto vomiting blood and falling to the ground. Looking at Naruto again, he also had wounds on his body, but they were not as serious. What's going on? Before he had time to think about it, Naruto had already rubbed the raised nan and pressed it on him. Boom! Sarutobi Hiruzen had a gloomy face and cast a summoning technique, and a monkey appeared beside him. Hey, long time no see, old buddy. The tide ebbs and flows. This scene only lasted for a moment. Behind him, the ninjas attacked again. Ha ha ha. Naruto laughed, as expected of Konoha village, it is so powerful. Things may not change, but we will meet again in the future. Naruto had a thought and disappeared immediately under everyone's ugly faces. Spacetime ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth. This kind of ninjutsu is the most disgusting. The ape demon was in doubt, Flying Thunder God. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt something in his heart. Flying Thunder God? No, Uzumaki Naruto. Lure the tiger away from the mountain. Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer remain calm. Could it be that this guy wanted to lure them out? Now only Danzo and his friends are left in the village. But he also did not forget the Uchiha and the poisonous snakes hiding in the dark. Narashikaku's expression changed drastically immediately afterwards. Not good, we must not let Uzumaki Naruto get into trouble. We'll go right away. Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza immediately burst out with all their strength. That attitude is more loyal than anyone else. Sarutobi Hiruzen was suspicious for a moment. Then followed closely behind. Feeling anxious. Please don't be in any danger, Uzumaki Naruto. Shisui, who had been following all the way, ended it without doing anything. I was a little skeptical when I saw this scene. Could it be that the person behind this is really here for Uzumaki Naruto? If so, Uzumaki Naruto should have been captured by now. Even Ju, who had been following him all the way, was frightened. Full of twists and turns. Is this really a strategy to lure the tiger away from the mountain? The more I think about it, the more possible it seems. He is fast. He arrived at the apartment in an instant and fell into deep thought as he looked at Naruto, who was sleeping soundly. Is this correct? This is not right. What on earth does this guy want to do by running around here? Everyone has secrets and purposes. Why does it feel like this person has no purpose other than to attract their attention? In the Uchiha's living room, Naruto took a sip of tea and recalled the thrilling experience just now. You are such a lunatic. You don't have the ability yet you are still messing around. Kuwabai finally breathed a sigh of relief, then asked, aren't you going back? Why go back? It's dangerous, okay? Just tell me later. Naruto narrowed his eyes. He never underestimated these people, and he estimated that there were still many ninjas who were stunned by his raise-nan. Does this count as advertising? Will it be possible to recruit Deidara in the future? At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who was sleeping soundly in front of him with a changing expression. How about it? Danzo arrived late. Fine. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and Danzo breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, something strange happened. Take my kick. Post views, 23. 048 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 048. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Amidst the shocked expression in Nzong's, a figure suddenly appeared and kicked Danzo, who was caught off guard. Puff! The kick was so fast and fierce that it was beyond their expectations. Danzo was completely unprepared and was kicked away. Who is it? Sarutobi Hiruzen dodged and caught Danzo, who was kicked away, and looked back in shock. It's empty, there's no one there. Flying Thunder God. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned pale, but he was secretly relieved. Fortunately, the kick did not hit me, otherwise my old bones might not be able to bear it. That damn bastard! Danzo rubbed his old waist, his face ashen. He had never been so embarrassed in all these years. Who is it? Danzo roared inwardly. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, looking at Naruto, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. Naruto rubbed his eyes and looked at the two people in front of him blankly. Danzo's mouth twitched. I got kicked, but you were sleeping soundly. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and tucked Naruto's blanket in place, saying gently, I just came to see you. Have a good sleep. Oh. The flesh and blood clone was able to perform some basic movements, responded, and continued to sleep soundly. Let's go. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo left together. You. Me. Naruto imitated the Kyuubi's voice. Jouei almost vomited blood when he saw this, and curled his lips in annoyance. What on earth are you thinking? You still want to go back and kick him at this time? I just don't like him. The reason Naruto gave was impeccable, and the Nine Tails was speechless. Are you drifting now? No. It's just that my wings are gradually growing stronger, and I don't need to be so timid. As for being discovered, Naruto said nonchalantly, if I'm discovered, then so be it. It seems you are ready. Well, actually, we are prepared at all times, and there are plans for aftermath at every stage. Naruto nodded, not denying it. He prepared for the worst in everything and was very lucky to have made it this far. It's true that there are still many people he can't defeat now, but so what? With his current strength, he can at least have some fun. I don't believe it. Kyuubi suddenly said, I don't believe you would be so reckless. Oh no, I've been discovered. Tisk, it's like this again, why did you go over there just now? Because I'm not sure. Naruto took a sip of the spiritual spring water and said calmly, I just fought against Sarutobi Hiruzen. Who knows if he can carve a mark on others like me? Although the clone is safe enough, it's a bit dull and difficult to make it look real. Naruto explained to Kyuubi, I took the risk of kicking Danzo because I was displeased with him, but I also wanted to confuse him. Now it seems I'm lucky. You're awesome. Kyuubi gave a thumbs up. It seems that now that all this is over, the headache is thrown back to Danzo. I don't plan things. Everything happens by chance. This kind of rough approach can be used once, but it absolutely cannot be used a second time. Just watch, the time before we are exposed is running out. We really can't treat them as fools. We almost got exposed this time. If you don't know how to use Flying Thunder God, you can basically only fight a tough battle. That will be the real decisive battle. The first battle is the decisive battle. And the outcome will be decided in one battle. Naruto sat in Uchiha Fugaku's reception room, waiting for Uchiha Fugaku and the others to return. Today's trial run also involved the Uchiha clan. In this case, Sarutobi Hiruzen will cut off this cancer even if it costs his future. Even if I hadn't been exposed, I would have had to do it for real soon. It seems that this is not bad. But it would be better if Jiraiya could let me go to Myoboku Mountain. That way I would be more confident. Naruto calculated silently in his heart and found that he still had too few cards up his sleeve. Sage Mode can fight against Nagato. Once you learn the Sage Mode, you can go anywhere in the world. And Tsunade, this person needs to be brought in as well. It's just that hemophobia is too troublesome. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the door. Following the sound, I saw Uchiha Fugaku coming in with the murderous Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui. Following behind him was Uchiha Mikoto. At this time, Naruto had already turned into the appearance of Minato Namikaze. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to be waiting for me here. Uchiha Fugaku nodded and said, this time I really vented the anger that I had in my heart for many years. It feels good. The damage is not small. Hearing Naruto's question, the eyes of Uchiha Fugaku and others dimmed. There is always death in war. This time, in particular, it was considered a rebellion. I believe that the Uchiha people will have a hard time in the future and will be drowned in spit. But he has no regrets. This should have been done a long time ago. This time, many Uchiha clan members followed him and were not afraid at all. Give. Naruto raised his hand and grabbed another pile of vegetables, with more varieties. This is the advantage of space, the growth rate is extremely fast. By the way, he also gave Uchiha Fugaku a bucket of spiritual spring water as a reward. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes lit up. He was not exposed today, but Shisui later returned and used Susanoo, pushing forward all the way, which was somewhat taxing on the eyes. Now with this side effect will disappear after just a few days of taking it. It can be said that with these things, the side effects of the Uchiha are almost negligible. As long as someone awakens the kaleidoscope, they will be qualified to enjoy this divine object. Just imagine that after a battle, even if your eyes are severely damaged, you can just come back and take some food for a few days to recover and then go out to fight again. How scary is this? They can completely transform into fighting machines and fight like crazy. This truly means becoming a fighting family. In the future, as long as the person in front of them is not afraid of them, they can easily clear all obstacles for him. As for Naruto? He. Only a fool would think that the position of Hokage would satisfy the person in front of him. Uchiha Fugaku lowered his head and chuckled inwardly. He has always known that no one can be without desires. Only a saint can appear once in millions of years. He didn't believe Naruto was that kind of person. People's ambitions will expand as their strength grows. Naruto? Perhaps his target is the daimyo. Thank you. If you do things for me, I will give you benefits. Naruto didn't care at all. The binding of interests is the strongest relationship, but also the weakest. When the benefits are sufficient, everything can be abandoned. At least for now, the benefits I can bring to them are big enough and sufficient. In addition, they were also targeted by Konoha village, so they have the opportunity they have now. Hey! There are new changes in the space. Just as Naruto was about to continue, he suddenly felt some changes in the space and his mood suddenly dropped. With a wave of his hand, he disappeared in front of Uchiha Fugaku and the others. The moment he returned, he threw his clone into the sealed space and lay down on the bed. I stretched comfortably, and with a thought, my consciousness entered the space. Post Views, 23. 049 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 049. The space has gotten bigger. As soon as Naruto entered the space, he felt that the space had become much larger. I used to think it had something to do with my strength, and in fact, that was proven to be the case. Naruto walked around, measuring the land, and thought for a moment before coming to an understanding. It seems that I am too narrow-minded. The expansion of space is not necessarily due to strength. There may be other factors. Today the space has become larger, so the root of everything is related to what happened today. A lot of things happened today. Is it reputation or recognition? I thought a lot but couldn't figure it out. Naruto didn't think about it any further, as he could verify these things later. Now he still has things to do. The space in front of me has become a lot bigger. There is already enough space for growing vegetables and the like. It is not worth it. I need to do something else. Naruto's eyes flickered and he quickly made a decision. This was also my original plan, but it was planned in advance. This is a good thing. All he needs to do is plan and strategize. It's time to bring Kyuubi in. He. Experience the joy of being a worker. Kyuubi suddenly shuddered, then his eyes blurred and he looked around blankly. Where did I get fucked? Hey, Kyuubi, welcome to my world. The Nine Tails turned around and looked at the smiling Naruto. He looked around carefully again and asked in shock, is this where you grow vegetables? Yes, that's right. Snapping his fingers, Naruto opened his hands, this is my world. Then you brought me here. Although I feel a little touched by the feeling of being trusted. However, the Nine Tails had already witnessed Naruto's shamelessness, and there was definitely no good thing for him to get himself here. This guy must be harboring something evil in his heart. Help me take care of this land. This piece of land is not big, why don't you come in a hurry? I'm lazy. Naruto opened his eyes and said calmly, besides, I'm still young. Do you have the heart to let a child farm these things? You, a 5-year-old. Upon hearing this, Joey almost choked to death on a mouthful of spiritual spring water. He stared at Naruto in amazement for a long time before he stammered, "How could you say such shameless words? Let me ask you if what I said is true." Kyuubi was silent. It took a long time before he agreed, cursing. What can he do? Naruto gave 2 mu. And what Naruto said makes sense. Isn't a 5-year-old a child? To be honest, he is lazy. What an impeccable excuse. Kyuubi was immediately defeated. Come on, let me tell you my plan. I plan to set aside some land to raise pigs. Puff cough cough cough. What did you say? Kyuubi coughed and looked at Naruto in confusion. It really didn't expect that Naruto would have such an idea. Pig farming? I don't even want to raise a dog, but I must raise one. Kyuubi suddenly came to his senses. What's wrong with raising pigs? It thinks it's good. It is not good to eat vegetables all the time. It is better to have a combination of meat and vegetables. Pig? The pork raised in the space must be very delicious. Then I can learn how to grill and stir-fry the meat. Oh, wait. Joey reacted and asked, why should I learn these things? Naruto patted the 9 tails and said, very good. You have made a good decision. From now on, our happy life will be handed over to you. 9-tailed fox. I feel like I've been tricked. It seems as if he is willing to do so. What's going on? Kyuubi scratched his head, feeling like he was about to grow a brain. Naruto smiled secretly. He had raised the 9-tailed fox astray. It started learning some strange skills from the moment it started writing. It is gradually drifting away from the ferocious 9-tailed fox in the legend. After writing and painting for a long time, the 9-tailed fox began to exude a scholarly air and looked gentle and elegant. Damn it! Naruto grinned. He actually saw these things in a ferocious Kyuubi. What is this? The space is not big. Under Naruto's guidance, they quickly toured the entire space. Kyuubi quickly noticed the 3 saplings and pointed at them and asked curiously. Nothing, don't worry about it. Oh. Joey looked at the 3 saplings again. Beside them, a small sapling was breaking through the soil. Naruto also noticed it, and with an inner movement, he walked over and touched it with his finger. A message was accepted by Naruto. Naruto was stunned, and inwardly he was ecstatic. This is actually an advanced version of Rei's Nan. And this time it is more detailed. A tree has a trunk and branches. Each branch corresponds to a transformation of ability. Hiss. Naruto took a breath, this was too strong. The Rei's Nan has this kind of variation, but what about the others? Naruto subconsciously looked at the sapling in the 3-body technique and subconsciously stretched out his finger to touch it. Sure enough. These 3 saplings have also undergone the latest changes. The most important thing is that in addition to the abilities of the trunk, the abilities of the branches can actually be taught to others. Naruto's body trembled as he slowly stood up, his legs feeling a little weak. This ability is too strong. He actually felt a little unreal. But it is still in the growth stage, and only a new branch has grown out of the transformation technique, and it has not yet grown fully. I want to see what it is. Naruto shook his head with some regret, but he was very excited inside. This is another trump card. By then, his own people can teach, so that the strength of his side will be ahead of others. This is another good thing with vested interests. I've given you permission. You can come in any time. Get up. Naruto planned to fill the space. Where are you going? Sleep. Then go find some good stuff to throw in during the day. The Kyuubi opened his mouth, but before he could say anything Naruto had already left the space. Hey, what a hurry! Kyuubi stopped talking and looked around, his excitement beyond words. Rubbing its paws, it is ready to do something big. I, Sheneng Jiwei, am officially online. The nine-tailed fox laughed strangely. The laughter suddenly stopped. Etc. How should farming be done? And pig farming? This is all technical work. The next morning, Naruto quietly arrived at the bookstore. He is going to buy books today. He casually performed the transformation spell, turned into a passerby, and walked into the bookstore leisurely. Hey, Kyuabai, come back to your senses. What's wrong? Buy you some books. Upon hearing this, the nine-tailed fox returned to the sealed space and saw the books in Naruto's hands at a glance. His face darkened. Chicken Raising Guide. Postpartum Care of Sows. Planting Techniques of Various Vegetables. Sources and Techniques of Fertilizer. I present you a number and asterisk. Jiwei cursed in his heart, do you really think you are my nanny? Asshole. At this time, in the Akatsuki organization, everyone was looking at Orochimaru with strange eyes. Orochimaru. Post views, 25. 050 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 050. Why are you looking at me like that? Orochimaru was a little confused. He thought that he hadn't done anything recently and had been doing research all the time. Why do people look at him strangely whenever he goes out to a party? Zetsu looked Orochimaru up and down for a few times, and suddenly asked, do you have any brothers or sisters? No. Orochimaru shook his head decisively. What a joke, how could he have that? Etc. Orochimaru suddenly realized what was happening and looked at Zetsu fiercely, is there anyone who is going to turn into my appearance and do evil things? It shouldn't be. Transformation technique is just a kind of ninjutsu, and it has not yet reached the level where it can actually copy ninjutsu. Fake at first glance. Even a skilled actor cannot perfectly copy a person's appearance. Not to mention ninjutsu abilities. Ju shook his head, that's not the case. Someone did turn into your appearance, but it's fake. I don't know who it is yet. Is that Uzumaki Naruto? It's related to him, but it shouldn't be. Ju smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was a little confused now, but he still recounted everything that had happened before. Orochimaru looked at Zetsu with interest. Become yourself? Konoha collapse plan? Tisk. Isn't this what I'm thinking in my heart? Could this person be the worm in my heart? Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? That being said, I still don't know who he is. I only know that he can use Flying Thunder God, the Invisible Rays Nan, and has the ability to transfer damage. Nagato frowned. Just these three combined with the powerful abilities of the Uzumaki clan are enough to make them strong in the ninja world. The key is that this person is very mysterious. This is even more troublesome. Uzumaki Naruto. Nagato suddenly became horrified, is his target also the tailed beast? Very likely. Ju nodded seriously, he thought so too. Otherwise why would this person appear in Uzumaki Naruto's house? Is it because they are also members of the Uzumaki clan that they need to be taken care of? How can you take care of me like this? If so, it would be better to go to their house openly. This person must have a purpose. And Uzumaki Naruto's biggest secret is the tailed beast. It seems our competitor has appeared. We need to find more people to join the Akatsuki organization. Nagato felt a headache. The Akatsuki organization is still far from reaching its peak, and there are still a few people who have not been recruited. They also need time. But now it seems that what they lack is time. Some people have actually started to set their sights on the tailed beasts just like them. The key point is that they don't even know about this organization. Z. Increase your strength against Konoha village. Don't you have many clones? Send a few more over. Nagato said coldly, try not to miss any suspicious points and dig out the rat in this dark hook as soon as possible. I know. I've already done that. Nagato breathed a sigh of relief. He was assured that Ju was still very reliable. By the way, what is Scorpion of the Red Sand doing now? Still doing his own research, even crazier than Orochimaru. I see. Go and inform him. Maybe he'll need your help soon. Good. Zionin nodded. Their Akatsuki organization has many supply lines. Not to mention Kakuzu. The money-making maniac, the Rain Country alone is enough for them to train some talents. It is impossible that Akatsuki organization only has these few people on the surface. At the lower level, there are many staff members who together form this huge organization. People like them who are at the top of the power usually just need to do their own job well. Nagato would only send someone to notify them when there was a need for them to take action. For example, Orochimaru, Scorpion, and Kakuzu. These people are all strong. Normally the first two are doing research, while the latter is wandering around the ninja world and making money. You know what? It is precisely because of the existence of ninjas like Kakuzu who are crazy about collecting bounties that the entire ninja world has become much more harmonious. After all, there are rebellious ninjas every year, but they are not enough for Kakuzu to kill. Kakuzu had no choice. After all, the only ones on the task list that made the most money were the rebel ninjas. If I don't kill you, who should I kill? Happiness alone is not as good as happiness shared with others. In the space, Kyuubi made a request to Naruto: when you become stronger in the future, you must throw those people in as well. I will be the boss. I can't do this alone. As you say. Naruto agreed immediately, grinning as he watched the Kyuubi paw at the ground. Sure enough, the advantage in size showed its effect at this moment. Look, the nine-tailed fox can turn over the ground with just a few claws. Look at Kyuubi again, one paw holding a book while the other paw follows suit. Looking around, this originally messy land began to have some order. The sowing of seeds also began to be regulated. Everything seems to be thriving. Only the chickens and ducks have not been thrown in yet. When this area becomes larger, we can open a pond to raise fish. We strive to create a small ecosystem. Lobster, oysters, lotus root, etc., these are all good things. He is looking forward to how delicious the things grown here will taste. Kyuubi felt a little greedy after hearing this. There are some things it has never heard of. But he has great faith in Naruto's taste. He is a pure foodie. If a foodie says it's delicious, then it can't be bad. Then I have to work harder. Kyuubi worked even harder. It is now terrifyingly strong. I can write, draw, and farm. This was unthinkable in the past. I can live so long, why not have some side hustles? Thank you, Naruto, for helping me find the meaning of life. Ah ha ha ha. Naruto laughed. Why does this nine-tailed fox feel so weird now? Naruto, Naruto. Just as Naruto was checking for omissions and Kyuubi was working and studying, a voice called out from outside. Naruto looked up and saw it was Hinata. At this moment, she was quietly rubbing her shoulders with her fingers. What's wrong? The teacher is calling you. Uzumaki Naruto. Iruka's face darkened. Uzumaki Naruto is definitely the student in the class that he both loves and hates. It's true that you have good academic performance. But this guy either skips classes or sleeps in class. He really doesn't take his teacher seriously. What's wrong, Iruka-sensei? The Sandame wants you to go to his office, now. Naruto was stunned. Then he smiled and nodded. What is coming will come. Naruto stood up and walked out of the classroom leisurely. Hey! Did he find something? Kyuubi asked as he worked on the land. I don't know. Why think so much? You'll know when you get there. Naruto wasn't worried at all. But the necessary preparations still need to be made. After thinking about it, it seems that there is nothing I am prepared to do. Third generation grandfather, here I come. In the Hokage's office, Naruto's voice came from afar. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up, his expression solemn. Post Views, 26. 051 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 051. Looking at Naruto walking towards him with a smile on his face, the seriousness on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face disappeared and his expression gradually became kind. Naruto-chan, you're here. Come, drink some water. Thank you, third generation grandpa. Naruto also has a sweet mouth and a lovely smile, and there doesn't seem to be any disharmony at all. How's school been lately? It's okay, I have a few good friends now. Yet. The smile on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became more kind. Naruto-chan, besides children, do you have any adult friends? My dear friend. Naruto looked up in confusion, then lowered his eyes dimly and said in a low voice. Apart from my third-generation grandfather, Iruka-sensei is the best to me. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent. He suddenly felt like he deserved to die for asking such a sensitive question. Oh, there are two more. Who? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up. Could it be that the person behind this was finally going to surface? Looking at Naruto expectantly. He couldn't help but look forward to it, because recent events had made him anxious and irritable. A good retirement life is about to come, but in the end, his integrity is ruined. Encountering such a thing actually cast a huge stain on his career as Hokage. This is a shame that must be washed away with the blood of the enemy. Uncle Shouta and Sister Icarus, they are so nice to me. Sarutobi Hiruzen. That makes sense. That's true. Hand type. Sarutobi Hiruzen was lost in thought, when suddenly a strange thought came to his mind. Could it really be this guy? When I think about it carefully, apart from the few people around me, this is the only one who has always been nice to Naruto. Even Iruka's opinion of Naruto changed a little after getting to know him slowly. Why type by hand? Is he really a good guy? It's very suspicious. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and planned to go down and investigate and monitor it. Hand type. Ju, who was secretly following, felt something in his heart. It seems that this is indeed a breakthrough. You can watch secretly and see if it is true. If so, then this time there is a breakthrough. Hey, you're too calculating. Ninetales complained helplessly, didn't you see Shouta's worried face yesterday? I knew someone was coveting his formula, so I arranged it today. What kind of calculation is this? You think too highly of me. Naruto shook his head. It's not easy for us to do this right now, and that person's methods are still relatively mild. But the future is uncertain. Naruto smiled and said, we need to suppress this tendency, it is not convenient for us to take action. It's a good opportunity for the third-generation old man to investigate and, by the way, suppress the person who covets the formula. You are this. Admire. Kyuubi raised a paw, a look of admiration on his face. If you think about it carefully, handmade ramen shops have inherited the youthful memories of many people. It tasted really delicious. It is also one of the signature features of Konoha village. Besides, Sarutobi Hiruzen is the Hokage, and someone is doing bad things under his nose. Never forgive. Is that so? It seems you have a lot of friends then. Keep working hard and strive to have the whole village be your friend and like you. Raising his hand and touching Naruto's head. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, you will become a great Hokage by then. Well, I'll do my best. Naruto seemed to be energized for a moment, clenching his fists with an excited look on his face. Kyuubi. Hold your forehead. It's unbearable to watch. It's over, Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked relieved. Naruto was still the same Naruto, his face flushed with excitement when he heard the word Hokage. Damn bastard, this dark person actually wanted to destroy such a determined successor to the will of fire. Unforgivable. Just wait. Wait until I find you out. Sarutobi Hiruzen was confident that he was getting closer to the truth. Check one by one and deduce clues one by one. Sooner or later, this bastard will be caught. But now, there is still something that is like a thorn in my throat and I can't feel relieved until I get it out. The Uchiha clan. His fingers tapped unconsciously on the table. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, and secretly made up his mind. It's time to address this cancer. Konoha village is now in danger, and if things go wrong, it may be doomed. There is no benefit in keeping this cancer around any longer. However, in order to remove this obstacle, we need to seek external help. We can try to get the daimyo, but the ninja there aren't that strong. We need additional external assistance. Sarutobi Hiruzen was struggling internally and was undecided. Give it a try, Hiruzen. Danzo pushed the door open and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly. We have no choice now. The Uchiha clan is too strong. For example, this time they were the ones holding us back. Although we have cut off many of their supply lines, as a large family, their foundation is not bad. Time waits for no one. Yes, time waits for no one. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. You go and contact them, and we'll take action once they're in place. It should have been done long ago. Danzo smiled sinisterly. Very good. I wonder how you, the Uchiha clan, can dodge this attack. This time I will definitely wipe you all out, leaving no one alive. Will Jiraiya take action? I don't think so. I don't know where he ran off to. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Now he can't command them at all. Jiraiya seemed to respect him, but he also had his own ideas. At best, he wouldn't get involved. It's impossible to get him to help. Unless Orochimaru is on the Uchiha side, maybe he will take action. As for Tsunade, it is very difficult to find her now. It's no use even if you find it. The Senju clan is now almost extinct in Konoha village, with only the Uchiha clan lingering on. But it should be enough to catch them off guard. Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at each other and began to discuss the details. I have a bad feeling. Naruto rubbed his eyebrows and strolled around Konoha village. He always felt that something big was about to happen. Perhaps this matter will also affect my own layout planning. Or maybe you're overthinking it. Joey lay on the ground, occasionally raising his head to drink a sip of spiritual spring water, and then continued reading. He was now addicted to this feeling. At this moment, he heard Naruto's words and responded casually. Maybe, but be careful. The more this happens, the more careful we should be. Many people failed at the last step, but he didn't want to be like that. You can go find Narashikaku. He's so smart. He should be able to notice something even if nothing happened. You're right. Naruto's eyes lit up and he planned to go to Narashikaku to learn from him at night. At this time, Danzo, who had just come out of the Hokage's office, quietly came to the root base. Come out, contact person. Tisk tisk tisk, are you finally planning to take action? But it's too late now. What do you mean? Danzo frowned. What do you mean it's too late? Aren't you going to take action? No, no, no. Ju shook his head. I mean, it costs more. Post views, 24. 052 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 052. More money. Danzo's face turned green. You are asking for 2 mu. You underestimate our Akatsuki organization. Ju grinned, revealing a row of black and white teeth, and said lightly, if it were before, we would follow the original price, but not now. Why? Danzo gritted his teeth. What's the difference between now and before? It's almost the same. Is it just because there is one more Shisui? It seems to be true. Uchiha Shisui is of great value. After all, anyone who can be given this title is definitely not weak. Thinking of this, Danzo let out a sigh and accepted the price increase. How much? 2 times? No, 10 times. Why don't you go and rob it? Danzo almost vomited blood when he heard this. Even if there was another Uchiha Shisui, he wouldn't be as powerful as this one. Oh, you're wrong. I'm not robbing you. This is a normal price. Ju was a little displeased. Forget it, I'll tell you a piece of information for free. Intelligence. Yes, very useful information. Zetsu said meaningfully, Uchiha Fugaku is a powerful man who has opened the Mangekyo. That means he and Shisui are at the same level of strength. What? Ding. 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 Danzo subconsciously took a few steps back and looked at Zetsu in shock. Did they play us in the last battle? Yes, you guessed it right. Damn. Danzo's face turned pale. They didn't expect that they would be tricked by them. And it has been kept secret until now. Great, it's just a price increase, we agree. Danzo smiled coldly. If Sarutobi Hiruzen would hesitate before, he would have to act now even if he had to raise the price. After all, the value of the 2 kaleidoscopes is extremely high. If they really take action to suppress it, they will lose a lot of good people. This is definitely a losing deal for them. Instead of doing this, it is better to bring in foreign aid. You will be glad you made the choice today. Absolutely excited. Another huge wave of money coming in, yes, yes. By the way, we can also destroy the Uchiha. The previous idea of letting the 2 fight each other has unconsciously dissipated. He knew that the people behind this were trying to win over the Uchiha. The key now is who can act faster. Since I can't find you in a short time, I will remove your wings. Without the support of the Uchiha, your overall strength will drop significantly. What will you use to fight against my Akatsuki organization then? Ju retreated quietly. The news soon reached Nagato. Nagato and Konan discussed it and decided to let Kakuzu and Scorpion attack together. With these 2 people around, plus those from Konoha village, it should be enough. Nagato thought for a moment and said calmly, Hoshigaki Kisame is backing us up. He added another person in just in case. The Uchiha clan must be destroyed now. This will prevent the opponent from having a chance to become stronger and will also weaken the current Konoha village. What a shame. I wanted to let them fight each other and not give them much time to develop. Nagato shook his head, it seems that there is no such opportunity now. It's not bad right now. Plans can never keep up with changes. Zionen's hands moved like butterflies, and he said casually, since we are going to do it, let's do it thoroughly. You're right. I hope they can succeed. Nagato stared at the drizzling rain outside. A little dazed. Yahiko, are you watching in the Pure Land? When I create a perfect world, you will be very happy. The Uchiha clan. He must be very RI. When Kakuzu received the news, he thought about how he attacked Hashirama Senju from a distance and made a sound of sighing. I haven't been to Konoha village for a long time. This time it went really well. After receiving the news, Scorpion was silent for a moment, put down his research, and quietly left the Akatsuki organization. Even Hoshigaki Kisame carried a glue machine and headed towards Konoha village. The people you want are starting to leave. The clone who received the news quickly informed Danzo, these 3 people are all capable of fighting head-on with the cage. Danzo's pupils shrank and he nodded. Ju chuckled, there's more. Uchiha Obito will also be there to support them. In order to destroy an Uchiha, they dispatched 4 strong men. As long as we cooperate with the people of Konoha village, I think there shouldn't be any problems. When Danzo reported this news to Sarutobi Hiruzen, even Sarutobi Hiruzen took a breath. There are 3 people who can fight against them. According to the news, this does not include Uchiha Obito and Nagato, who is suspected to have the Rinnegan. That's right. And the woman next to Nagato is definitely not a good person. With this calculation, the strength of the Akatsuki organization is a bit exaggerated. It's not a big deal. Thinking of the last 5-cage meeting, Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed his surprise. Everything is still under control. Take it one step at a time. He will definitely eradicate these cancers one by one. At midnight, Naruto quietly arrived at Narashikaku's residence. You're here. You seem pretty sure I'm coming. Narashikaku looked at Naruto's childish face in front of him. It's hard to imagine that they would end up like this because of him. Do you regret it? No regrets. There is no need to regret. Regardless of success or failure, the 3 tribes of pig, deer, and butterfly are of the same blood. Now they are still on the same page with Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for failure, he really didn't think Naruto's failure rate was that high. Naruto is already very powerful, and he is also the 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Plus they have the Uchiha clan. Finally, there is the Hyuga clan. Such a huge force is enough to change the world. It just so happens that even if you don't come, I will go find you. Narashikaku said solemnly, although I haven't received any news, the choice that the Sandaime will make is definitely to use all his strength to destroy the Uchiha clan. I see. Naruto understood. Yes. Now his most powerful supporter is the Uchiha clan. If it can be destroyed. Not to mention the Uchiha's vast resources, even reducing their own wings is something they must do. And if they want to destroy the Uchiha at the lowest cost, the current Sandaime will definitely seek external assistance. Then there's only Akatsuki. Narashikaku felt a headache when he thought of the powerful combat power of Akatsuki. Naruto, it seems the final battle is about to begin. Plans can't keep up with changes. I still want to grow for a while. Naruto sat on the stool, feeling uneasy. The most important moment is about to come, and even he cannot remain calm. Yeah, it seems so. Narashikaku looked at Naruto carefully, and after a long while he asked softly. What are you going to do? When the time comes, strike. Naruto raised his hand, clenched his fist, and said in a cold voice, the first battle is the decisive battle, and the outcome will be decided in one battle. Konoha Village, I want it. Post views, 22. 053 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 053. Myabokuzen, here I come again. This time, Jiraiya came to Myaboku Mountain on his own initiative. The man who transformed into Hashirama Senju the last time I saw him was very mysterious. As for the dirty dealings between him and the village, he was not very clear, but he knew that they were definitely incompatible. As for why he came here, Nagato, Zionin, Uchiha Obito. He is very confused now. So he came to seek an answer, and by the way, asked the Great Toad Sage whether he would allow that person to enter Myaboku Mountain. Hey, little Jiraiya, you're a rare guest. Have you eaten yet? Jiraiya's face turned pale and he waved his hands hurriedly. I've eaten, I'm not hungry. Are you kidding? Can you eat anything you want? It doesn't look appetizing. We are not even the same species. By the way, what are you going to do this time? Fukasaku Sennin took Jiraiya to the palace and asked curiously, I remember you were here not long ago. Have you already found the destined person that the Great Toad Immortal mentioned? No. Jiraiya shook his head, then replied, someone wants to meet the Great Toad Sage. I think he probably wants to learn Sage Mode. Who? I don't know. He can use Flying Thunder God and raise Nan. Sometimes I even feel like he is Minato Namikaze. Jiraiya recalled carefully and said regretfully, but it's not him. If it was him, he wouldn't have come to see us with the face of the first generation. So mysterious. Shima Sennin leaned on Jiraiya's shoulder, a little surprised. I guess the Big Toad Immortal won't see such a person. Jiraiya took out his Jutsuku now and said helplessly, although I think so too, it's better to be cautious with people like this, so I came to ask. You have a point. Upon hearing this, Sennin Fukasaku and Sennin Shima stared at the kunao in Jiraya's hand for a few seconds, then looked away. It is indeed the Flying Thunder God technique. Soon, several people arrived at the palace. Perhaps sensing the arrival of Jiraiya and the others, the great toad sage slowly opened his hazy eyes and looked at them in surprise. Immortal. Oh, it's little Jiraiya, have you found your destined one? No, there's someone who wants to see you. To see me? The toad immortal was puzzled, where are the people? I didn't bring him with me, and I wasn't sure if you wanted to see him. He gave me this. Jiraiya stretched out his hand, and a kunao lay quietly in his hand. The great toad sage stared at the kunao, and in a trance he seemed to see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This is a killer. A drop of sweat dripped from the old face of the toad immortal. He seemed to see the future of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and purgatory on earth. You can tell at first glance that such a person is not a good person. The sage mode is not something that can be cultivated casually. After careful consideration, the great toad sage directly refused, I will not see this person anymore. Jiraiya, you should try your best to find the person of destiny. Only the man of destiny can save the world and bring peace to the ninja world. Okay, then I'll take this away. I was not surprised at the choice of the great toad immortal. If sage mode could be practiced casually, it would have been everywhere long ago, not like it is now. Today, the three holy places are still mysterious and still revered by people. Why? It is because they are mysterious enough, because they are powerful enough, and they also have a hidden ability, sage mode. All these reasons combined make them mysterious. Then I'll be leaving first. Jiraiya was afraid that the two toads, Shima Sennin and Fukasaku Sennin, would be too enthusiastic, so he hurried away. Looking outside quietly, the big toad immortal sighed. I don't know whether this choice will be a blessing or a curse. But no matter what, the person who can give himself such a terrifying premonition is definitely not a good person. Since it's not, there's nothing to say, just refuse. Even the first generation could not show off their power in their three holy places. It's not that it's impossible, it's that I can't find it. They have nothing to fear. Besides, as long as we find the destined person, what can this so-called person behind the scenes do? This era belongs to the man of destiny. Thinking of this, the great toad immortal was completely relieved and slowly closed his eyes. Sure enough, he refused. But why do I have a bad feeling? Jiraiya returned to the village and packed up the kunao in his hand, feeling a sense of unease spreading in his heart. Not only that. He keenly felt that the whole village seemed to have a sense of oppression. What happened? Jiraiya's face changed slightly, he thought for a moment, and went straight to find Sarutobi Hiruzen. The village, is there anything going on in the village? But the personnel transfer is real. Seeing Jiraiya coming to him, Sarutobi Hiruzen was surprised that after so much time had passed, Jiraiya was still so sharp. But he still shook his head and didn't explain anything. He just casually said, recently, I discovered that there are several rebellious ninjas in the Land of Fire. I am mobilizing ninjas to clean them up. Yet, Jiraiya was skeptical. I couldn't find any loopholes for a while and could only leave in suspicion. But he still planned to stay in Konoha village for a while longer. Strolling along the streets of Konoha village, Jiraiya looked around bored. The person of destiny mentioned by the toad immortal came to mind. A boy playing with the tailed beasts. Etc. Jiraiya's footsteps suddenly stopped. The intelligence collected these days, including the intelligence provided to me by Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. A flash of inspiration came to me. A boy playing with the tailed beasts? What kind of person can play with the tailed beasts? The one who is close to the water gets the moon first, and only the Jinchuriki has the greatest possibility. That Uzumaki Naruto is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Raise Nan. Flying Thunder God. One line of thought after another was opened up, and the intelligence gained in these days was constantly combined, eventually leading to a shocking conclusion. What is the Rinnegan? What is Hashirama Senju? What is Nagato? Maybe these are all fake, all disguises. The real mastermind behind this is most likely Uzumaki Naruto. Oh my god! Jiraiya grinned, shocked by his sudden thought. This is ridiculous. It's also a fantasy. But for some reason, he felt that this was most likely the right direction. If it was Uzumaki Naruto, what would he do? Jiraiya pondered. I'm not sure yet, let's see. I need to go and test it out. Jiraiya's thoughts raced. He didn't believe that a 5-year-old child could do this, but what if Uzumaki Naruto was the so-called destined person? Everything seems to make sense. Those who are destined by heaven must have divine will. It's only natural that he's such a monster at the age of 5. Jiraiya thought to himself, and the more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. I can't wait, I'm going to try it out now. Jiraiya walked forward and headed straight for where Uzumaki Naruto lived. Post views, 20. 054 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 054. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. It's so delicious, so satisfying, so comfortable. Kyuubi lay diagonally in the open space, rubbing his belly contentedly. Now it finally knows what a fairy tale life is. This is it. When you feel like it, drink some spiritual spring water, eat some vegetables, and feel the flow of energy in your body. The feeling of growing stronger is subtle but persistent. The most amazing thing is that even though I entered through ideology, I was able to give feedback to myself in the sealed space. It may never understand this principle until it dies. But it's not a big problem, it just needs to know that it can become stronger. Hey, Naruto, when are you going to get some chickens and ducks in? If you keep going like this, there's no room for these vegetables. Hold on. I'll go figure out how to get some. Naruto glanced at the space after hearing this and realized that the space was overflowing with vegetables because of Kyuubi's systematic planting. Send some to Narashikaku. Send some more to the Uchiha. There are still a lot left. Naruto felt a headache. Where can I get all these chickens and ducks? You can't just be a thief. How about? Naruto's eyes went to Kyuubi's belly. Kyuubi suddenly shuddered. What do you want to do with that look? Chickens and ducklings are all hatched, why don't you come? Roll! Kyuubi roared. Damn Uzumaki Naruto! They are getting more and more demanding. Now, even such outrageous things can be thought of. Really? Naruto thought about it and nodded in understanding. The ones I hatched must have feelings, I can't bear to eat them. Well, then I'll think of another way. Kyuubi curled his lips. Can't bear to leave? Are you kidding me? I am the 9-tailed fox, a tailed beast. Those are chickens and ducks, different species. How could I not be willing to eat them? Come on, give me some. The 9-tailed fox waved its claws and said, in order to taste the meat in advance, it doesn't matter if I sacrifice a little. Ha ha ha, that's great. Naruto smiled and planned to go out to see if he could buy some chicken and duck eggs that could still be hatched. As soon as I opened the door, a middle-aged man with a white beard came towards me. Jiraiya? Naruto was suspicious. Why is this person looking for me at this time? Hey, isn't that Naruto? Jiraiya looked at the cute Naruto in front of him with a smile, and felt as if he saw the childhood of Minato Namikaze. Friendly, yet somewhat nostalgic. Looking back to the past, Minato Namikaze was also his favorite disciple, but he never expected to encounter such a thing. But now looking at Naruto, he suddenly felt that he had inherited something. Naruto didn't think so. He sensed that the kunao was still on Jiraiya. At that time, he sensed that the KONOHA suddenly became very far away, and wanted to go straight over. But then he thought, Myaboku Mountain is not weak, and it would be a bit rude to go there directly. Besides, if I just go there like this, what if those toads in Myaboku Mountain don't intend to teach me? The most important point is that Ju is still spying in secret. He did not take action for various reasons. Now that he sensed this KONOHA on Jiraiya, he realized that perhaps Myaboku-san did not intend to teach him the Sage Mode. Oh! Naruto didn't care. Sage Mode is essentially the refinement of natural energy. Although he didn't quite understand the principles, he now had a flesh and blood clone and could continue to try and make mistakes. If it doesn't work once, try it twice. If it doesn't work twice, try it 3 times. As for Myaboku Mountain, Naruto's heart was calm. I still say the same thing, when I become successful, if you come close to me again, I will just go all out. He is indeed not qualified to compete with Myaboku-san now. But it will be soon. As his thoughts turned, Naruto's face was filled with confusion. Who are you? I am your master. You can call me Jiraiya the Sage. Naruto rolled his eyes at Jiraiya, who was making exaggerated movements. I don't understand why these people like to pose. Isn't it embarrassing? Perhaps. This is a strong person. As long as you are not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. This is worth learning. He suddenly thought of the Jinya force in Dragon Ball, that posture, ahem. Really? Jiraiya stopped his movements and had the answer in his mind. He understood. The person in the dark is most likely Uzumaki Naruto. It is very likely that Naruto has already known his life experience and who his relatives are, otherwise he would not be so calm. Where does he get his information? It can only be the 9-tailed fox. Because the entire Konoha village was controlled by Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was very difficult to obtain this information. But the 9-tailed fox is different. His 2 predecessors were the wives of the Hokage and knew a lot. As for why the 9-tailed fox told Naruto, Jiraiya naturally imagined that Uzumaki Naruto was the boy who played with the tailed beast. Since he is the man of destiny, it is natural for him to be recognized by the 9-tailed fox. And it seems that there is a force behind Naruto. Apart from Uchiha, there is the one who can transform into Nagato and possess the ability of the Rinnegan, and the Senju clan who can use wooden shields. Hiss! Jiraiya was internally shaken. He saw a large woven net covering the entire Konoha village. If things go wrong, Konoha village will be implicated and suffer unpredictable losses. Jiraiya was a little conflicted, wondering whether to say it or not. Having said that, Naruto must be restricted, and even exposing the war in advance would be almost unbearable for Konoha village. Don't say. After all, he is my teacher, and it would not be nice to just watch him get into trouble. That's not right either. After all, Uzumaki Naruto was raised by the 3rd Hokage, so he wouldn't really let Sarutobi Hiruzen die. I should not have come back, or should not have discovered this horrible truth. Jiraiya had a headache. He never thought that even though he was so carefree, he could still be smart. Never mind. In the end, Jiraiya decided to keep these things in his heart and never tell anyone, even if he was beaten to death. He is more inclined to believe that the man of destiny can bring different changes to the world. In other words, could a person who can chat with Kyuubi and make peace with him by overcoming the grudge he has in his heart be a scumbag? He doesn't think so. In that case, what else is there to say? Watch the clouds roll by and unfold. Hide in the dark and act according to circumstances. Looking at the silent Jiraiya, Naruto shuddered and thought carefully, wondering if he had said something wrong. I'll come see you later. I'll go first. Just as Naruto was thinking, Jiraiya flashed away and left. Why do I feel like you've been discovered? It doesn't matter. Naruto looked leisurely. The more you do, the more mistakes you make, and the easier it is to be discovered. He had already made preparations and was not panicked at all. Alas, teacher, it is because of your inaction that we have come to this situation. Putting himself in their shoes, Jiraiya felt that he would have gone crazy long ago. Looking at Naruto strolling along from a distance, Jiraiya sighed. Suddenly, Jiraiya raised his eyebrows, his expression became serious, and he looked coldly at a figure on the street of Konoha village. Post views, 20. 055 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 055. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Why does this person look so familiar? Jiraiya fell into deep thought, feeling as if he had seen or heard this somewhere. Hey, it doesn't matter to me. I'd better go watch the beautiful lady take a bath. My intimate paradise needs to be updated. Why think so much? Shaking his head, Jiraiya no longer paid attention to these trivial matters and disappeared quietly. Kakuzu. Naruto also saw it, narrowed his eyes, and felt relieved. It seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen really can't sit still anymore. The external aid seems to be in place and is ready to take action. It seems that I really need to be prepared. The final decisive battle is about to come. He arrived at the ninja school as if nothing had happened and continued his classes. Occasionally teasing Hinata beside him, or chatting and joking with Shikamaru and the others. As for Sasuke, this guy is too aloof and Naruto is too lazy to pay attention to him. He simply ignored Sakura and the others. They are all 5-year-old kids, and Naruto's experience is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Yamanaka Ino and Akimichi Chuji are now beginning to follow Naruto's lead. Of course, this must be because of Nara Shikamaru. He took the lead. Night. After lunch, Naruto did some exercise, then took a shower and went to bed in his clothes. Everything seems to be the same as before. It was not until midnight that Zetsu looked away when he saw Naruto sleeping soundly. The moment he took it back, Naruto's original body and clone were exchanged, and the original body went directly to the Uchiha family. Knock, knock, knock. In the dark night, everything is silent. The sound of Naruto's fingers tapping on the table was particularly harsh. Uchiha Fugaku was awakened. His face changed slightly when he heard the rhythmic knocking sound. He put on his clothes and walked out. Just when he saw Naruto become Minato Namikaze, he was sitting leisurely on the stool, looking at himself calmly. You're here, what's going on today? Uchiha Fu thought for a moment. The food he gave him last time had not been finished yet, so it shouldn't be the case. Speaking of which, those vegetables are really amazing. Their leaves never turn yellow no matter where they are placed. The energy inside has benefited them greatly. That's more than just being able to recover from the trauma left by opening the kaleidoscope. Even the spiritual practice became much more durable because of the presence of other energies. I'm here to inform you that the decisive battle is about to begin. As Uchiha Fugaku's face changed slightly, Naruto continued, and this time the fuse will start from you, the Uchiha clan. Understood. Uchiha Fugaku was no fool, he understood as soon as Naruto finished speaking. This time Sarutobi Hiruzen came for them. And this time it will definitely be very dangerous. Uchiha Fugaku nodded seriously and said with emotion, "Thank you for notifying us in advance. Otherwise, even though we are prepared, it would still be very dangerous if we were caught off guard." "It's okay, we are in the same group." Uchiha Fugaku's mouth twitched. "It makes you feel like we are the leader of a gang. What do you mean by a group? This is the logic, but it just sounds so strange. I saw Kakuzu in Konoha village. What is certain is that Kakuzu is definitely one of them. Combined with the powerful ninjas from Konoha village, there must be external support in secret." Naruto and Uchiha Fugaku discussed for a long time before quietly leaving. There is no need to notify Nara Shikaku. The Hyuga clan watched their performance. Everything is ready to continue. What a pity. Naruto, who was sleeping in his clothes, sighed, I haven't learned the Sage Mode. Those toads are quite powerful, and their Sage Mode is quite powerful too. Kuabai said while reading a book, I also know a little about Sage Mode, but I don't know the details, I just know that the amplification is very strong. If you activate Sage Mode right now, there will be few people in the entire Konoha village who can rival you. If you combine that with my Sage Fox Mode, you will be invincible. Kuabai was confident. The nine-tailed mode itself is very powerful. If combined with the Sage Mode, to what extent would the strength increase? If Naruto were a little older and could withstand greater power, it would be even more terrifying. It's a pity that I haven't learned Sage Mode. But you can research it yourself. Huh? When the Nine Tails heard Naruto's sudden words, it was completely stunned. Can this thing be researched by myself? Are you kidding me? The Nine Tails wanted to taunt Naruto a bit, but then thought about Naruto's monstrous ability to comprehend. He has mastered all three body techniques. It doesn't seem to be difficult to accept to create a Sage Mode. Okay, you're awesome, I'm rooting for you. Naruto smiled and said nothing. He wasn't joking, he was serious. If nothing goes wrong, these spiritual spring waters, vegetables, etc. are the legendary natural energies. And it is definitely different from the natural energy outside that is everywhere but can turn people into various monsters. The natural energy here must be the purest. This lays the foundation for achieving Sage Mode. With this foundation, he just needs to explore on his own and believe that he can figure it out. At that time, it will be your own unique Sage Mode. Mount Miyamu? Oh. With a slight sneer, Naruto gradually fell asleep. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku, who couldn't sleep, put on his clothes and went to find Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui. Even Uchiha Mikoto was among them. They are considered to be the people Uchiha Fugaku trusts the most and also the strongest ones. Itachi, how are you feeling now? I feel fine. In response to Uchiha Shisui's question, Uchiha Itachi touched his eyes, a rare smile on his face. I believe that with just one opportunity, I can open the Mangekyo. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku sighed. It was extremely difficult to open the Mangekyo before, but I never thought there would be such an opportunity as now. Several people were silent. Really? This vegetable is so strong. And that spiritual spring water is an even more extraordinary existence. The energy contained in it is also not low. Okay, come back to your senses. Uchiha Fugaku said seriously, the problem now is that we need to pay attention. The Leaf Village is already preparing to deal with us. Shisui, Itachi, what do you think we should do? The first to strike is the strongest, the last to strike will suffer. Shisui and Itachi looked at each other and said in unison, we are almost ready now. Just waiting for the order from the person behind us. Good. Uchiha Fugaku clapped his hands in a low voice and smiled coldly, then let us turn the world upside down and let this Konoha village know that our Uchiha clan is not to be trifled with. Konoha village, it's time to change a Hokage. And that abominable Danzo, I will make him pay the price this time. Several people looked at each other, their eyes full of murderous intent. Post views, 21. 056 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 056. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Should we take action? Chudaeting sat upright in the living room, with snacks in his hands, and the table was full of food. Grilled meat, grilled fish, etc. There are also some carrots and cabbage on the side. These vegetables were given to them by Narashikaku. For his Akimichi clan, these things were more attractive than these barbecues. Considering Narashikaku's plan, he followed decisively. At this moment, it is late at night and everyone is asleep. He thought of the three of them walking together during the day and Yamanaka High asking. Narashikamaru only said one sentence, if you waver, you will only be disliked by others. If you do it, don't do it. If you do it, go all in. Don't worry about it. If we win, we'll have a brighter tomorrow. Even if we lose. If you lose, you lose. Narashikaku smiled calmly. I know the probability of losing is small, but if God wants us to lose, there is nothing we can do about it. Done. Chudaeting stood up, his huge and burly body shook, and he smiled coldly. The current Konoha village is completely different from the previous Konoha village. Taking into account the interests and everything else, he has made a decision. Perhaps after this time, Konoha village will be revitalized. Or, hit rock bottom. It is unknown. This is a turning point in history. Yamanaka Ino opened the door, looked at the sleeping Yamanaka Ino, and took a deep breath. He is also a little confused about the future. However, as Narashikaku said, he could not see the future of Konoha village. Judging from the historical trajectory, Konoha village has indeed been on a downward trend. If Uzumaki Naruto had not appeared, Sasuke would definitely stand on the opposite side. No. Sasuke didn't need to do anything. The destruction of Konoha village was doomed the moment Nagato took action. In such a situation, if someone appears who seems to be able to turn the tide and bring them enough benefits, what would you choose? It seems that there is no need for any hesitation at all. In a few days, the world will be completely changed. He quietly closed the door, and Yamanaka Hai became more determined. Instead of not seeing the future, it is better to give it a try and create a bright future. Kakuzu has entered Konoha village. In a dark corner, Uchiha Obito whispered, he's relatively close. Hoshigaki Kisame and Sasori will need more than half a month. This time is enough for Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others to make adequate preparations. Kakashi was sent out. Zetsu analyzed the information bit by bit. Jiraiya is still studying those messed up things. It seems that this Sarutobi Hiruzen has no intention of informing him. That's for sure. Jiraiya has been searching for his chosen one and has rarely been involved in the affairs of the village. He has also said that he doesn't want to be involved. If there hadn't been so many disappointments, it wouldn't have been like this. Obito's ferocious face beneath the mask forced a cold smile, but it doesn't matter. This time, I must make the Uchiha clan disappear from this ninja world. As for those eyes, we can't dig out Shisui's eyes and leave them to the Leaf Village. We also need to collect some Sharingans, just in case. I know. The enemy gradually disappears into the ground. Of course. Uchiha Obito didn't come here to really destroy the Uchiha. In their opinion, this lineup is enough to destroy Uchiha several times, and their target is the mysterious person in the dark. This time, while destroying the Uchiha, they were also luring the snake out of its hole. Since he is hiding so deeply, force him out. If the poisonous snake in the dark were exposed, they would not be so worried. It doesn't matter whether you can keep the other person or not. The important thing is to find out the other person's identity, that's all. The wind is blowing. Staring at the sleeping Naruto, Kyuubi looked out the window through the sealed space. The breeze blows gently and the branches sway. I never thought that this day would come. Looking back on this period of time, not much time has passed since Naruto tricked me into coming from the future. Naruto was still 5 years old. It won't be long before I'm another year older. But he has done so many amazing things. Along the way, I was shocked by what Naruto did almost every once in a while. Until now. Although an accident occurred, who can predict such an accident? Even if he doesn't have Sage Mode and can't dominate the entire field, he can still remain invincible with his amazing strength. Kyuubi thought carefully. I was surprised to find that at this moment, Naruto's team was already very strong. If he succeeds in taking power this time, the next step will be to purge those people. The Nine Tails looked at Naruto again, his eyes gradually softening. Thank you, Uzumaki Naruto. You've made me find so much fun. Farming. Right. Draw. It turns out there are so many interesting things in this world dominated by humans. I was so confused back then. A long sigh. Say goodbye to the past and embrace a brand new tomorrow. Don't worry, Naruto. Even if danger comes, at worst, we can just use the heavy particle mode according to the future you described. Ha ha ha. Kyuubi grinned widely. Wow, you've made this space very beautiful. That's right, don't you see who it is? The next day, Naruto entered the space and took a closer look, feeling that there was a sense of beauty that was gradually taking shape. Joey was very proud when he heard this. I have been studying these recently. Maybe you can ask me to design a house when you want to build one in the future. You really want to turn yourself into an all-powerful Kyuubi, right? Naruto was speechless, unable to complain internally. This nine-tailed fox is so hard-working. He was lazy before, but I don't know what happened to him recently. He has become very hard-working, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Hey, a new function has emerged in this branch of transformation. Naruto walked over and sensed it carefully. I was surprised to find that a new function was born. With a light touch of the fingers, a piece of information entered the mind. I see, it's a good thing. After a long time, Naruto opened his eyes in surprise and felt a little excited. This is a branch ability that extends the duration of transformation. Generally speaking, a ninja's transformation technique will not last too long. If it takes too long, the world will be in chaos. Moreover, basic transformation techniques are only used to confuse others. Unless you have systematically studied someone and then become that person, maybe you can try to be Mr. Wong next door. However, the effect will not last long, as the fluctuations in mood will ruin it. So, it's not easy to be the guy next door. But I am quite powerful now. Not only does it extend the time, but the main road's transformation technique can also use one's own ability while gaining an ability of the transformer. In a moment, Naruto formulated a very good plan in his mind. Time flies and the years pass by. In the blink of an eye. Half a month passed quietly. On the eve of the war. Post views, 19. 057 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 057. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. This is Konoha village. The red sand scorpion hunched his back, his eyes bright hidden under the puppet. He really hadn't been to Konoha village for a long time. The Konoha village in his memory could only be seen in pictures and imagination. The Konoha village in front of us is indeed very prosperous, with people coming and going in an endless stream. Although it is just a small village, it hides many powerful ninjas. With just a glance, Scorpion of the Red Sand could feel the atmosphere that was loose on the outside but tense on the inside. I wonder if the Uchiha bloodline can allow me to achieve another breakthrough. Scorpion of the Red Sand looked at it for a long time before looking away. He didn't care about all that. He just needed to know that he was here to help destroy the Uchiha clan. The rest has nothing to do with him. It would be better to spend this time in the laboratory doing more research. Jiaodu has already arrived. We'll talk after we meet him. Scorpion of the Red Sand thought about it and decided to talk about it in the evening. If we go now, it will attract too much attention. This operation needs to be kept secret before it starts and cannot be exposed too early. He looked around and pretended to be a passing merchant. To make it more realistic, Scorpion of the Red Sand even held some local specialties of the Rain Country in his hands. So as not to attract attention. Sure enough. After registration, you can come and go as you please. As long as you don't enter those prohibited places, you can go anywhere you want. This is the confidence of Konoha village. Sometimes I don't know where Konoha village gets the confidence from. Is it just relying on the current Sarutobi Hiruzen? Scorpion of the Red Sand sneered repeatedly. As for the current Konoha village, Any number of people from the Akatsuki organization of the Rain Country can give them a hard time. If the leader Nagato comes, we can just defeat them directly, right? That's it. As expected, he is still immersed in the glory of the past and cannot extricate himself. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. In his opinion, Konoha village is basically gone. All the personnel have arrived. These two are capable of fighting against you. I think that should be enough. In the root space, Obito wore an Uzumaki mask, folded his arms, and looked at Danzo quietly. He narrowed his eyes and said casually, I don't have too many requests. After a pause, Uchiha Obito continued coldly, after this matter comes to an end, I want to find out why the person behind this knows my ability. This is like a thorn in my throat. His abilities are rarely revealed to others, so how would the people behind him know about it? The most terrifying thing is that they actually drew it and framed him. If he doesn't figure this out, he will have nightmares. We each take what we need. Danzo sat upright in his chair, his hands on the table, and sneered. What they want is a stable Konoha village. As for strength, as long as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is there, those guys will never start a war in the short term. Now they are all recuperating, and no one can bear the losses brought by the Fourth Shinobi World War. To put it bluntly, they are all licking their wounds. This is their confidence, this is their strength. Konoha village has a good geographical location and is full of talented people. Even if one Uchiha disappears, there are other families to fill his place, and there are also emerging ninjas among the civilians. The world will not stop moving forward without anyone. He is not afraid. In a few years, the overall strength of Konoha village will continue to increase steadily. As for the Uchiha, they already knew how to die. The day of Uchiha's demise has finally arrived. He has been looking forward to this day for a long time. Very good, it's a pleasure to work with you. Oh, by the way, remember to pay. Uchiha Obito turned and left, and before leaving, he kindly reminded, our actions are not without cost. No. Danzo's face darkened. The thought of paying so much money made him feel so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. Sometimes Konoha village's finances really need support from the Fire Nation, but the Fire Nation is so big that it can't always get money. Most of the money is obtained by completing tasks. Now he has to spend a huge sum of money directly, and he feels heartbroken even if there are daimyo who secretly support him. Call. Danzo breathed a sigh of relief after watching Uchiha Obito leave. That's all. Money is something outside of our body. There is always a way to make money, and this opportunity is rare. Everything is ready. All that's left is to reunite and take action. Danzo waved his hand and gave orders. As cryptic orders were issued, the root members hiding in the dark began to disperse silently. At the same time, when Sarutobi Hiruzen received the message, he was silent for a moment, then began to give orders with an expressionless face. All the ninjas from the Anbu and Root who were completely loyal to Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen began to take action. Even Utane Koharu and Mito Kato-en were transferred. The powerful machine of Konoha village began to operate. Undercurrents are surging. It seems that he can display amazing power at any time. Hey, Kyuubi, do you feel that? Naruto, who was attending a ninja school, suddenly looked up. Thanks to the special development of his vortex physique by the spiritual spring water, his perception ability has become abnormally strong. He could even vaguely sense Ju's concealment. And now, ninjas were hiding and flying quickly around Konoha village. This movement was silent and the noise was extremely small, but he could sense it accurately. I feel it, too. Kyuubi, who was practicing calligraphy, put down his pen with a serious expression, his eyes bright and flashing with excitement. Naruto, are we going to start? Obviously. Naruto glanced at Hinata beside him, then looked at Nara Shikamaru and others not far away, thought for a moment, and decided not to alarm them. It's time for get out of class to end, take a break for a few minutes. Naruto got up and left. He went to the bathroom first, leaving his clone behind, and his real body disappeared in an instant. He reappeared in the Uchiha clan's living room. Now, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui were discussing something, and they were stunned when they saw Naruto turn into Namikaze Minato and appear. This mysterious person never appears in broad daylight. Could it be? The three of them looked at each other with heavy hearts. It seems that the time has come and the village needs to take action. But they were also prepared so as not to be caught off guard. I still need your help in bringing back my son, Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Fugaku stood up, bowed deeply, and said in a deep voice, on the eve of the war, we cannot give the other side any handle. I hope you can bring Sasuke back the moment the battle begins. Can. Naruto didn't say anything when he saw this. As long as the Uchiha clan was prepared, it would be fine. He just needs to make a move at the crucial moment. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Although I'm not fully prepared and plans can't keep up with changes, it's not a big problem. Naruto's eyes were grim. At this moment, he was fed up with the disgusting looks on the road. Now that it has come to this, let's do something big. Naruto was in high spirits, his eyes fixed on the Hokage portraits on the Hokage rock outside, and finally fixed on the portrait of Minato Namikaze. A whisper, the wind is picking up. Post views, 19. 058 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 058. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Yes. The wind is blowing. At this moment, a sudden gust of wind swept past. The wind gradually grew stronger, until it was a howling gust that bent the branches. Dark clouds rolled in. Rumble. Low thunder resounded through the sky. This weather is perfect timing. Dark clouds loom over the city, threatening to destroy it, creating the perfect atmosphere before a major war. Nine-tailed fox. Don't say that. You're right. After Naruto said this, the normal weather changes became tinged with mystery. Naruto suddenly chuckled, Kyuubi, if we succeed this time, Konoha village will open a new chapter in history. What kind of words will future generations use to describe the current weather changes? Konoha 53, Winter. The great fifth Hokage Uzumaki Naruto launched a coup to purge the court. On that day, the sky and the earth changed color, and a golden light shone brightly. Strong winds assisted him, and the thunder god accompanied him. Joey said in a deep voice, this year is also called. Stop! 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 Naruto hurriedly called for a stop. What a mess! Even the idea of purging the court has come up. I told you the story of the emperor, and that's all you care about? The nine-tailed fox smiled awkwardly, then said seriously, Naruto, although our forces seem to be good, Konoha village is that old man's home turf after all, and we have no advantage in numbers. So what? Naruto sneered, his spirits high. Back then, there was Li Erfan who shed 800 blood at Suanwu Gate, and there was Zhu Laozi who fought 800 times in the Jingnan Rebellion. Compared to them, I am just child's play. How can you embarrass your seniors? Besides, this is a supernatural world where true strength is respected. Naruto raised his hand, shook it firmly, and said confidently, I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Kyuubi was silent. Although I don't understand it, the stories Naruto told are definitely thrilling. Hey, don't say that. Kyuubi suddenly said in surprise, counting your strength in the dark and in the light, it seems to be about this number. Is there some magic in this 800? Naruto. I'll go. Naruto was a little surprised. When did Kyuubi come up with this plan? Kyuubi stretched lazily and said calmly, besides exercising, you tease Hinata. I've seen all of this. It's almost the same number, no more or less. Oh, the advantage is mine. Naruto shrugged, making a rare joke before the big battle. Call. 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 Night falls. Danzo arrived at the ninja school quietly. Since we are going to take action, then strike with thunder. We must do everything we can. It's hard to do anything in school because there are so many people around, but it's time to go home from school. There was a huge crowd of people at the school gate, so it was not difficult for him to capture Uchiha Sasuke quietly. What's going on? Where's Uchiha Sasuke? Why hasn't he come out yet? Oh no, Elder! What's wrong? Looking at the root ninja who was following him, Danzo felt a stir in his heart and had a bad premonition. Just now, a man suddenly appeared. He looked like the fourth Hokage and took Uchiha Sasuke away. He was Flying Thunder God. What? Danzo's face turned pale when he heard this. We've been discovered. You really can't underestimate them. Danzo's face was gloomy, and he waved his hand. Let's go. The sky was still gloomy at dusk. Smoke from cooking is curling up. It should have been a very ordinary day. However, not long after school was over, ninjas flew all over Konoha village, heading straight for the Uchiha clan. Seeing this, some people suddenly thought of the fear they felt when they were dominated by the nine-tailed fox that day. Some ordinary people who had no power trembled in fear, hurried home in embarrassment, and hid at home. Now that he was discovered, Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer hid and began to order some of the people who were close to him to retreat and hide in a safe area that had been prepared long ago. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui came together, their eyes moved, and their mangekyo opened directly. Behind. One after another, the Uchiha clan members excitedly took out their kunao with great momentum. They've had enough of this shit. In the past, Uchiha Fugaku pretended to be dead, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi rebelled, and they had no choice but to suppress their emotions and were scolded by the villagers. Yes. The Uchiha clan doesn't have a very good reputation in the village. Now, I can finally hold my head high and feel proud. The worst that can happen in life is death. The Uchiha clan themselves are a very emotional group of people. At this moment, when this torrent of emotions converges, their excitement can be imagined. Kill. No nonsense, no words. At this point, all the nonsense is empty, and the only thing left is a fight to the death. Leave this Uchiha Fugaku to me. Kakuzu sneered and went straight to meet Uchiha Fugaku. Scorpion of the Red Sand faced Uchiha Shisui with an expressionless face. Behind him, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others opened fire and rushed straight towards the Uchiha clan. They put in all their efforts and even transferred a large number of ninjas from the daimyo. Even though these ninjas are not very strong, their crushing numbers and strength are already very obvious. The demise of the Uchiha clan is only a matter of time. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Narashikaku chuckled and walked over slowly. Sandame, this is the last time I will call you Sandame. It's you. Seeing Narashikaku and the entire Inoshikacho clan rebelling, Sarutobi Hiruzen almost vomited blood. He growled harshly, why? He doesn't understand. He has always valued Zuladi very much. They are also staunch defenders of the will of fire, so why would they rebel? He really doesn't understand. Could there be some great benefit that he doesn't know about? Hinata Hayashi, who was about to take action, saw this scene and his eyes flashed. He thought of his younger brother Hyaga Hisashi. He thought about the Hyaga clan walking on thin ice in the village. Perhaps, I should make a choice. He doesn't hide anymore. Hiding your ass. He had always been hiding his incompetence, and after a long time even he felt that the Hyaga family was a useless and insignificant family. Now is a rare opportunity. If you don't take what heaven gives you, you will suffer the consequences. Hinata Hayashi laughed loudly, and with a backhand Bagwakongjong, he slapped the Konoha village ally next to him, causing him to spit blood and fly away. A clear voice spread out, "Those of the Hyuga family who want to fight me once, come with me." Boom! Hyuga Hayashi led the way and headed straight for the Uchiha clan. This unexpected scene allowed Hinata Hayashi to break through the root. Hinata Hayashi's eyes met with Uchiha Fugaku's, who was fighting. Although they had been enemies for many years, they now cooperated with each other tacitly and directly pressed down on Kakuzu. Kakuzu! Oh my god! Is this Konoha village a plug? Is this Sarutobi Hiruzen a pig? Hyuga family, rebellion. The Nara clan rebelled. The Akimichi clan rebelled. The Mountain clan rebelled. Oh! There is also the Uchiha clan. Oh my god, how did he live so long? I feel numb. At this moment, another figure appeared on the battlefield. Her blonde hair was flying and she had a gentle smile. The slender figure is extremely conspicuous on the battlefield. Appeared, the person behind the scenes. Post views, 21. 059 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 059. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Moment. Everyone's eyes looked over there. The wind blew hard, and the golden hair flew. Namikaze Minato. Why is it you? Who are you? Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked at first, then his face darkened and he flew into a rage. You actually turned into the fourth Hokage and did whatever you wanted. I won't let you off. Teacher, that's not right. Uchiha Obito in the dark was also shocked. Why is it him? Isn't he dead? Even Ju couldn't believe it. Then who was the previous Nagato, and where was the Rinnegan? Everything seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog again. Before he knew it, the war paused and everyone was looking at him. On the periphery, many people were stunned when they saw Minato Namikaze appear. Fourth generation? Is it the fourth generation? Why him? Someone broke down. Some people couldn't believe it. Why is it 4 generations? They didn't know much about what had happened recently, but they had heard a little about it. At this moment, one can imagine how they felt when they saw the 4th generation, whom they had respected before, appear on the opposite side. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Naruto coldly and said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" "I." Naruto folded his arms, standing on the top of the telephone pole, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly, and said slowly, "I am Namikaze Minato." Naruto's vest. Naruto's heart was calm. The most important reason why he didn't show up as Naruto was that he was not yet invincible in the world. Secondly, he wants to kill people and destroy their hearts. Why should he let go of all the grievances and suffering he had endured over the years? No. He wanted to peel it off bit by bit and expose the bloody scar. This is a legitimate reason. This is what will cause them to suffer mental torture. Let them also feel the horror of so-called rumors. Narashikaku stared at Naruto, and instantly understood Naruto's underlying meaning, and walked to his side calmly. Behind him, Akimichi Dingzuo and Yamanaka Hai followed closely behind. Hinata Hayashi also walked over. Following behind him was a group of Hyuga clan members. The Uchiha clan stood quietly on the other side of Naruto. Now, divide yin and yang. The crowd gathered and a murderous atmosphere spread. Besides Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakuzu, Danzo, and Scorpion were all looking at the scene in front of them solemnly. No one could have imagined that Naruto had already gathered such a huge power. Scorpion of the Red Sand tilted his head. "Third generation, you are really interesting, even your own people betrayed you." Sarutobi Hiruzen's face instantly turned pale. Danzo's expression was also extremely gloomy. They never dreamed that something so dramatic would happen. "I thought it would be an overwhelming war, but now I feel like we are the lambs to be slaughtered." Third generation, long time no see. Don't think that just because you look like a 4th generation, you are the real 4th generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared coldly at Naruto in front of him, trying to find a flaw. But unfortunately, nothing was found. He just stood there quietly, his demeanor and gentle temperament were exactly the same. It seemed as if the person appearing before him was really the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. But how is this possible? They buried the fourth generation with their own hands. And they are still lying quietly in the cemetery. Yet. Naruto stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen, then looked at Danzo, and finally glanced at the people who were still relatively close. A calm voice slowly spread, I sealed the nine-tailed fox with my own hands, and sealed half of it into my own son. Why did I do that? What? With a loud bang, the crowd exploded. Some people who didn't know the truth suddenly changed their expressions. Many smart people think of many things at the first time. Fox Demon, Uzumaki Naruto. That same blonde hair. Hiss. Before they could repent or feel regretful, Naruto's cold voice continued, what a pity, I never thought that my child's life would be like this. I often wonder, what am I fighting for? The will of fire. Protecting Konoha village. That's ridiculous. Naruto's voice was like cold thorns, piercing their hearts. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was gloomy. He waved his hand and said, enough, attack. No matter whether the person in front of him is Minato Namikaze or not, he cannot let him continue speaking. If he continues, the system of fire he has established will collapse. End. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Uzumaki Naruto who was joining the crowd not far away. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto had a dull expression on his face and looked at them blankly. No. He was looking at Minato Namikaze. Not good. Uzumaki Naruto must have heard it, otherwise his expression wouldn't be so dull. Damn, this person actually knows so much about Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that his regrets were irreversible, so he decided to use drastic measures to get through this difficult time first. Eccentricity. Ape Demon, please help me fight again. Sarutobi, you are so old now. What happened in Konoha village again? The Monkey King glanced around, finally fixing his gaze on Naruto and taking a deep breath, fourth Hokage. How is this possible? He's not, everyone come together. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted angrily. Behind him, some people hesitated, while others attacked with determination. Hoshigaki Kisame, who was hiding behind the crowd, had a serious expression on his face and grabbed Samehada in his hand. Now he could only be thankful that Nagato had the foresight to let him come over, otherwise he really wouldn't be able to bear it. There's a huge disparity in our strength. Do you have a partner? Uchiha Fugaku's voice came, although we are able to remain undefeated, it is still very difficult to win. If one or two more reinforcements come, we may not be able to stop them. How about we all retreat and find another way? Their side is quite powerful and they can easily rebel against the village collectively. A moving man lives, a moving tree dies. There is no need to fight to the death. Naruto chuckled. The scene before him did not make him retreat, on the contrary, his blood was boiling. Since he was a child, he had a dream of being a martial arts hero, and later a dream of being a fairy hero. Who is his idol? Sun Wukong. He would also fantasize about appearing before others. Even when I was in school, I would imagine myself to be a top student, no, a god of study, and be admired by many people. He fantasizes about standing in the spotlight, being the center of attention. Unfortunately, that's just a fantasy. However, today, due to various reasons, he had this opportunity. How could he not be excited and passionate? Whether it is to establish his own reputation, reverse Uzumaki Naruto's identity, or suppress these people, he needs to take action. So, Nine-tailed fox, it's time to show your prowess in front of others. Naruto stood tall and straight. The strong wind blew back, and a shocking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. 9 Tails, Chakra Mode. Open. Post Views, 19. 060 Naruto, I am in Konoha, and I am in a mess. Chapter 060. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Boom. As Naruto moved, golden light shone across Konoha village. Golden chakra surrounded his entire body, and faint horns appeared above his hair. The 6 megatama at the collar reveal a mysterious glow. At this moment, Naruto felt his perception explode. After moving casually, he clearly felt that both his speed and attack power had increased significantly. 9 Tails Chakra Mode, on. What? 9-tailed fox? Sarutobi Hiruzen watched this scene in shock. 9 Tails Chakra Mode? He suddenly remembered what the mysterious man in front of him had just said about splitting the 9-tailed fox into yin and yang. In other words, the person in front of me is really Minato Namikaze? How is this possible? Hunting time. Facing everyone's gaze, Naruto whispered, a kunai appearing in his hand. Brush. The art of instant body movement. In a moment, he came in front of a ninja, and the kunai brushed past his neck before disappearing. His figure was ghostly, like a golden ghost wandering around the battlefield. Every time it appears, it can take away a life. At this moment, the golden flash reappeared. So fast! This thought flashed through everyone's mind. Then everyone was in danger and defended themselves with all their might. Damn it, Danzo, Kakuzu, why don't you take action? Attack with all your strength! Sarutobi Hiruzen roared, Namikaze Minato, you are also the 4th Hokage, why are you attacking your own people now? He tried to bring back the kindness in Minato Namikaze. Ha 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 ha, Sandame, you're so ridiculous. Naruto's voice was erratic, you know how my son was treated in the village, needless to say. Where were you at that time? I killed those who deserved to be killed. I just regret why I lost my life to protect scum like you. Those who usually treated Naruto badly felt annoyed, regretful and scared when they heard this. No, Yandere, we didn't know Uzumaki Naruto was your son. We were wrong and we regret it. Some people shouted, some fell to their knees and shed tears of regret. It's not that you know you're wrong, but that you're afraid. Why should I forgive you if Naruto really has no background? Oh! Naruto was too lazy to talk nonsense and used his speed to the extreme. At this moment, he is a human weapon on the battlefield. He stared at those ninjas who usually spoke coldly to him and were very loyal to the 3rd Hokage and Danzo, and attacked them without mercy. Damn, such a fast speed! Naruto's joining directly overwhelmed the balance, and the oppressive feeling displayed by his terrifying speed was very strong. The pressure has begun to make them breathless. Kyuubi watched this scene with great interest, sneered inwardly, and had a smug expression on his face. From time to time he yelled, Go, Naruto, this person is not friendly to you either. Yes, yes, and this person. Yes, this person hates you the most. Naruto. Shut up, chatterbox. Oh. Kyuubi shut up wisely. By the way, why don't you just use the full body mode, so that your strength will be stronger? My body can't handle it. Naruto disappeared from the spot with a swish, and on the ground, spikes shot out fiercely from the ground. Now I can perfectly control the 9 Tails Chakra mode, which is enough for the current situation. As for the Kurama mode, we'll see how it goes. The 9 Tails Chakra mode is already powerful enough. His biggest disadvantage is that the 9-tailed fox will drain his chakra. As long as it wants, it will not take long to drain all the chakra in his body. Secondly, after all, if he hadn't opened up to the other party, the 9 tails chakra he could use would be limited. It's different now. The 9-tailed fox's chakra can be adjusted by himself, and the protracted battle has been improved by more than one level. In this case, he thought it was far better than using the 9-tailed fox model. He can even enter Kurama mode at any time. This is the perfect advantage of the Nine Tails Chakra mode, just like the difference between the red and blue colors of the Scion God. They are like a imperfect Nine Tails Chakra mode, feeling forced. Perfect Nine Tails Chakra mode, feeling of non-resistance. Nine-tailed Fox mode, wholehearted cooperation. Among the three modes, it goes without saying which one is the most enjoyable. Naruto glanced around and saw the entire battlefield at a glance. Danzo, the third generation and other powerful men were all held back. The situation is reversed. Hinata Hayashi and the Uchiha group seemed to be energized. They saw hope of victory. They are about to usher in a brand new tomorrow. Everything was about to be settled. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui had ferocious faces and directly activated Susanoo. The battle is getting fiercer. There was blood and fire everywhere. Various ninjutsu and various physical skills. The largest war in Konoha village since the Nine Tails Rebellion began. Thank goodness you're here. In the dark, Ju took a breath of cold air and looked at Uchiha Obito. Take action. If you don't take action, Konoha village will be in trouble. Teacher. Uchiha Obito had a complicated expression. He didn't expect it was really the teacher. He saw clearly the occasional flying thunder god and the authentic Raise Nan. Something's wrong. There must be someone else in the dark. The person pretending to be Nagato hasn't come out yet. But if you don't take action, Konoha village can't stop you. Where's that bastard Jiraiya? He's really not going to do anything. Ju rolled his eyes speechlessly upon hearing this, and complained inwardly, do you think everyone is as capable of killing your teacher and his wife who love you the most, just for the sake of justice? People are not stupid. Although they don't do many things, one is a disciple and the other is a teacher. No matter how you look at it, he's not at a loss. What to do? This is Konoha village's own business. It is not easy for him to take sides and he can just sit back and relax. Why not? Uchiha Obito gave Ju a cold look, took a deep breath, and the space around him became illusory as he headed straight for the battlefield. The moment Uchiha Obito appeared, Naruto paused and looked over coldly. Yandere, long time no see. The battlefield is divided. Everyone retreated and found their opponents in tacit understanding. Traitor, kneel down. Naruto shouted, Uchiha Obito, you still have the nerve to come out here. It's just the right time to settle old scores and new ones. Die. Naruto didn't want to waste time talking to this disgusting thing, so he thought of taking advantage of it. Flying Thunder God. Just now, when he attacked, he also left the Flying Thunder God mark on the spot. Now a large area of the battlefield bears his marks. Exactly. One next to Uchiha Obito. In order to win this rebellion, Uchiha Obito must be killed. Even if we can't kill him, we must cripple him. When everyone was surprised at the appearance of a strong man. When Uchiha Obito was horrified to find that his teacher actually knew his identity. When everyone was shocked to find out that this person was actually the dead Uchiha Obito. Naruto immediately opened fire. As soon as the thought came to mind. 9 Llamas mode, here we go. Post views, 21.